Welcome to starting slightly early tonight. Kyle will be on in a few minutes, but I wanted to go over a few things book-wise, with Volume 2, etc. So anyways, welcome. If I think who's in here? Is that Donnie? Hey. So anyways, give me a second. There's all sorts of stuff. There, try this. Okay, so oh yeah, there she is. Danke, Don. Berlin, Germany. All the way from Berlin. Amazing person she is. Okay, so what we're going to talk about tonight, when Kyle gets here, and I'll have to take a minute to send him the link. But we're going to talk about the indie comic creative process. Basically, how at least I create my story visually, and probably how others do it too, and to show for me to basically show how I do it a lot differently than the professionals, the industry, etc. I always tend to take the less traveled path, everything in life. so let's start with Volume 2 is funding now. On Fund My Comic, by the way. I'm going to see if I can share a screen. Give me a second. No. Hang on. There we go. There. Let's try this. Gotcha. Let me check and make sure. Yeah. Okay. So this is my Photoshop program, my Photoshop palette. So I'm just going to bring up a couple of pictures from that. And again, I apologize for I'm still getting used to this. This is all kind of new to me. So let's see. I have all sorts of crap here. The first thing I need to explain, actually, is how these books came about. This is the cover for Volume 2, by the way, which is funding on From My Comic. I started writing this series 11 years ago, going almost 12 years ago. And it started off as just a 40-page book. That book was finished 9 years ago, roughly 9 years ago. Printed, put together, and everything. Made a few. Who's this? Oh, cool, awesome. Thanks, Danny. Thanks, Johnny. So the first book was a 40-page book, and I didn't know what to do with it. But okay, great, I got a book now. So the first thing you think of is Comic-Cons, right? Okay, but no one knows you. You're a ghost, basically. You have no experience. You've never done shit before, so. But you got to start somewhere. So we kind of did that. And for a couple of years, I actually didn't work on it at all. That's what I mean is I started working on this 11 years ago, but it has not been 11 years consistent straight through. It was like 2 solid years and then like 2 or 3 years like off, like at all. I didn't do shit. And then I started to kind of get back into it. And then the last, I would say 3-ish years, I'm back to like full time. So essentially, out of the 11 years, I would say about 6-ish, maybe 7 being generous. So don't think that it took 11 years to do this. It didn't. It took 6-ish, about half that time. So the first book, we went in thinking, oh, actually, hang on, before I show this real quick. Excuse me again. Let me invite Kyle. And this will take just a second. And I'll try to talk while I do this too. So I had the book, 40 pages, printed, 20, 30 of them. And hold on one second. Hopefully this works. Kyle, if you're watching, I just emailed you the link. Let me know if you're here, Kyle, in chat. Let me know. If not, it's cool. I will keep talking. So the 40-page book, at the time when we were working on it, I remember being told to have no boundaries, no barriers, make it as fucked up as I possibly can. And I was hesitant, but I said, okay, let's do this. So I did. Fortunately, I didn't go as crazy as I could have. We all have a lot of fucked up shit in our heads that we don't discuss. And I especially have a lot of real fucked up shit I don't discuss. So I went crazy to, on a scale of 1 to 10, I went crazy to like a 9, not a 10 or 11, right? And I'm glad, because when you have this gratuitous, and it's just, to me, it's just art, it's drawings, it's not photography, it's not film, it's not live, it's fucking me drawing, that's all it is. But it doesn't matter, it's still graphic content. And when you have gory violence with nudity, with sexual content, and all this other stuff, it's real fun to sell, let me tell you, especially in public. Not to mention the printing process, because the printers sometimes go, hell is this? You know, most of them are cool, but every once in a while I get someone who raises an eye like, you know, so they're just like, well, it's just a fucking fantasy book. So that was like the first little issue. It's like, okay, great, you know, going full force on this fucking graphic demonic shit, and it's uncomfortable selling it, especially in public. And one Comic-Con in particular, I remember there was this mom, like a single mom, and she had her like 11, 12-year-old daughter there jumping around all hyper, and they're looking at all my stuff, and they were really enthusiastic. It was really cool. And I had the book clipped, the bad scenes clipped shut, like a little paper clip. And I must have told her 5 times. I said, okay, I said, you know, this is like for adults. Your daughter, you know, maybe tell your daughter. You know. And she just, I think she was messing with me, because she kept, I said, you're getting near the bad scene. And I said, I'm not kidding. I said, please. I said, I don't want you to see. And so the woman held the book up, and she looked, and she's like, ooh, she's like, honey, I was like, thank you. Finally, it took her seeing the fucking scene. Okay. So little shit like that. That was like, and that wasn't even bad. That was, you know, she was real. I think she had this little sinister smile, but she, you know, I think she was toying with me, and that's fine, you know, almost flirting, like, but it's a kid. I don't, you know, I got to think about kids. My kids, I got to think about and it's in the series. One of the most evil things you can do is mess with a kid. Don't mess with kids and animals. It's just that simple. Don't fuck with kids and animals. Anything else, fine, but leave the kids and animals alone. I feel very, very, very strongly about that. So that was the first issue. Is okay. I've got to ease back a little on this graphic stuff, right? And for example, I'm going to show this real quick. Hopefully I won't get struck or whatever. But the first book, the 40-page book, 9 years ago, the cover, here's the cover. Let's see if I can show you. You get the idea, right? Okay. Here's the back. So I'm just going to show most of the back. But you get the idea of the graphicness of this, okay? So the first book, 40 pages, and it's cool. And then after that, I went right into the second book. Now, the thing is the second book I've already been working on, because originally the idea was to have an 80-page book. I wanted an 80-page book. So when I wrote this, I wrote it like an 80-page book. But due to time constraints, and then therefore I was rushed, which really pissed me off, but there was this Comic-Con we had to go to, and I had to have a finished product. So I said, okay, I decided to cut it in half. I said, this 80 pages, I'll cut in half right in the middle. So it'll be 2 books, 40 and 40. And it was, I want to say luck. I don't want to say skill, like, oh, I knew what I was doing. I think it's luck that literally halfway through the book, you could end it, and it was just like its own, like 2 separate books. So I was like, oh, that's cool, So I did that. But I had, like I said, because it was an 80-page book, I had started working on the second one already. So I was already into the book 2, that 40-page book. And then I finished that, and that's where I'm like, okay, no crazy cover. So this was the cover. Let me see. How's that? This is the cover for the second book, book 2, right? In the back, a little bit different. But every book has 3 symbols on the back, okay? So that was the second 40-page book, and you can see, 40 pages. It's cool. So now we're at, 3 years ago? Roughly 3 years ago. Hold on, let me see what the hell's going on with Kyle. Maybe he's not making it. I don't know. If he's not, this will be a short stream, by the way. I'm just going to talk and get out of here. But if Kyle makes it, then it'll be longer. I don't know. So that was about 3 years ago. So now I have 2 books, book 1 and 2. And that's around the time, it was only like 3 or so years ago when the whole crowdfunding thing, what I discovered. Because 11 years ago, crowdfunding wasn't as popular mainstream as it is now. What's this? Oh, hey, there he is. Cool. What's up, buddy? All right, let me get you in here, man. Okay. There he is. Welcome.
Hello there.
Welcome. Glad you can make it.
No problem. I was just doing a few matters of gravity behind the scenes, and I thought it's time to get into the studio with Master Eccentric.
Danny from Berlin is in the chat, by the way.
Hello, Danny, in the chat.
So, Kyle, I started a little bit early purposely before you came on to kind of get a lot of this, my own book shit out of the way, because I kind of want to talk to you about like your stuff. You know what I mean? I didn't want to take movement. I didn't want to take too much of the hour with my shit. I want to talk about your shit. So anyway, let me get back to that. So it was, I discovered the crowdfunding thing.
Yeah.
But I was just learning about it, and that's like when I got Twitter and all this stuff. And so then, about 4 years ago, so we're at like 2020, roughly 2019, 2020, I noticed this movement, an independent comic movement.
Yeah.
Most know about, And I'm like, oh wow, what's this? And at the time it seemed cool. Like there wasn't a whole lot of drama.
Yes.
And so I just watched. I was not involved. I only had like a couple 40-page books that I wasn't ready to really lay out there. So basically what I did is I went to there's a site called Etsy. Kyle, do you know about Etsy?
Etsy, yes, the craft
Yes.
store.
Right. It was right. It was during the pandemic. So that was what, 4 years ago, right? 2020.
Uh-huh.
When it hit me, I'm like, well, shit. I'm like, why don't I try to sell these 2 books on Etsy? So I checked out it. What's that?
It's an option.
It was an option at the time because remember, like I said, I really didn't know Twitter that much or the indie comic scene or crowdfunding or anything. So I'm like, okay, it's either Comic-Con once a year, twice a year, or let's try this. So I tried it, and it actually worked a little better than I thought. It wasn't great, but I sold quite a few books to people all over the country. And I got some positive feedback. And I remember the one was this lawyer. He was so cool. Ironically, a lawyer from my hometown. Like I fucking probably knew the guy for all I knew, but I didn't know him.
Could you? You couldn't make that up. A lawyer from your own hometown giving you positive feedback. Brilliant.
Dude, and he was like roughly my generation. And like I knew exactly where the city and everything he lived. I'm like, this was next to the town where my town I grew up in. I was like, what's the fucking chances of this guy into this? And anyways, he gave the best feedback. And again, a lawyer. And so he was really, a lawyer. If a lawyer is looking at your fucking book, you're getting good feedback and honest feedback. And he praised and he thought it was great. So anyways, Etsy about a year and a half. And I don't know, 25 books, maybe 30. It was like, one every week. Nothing major. Etsy, I obviously don't advise it to people. But at the time, because I didn't know anything else, I said, try it. So it kind of got it out there. And what it actually did is it kind of taught me how to deal with online selling. Leave messages and thanking people or it was kind of like breaking the ice. Okay. So it's the pandemic and all this shit. And then I start to learn more and more about independent comics and crowdfunding, that whole arena, right?
Yeah.
And I'm like, okay, obviously crowdfunding is the way. That's what you got to do because comic cons are very hit and miss, and they're very miss when you are a nobody like me. If you're established, people will drive from other states to say, oh my God, so and so John Smith is going to be at the Florida Comic Con. I live in Georgia. I'm going to fucking drive there. You know what I mean? But when you're fucking me, and I ain't manga, I'm not any of that shit. So it's like, it did, like I said, it was okay. It was another thing it was okay, but it just wasn't really that good. Yeah. So that now we have so I'm learning the crowd and all this shit. And then there's all this fucking drama with all these groups. I'm just like, motherfucker, I just want to get it out there. So so that's when I said, okay, if I'm going to crowdfund this, I'm not doing the 40 pages, right? I'm doing my original intent. I'm making these fuckers into an 80 page. Now, ironically, well, not whatever. I put them together for an 80 page book for the last Comic-Con I went to. And I called it Between Demons and Angels Extended Edition, and that is right here. Okay, so this, as you can see, big 80-page book, right?
I like that.
So this is the extended edition, okay?
That's not an American size comic, is it? Is that non-standard size?
Bigger's better, buddy. I'm a cowboy, motherfucker.
Well, so they say about bigger and better. So they say, and there's no reason why an American shouldn't have ambition regarding the size of their comic, of course.
Exactly.
Ironically, in the UK, Eccentric, the comics I Group collection were reprints of actually the original USA Marvel comics.
Yeah.
But we had them not in the B4 size. We had them in the A4 size, as Americans might call it, letter size. So it's more like your magazine format. Exactly. So actually, more towards the size you've got displaying there,
Yeah, here.
And of course, I like that size because bigger artwork. And for me, bigger artwork is better. It's the one area I struggle with manga. The format is so tiny. I just got to the age where my eyesight isn't quite as good. So I wish actually manga was more like your size for your book, actually. Nothing against it, manga, because it's quite an exciting book.
Okay, this is probably one of my favorite comics I own. It's a little worn around the edges. I don't know if you can see. Okay, see. Okay.
Very good. We like that.
This particular issue of The Darkness, I fucking love it. In fact, this was like the only comic I looked at for guidance for mine, because as you can see, the first page, it's the Pope, it's this church, it's this clergy, and it's dark. I don't know if you can see too well, but see the hood being pulled over the guy's head. It's the dark. It's graphic, okay? And the cool thing is
it one of your influences for your comic, amongst other influences, no doubt? Good.
This, because I'm trying to get to the page here. This particular issue of The Darkness features the Magdalena. You ever heard of the Magdalena?
Go on.
There's just a holy warrior. There's these 3 holy warrior sisters, right?
Mm-hmm.
And the 3 holy warrior sisters. Here we go. Here, check this shit. This is good. All right, so see them?
Oh, yes, I see it. Mm-hmm.
Okay, now look at this. Where is it in particular? The bottom panel. Check her out, the bottom panel. Praying, see her?
Yeah.
Awesome outfit. She looks cool. Okay. So these 3 holy sister warriors, they confront the darkness and fight them, and in the church. I mean, it's so fucking cool. You know what I mean?
Yes.
And so I'm like, okay, well, my kind of stuff exists in at least this comic. Now, of course, this is from the 90s. What is this, like 98 or something? 1998?
1998. That would make sense, because actually back in 2000, around about then, I was doing my MA computer animation. Small story, super quick. I was doing a multimedia comic then, and I was working with Photoshop and 3D soft image exercise, which was in beta as far as 3D soft is concerned. The animation course, the animation programmer course, was actually using Maya, which is held in some regard as a 3D app. Obviously, it's very Blender now, open source style 3D, which is quite popular.
Gotcha.
And I hired a couple of actors for my project because I wanted to be innovative. I wanted to go to the wild frontier of comic creation, because obviously I can do pencils, I can do inks, I can do colors, and I work with Photoshop to do coloring. I can do all that. And I wanted to do something radically different. So I did the backgrounds in 3D. I hired a couple of actors. I went to a US company to do the costumes for my characters' designs.
Right.
And I used the animation university's green screen studio. It's actually a blue screen.
Very cool.
And I had actors, selected them from about 50 females and 50 male actors, and I picked my the first choice for the female couldn't make it, so I had my second choice, and she was better for the character. And then the male choice, my first choice, he came, but didn't live that far away from me at the time, ironically, even though I was away at this course in the south of England. And it's quite interesting. I said to them, these are the thumbnails. I sent them the thumbnails and the script for it. And they said, all right, it's great. We got them into costumes. I paid their food. I paid they stayed with me in my digs for accommodation. I paid the petrol, the transport, the lot for them. So this was a pricey project, you know what I mean? It was quite a lot. I remember doing the advertisement in the Red Papers, which is a paper for actors, to hire actors. And I got loads of letter responses. These days, it would just be email, you know?
Right.
And I remember actually going to the studio with them, and I was saying, right, up for this scene, and I was holding the camera, and I was directing them. I need this is where you're standing, according to this thumbnail, primitive stick figure thumbnails, It was all about just visualizing the shot, not art, visualizing the shot. Yeah. And so I did this, and funny down again, I'd get the actors, as they do in Hollywood, they push back a bit. They say,
Right.
"Oh, don't you think your scene would work better like this?" And I'm thinking, okay, so the diplomat, yes, I can see that face because you and me understand one another, brother. And so
Exactly.
what I said to them was, tell you what, I didn't say because I'm God in this neck of the woods, we're doing it this way. I actually was very diplomatic. What I said was, look, how about we do it my way to begin with? Yeah. And we work through all the shots I want. And then you've got some really super cool ideas. And there's one killer idea that my female lead actress had. I said, that's such a good idea. That might even be better than mine. So how about we save all your ideas to the end? And any ideas you've got, I shoot them. And if they're better than mine, I'll include them in the final project. So it just shows you, actually, we can have inspirations. Oh, but the killer story, all that preamble was to say that the guy I hired for the male actor, he was into the darkness, which was very hot and dark and popular at the time. There you go.
That's funny.
Sedgway, a long one, but a Sedgway.
That's all right. No, but so the book, so yeah, it says November of 1998. Okay, so November 1998. And I remember at that first, or no, actually it was like the second Comic-Con. There was a Comic-Con I went to here in Raleigh a few years ago. I went just as a fan, but I brought my book, and I had a lady friend with me, and I was able to talk to some comic guys who had a booth, and I showed them the book and let them, they flip through. I mean, there's two guys. One guy was like a fucking editor for someone. It wasn't Marvel or DC. It was like, could have been Image or Dark Horse, but you could tell he wasn't artistic or creative. He was a fucking, you know what I mean? You know what I'm talking about. And he was kind of harsh. You can tighten this line up in this panel, and I'm like, okay. And the other dude was really
fingernails. Where's the fingernails?
What's that?
Where's the fingernails?
Yeah, he was basically, what I think he was doing is telling me to, tighten some stuff, as in it's good, but you got to tighten this up, because he thought I was going the route of going to turn it into like a publisher, to, you know what I mean? To, hey, can I get a job with you? Or, hey, can you publish it? And I was like, fuck no, I would never do. I wouldn't do that now. You know what I mean? I don't want to work for him.
Freeze over first.
Right. But that's what they're used to. They're used to be, hey, look at my comic. Can I work for you one day? And I'm just like, dude, I wouldn't work for you if you fucking paid me right now. You know what I mean? The other dude, who was the creator, hanging back, checking out the book, he was cool too, but he was saying, and he was telling me, hey, check out this, and here's a comic, check out this. He was basically saying, the only thing is, man, this era is this was like a 90s thing, man. Like, the whole like religious thing, demons thing was like a 90s thing. It's not really popular now. And I was like, of course it's not popular now, and nothing I do is talk about.
I think religion is a thousands and thousands of years thing.
Well, the other thing is so see, Kyle, you haven't read the book. So again, you are only judging from pictures you've seen on Twitter and maybe here. It's not a religious book. In fact, I told many people this. I said, if a devout Christian read the book, they'd probably burn it and throw fucking holy water on it, because the demonic scenes are so graphic, and I don't hold back, and it's equal time. I purposely charted out, because you got three fucking story arcs. You got angels, demons, and the people caught in between, who are just people like us, right? And there's a few of those characters. I literally charted out like equal time, as in page count, for the angels, the demons, and the humans, right? Like, I want this balance. I want people to see the angels and the demons on equal footing. I'm not saying, I favor the angels or I favor the demons. I'm saying, here's the fucking people involved in this story. You guys judge. Because honestly, I read the Dark Book. I had to study the Bible. I also had to study the other Bible, right? And I understand I understand where they're coming from. I get it. The dark. Well, I'm not saying the actual name just because. But you know what I'm talking about, right, Kyle?
I do.
The S Bible. Okay. I get it. I could easily be on their side if I was a little more. I could be like, hey, I'm one of you people. I get what they want. It's more practical. It is much more practical. It's not this high, holier than thou, superior shit. It is like very practical and can be applied to the modern day really easily, which is again why I think it's so popular, which is why so many people are in this shit, because it's harder being good and pure and all the holier than thou than it is the other. Okay. But the point is, I literally am like in the middle. I want to show what the dark side believes and their purpose and what they think is right, because they do think this is how it should be. And the other side, the angelic side, obviously believe what they think is right. And that's all. I'm not taking sides. So this isn't a religious book. It really isn't. And if anyone gets it thinking so, I apologize in advance, because you're going to be disappointed. It's not. I'm not preaching at all, believe me. So that doesn't really pertain to what I'm doing. I'm like, well, it's not really religious, but I get what he's saying. He's saying the whole angels, demons thing, that's a 90s thing. Okay, great. So whatever. I'm still going to do it because it's so fucking clear in my head and ears and everything, Yeah. I'm doing it. So going in, I knew it wasn't going to be popular. It's not mainstream. It's controversial because it's for adults. It's graphic and there's religious aspects. All this fucking shit working against me going in, and I'm like, oh fuck, who cares? I'm gonna do it anyways, right? And I'm doing it anyways. But obviously, it's a challenge because I'm not skyrocketing in stuff. You know what I mean? But I don't give a fuck. I'm still gonna do it. So, anyways. Back to so the darkness was the inspiration, and again, what you said, Kyle, the whole point of this ranting is I want to compare. See, so
Go on.
See, here's the darkness book. This is a standard industry comic versus mine, right? So you can clearly see, and whoops. So their book is, mine is, you know what I mean? It's 80 pages. Bigger than and they're all this way. All the books are this way. Like even the 40 page, same size. See, 40 page, big one. And there is also a technical reason for this.
Go on.
It's because when you print on 11 by 17 paper. When you fold that paper in half, it's 8.5 by 11, right? So you print 4 pages to an 11 by 17 sheet, right? So your book page count has to be in 4s. It can't be 2s or 3s. It has to be, 12 pages, 16, 20, 24, et cetera, because you're dealing with 1, 2, 3, 4 pages per 11 by 17 sheet, okay? So again, if it's 11 by 17, you fold it in half, it's 8.5 by 11. Why the fuck am I going to cut this down to a smaller book? Because the industry does fuck the industry. I mean, I don't want to deal with the industry. I'm telling a story my way, visually, that is kind of like a comic, but it's not a comic. I don't have speech bubbles. I don't have the sound effect lettering, boom and zap, and I don't fucking do that. It's like I wanted to tell this story a little more serious, like, there's explosions, especially in volume 2, lots of explosions. When you fucking see a panel of an explosion, if you don't fucking know what an explosion sounds like, watch a movie or go fight a war and you'll find out what an explosion sounds like. You don't need to illustrate a corny sound effect, kaboom or kapow. And again, it's cool. I get it for them, for superhero comic. For everyone else, it's cool because, they shade the letters, they actually draw the letters that makes it look like an explosion or whatever the fuck it is. I get it, that's cool. I'm not saying at all like, oh, my way is better. No, my way is actually not better. It's just better for me for this fucking story, right? Yeah. I don't want speech bubbles and those sound effect lettering because it covers the fucking art. And since I'm the fucking artist, I want big panels, as you can see. And again, oh, real quick, this was me in a movie we did years ago, Kyle. Do you see the picture?
Go on.
You see this?
Yes. Let's have a look. Oh, yeah.
That's me.
Go on.
That's this model chick who was an actor as well. I was doing a movie when I lived in Vegas years ago.
Really?
And it was a dark fantasy movie. And I was playing a fucking rogue badass. Common theme in my life. And
of course,
we were up on this fucking 300-foot cliffside, and we had the camera people set up down there filming us. And this is obviously drawn in and stuff. But this is one of the
Kurt Russell, Eccentric.
That was the idea. I was
from Escape from New York.
I based this character off of Kurt Russell's character in Escape from New York. In fact, let me see.
I see. So you did. Okay.
Just the D&D, the medieval version, the D&D version, Let me see here. There you go.
That's cool. Well done.
See?
Yeah,
I made this costume by hand.
This
is studded leather, dude. I studded the shit out of this fucking thin leather. I had everything.
You sure?
And real weapons. Yeah, I collect swords and daggers. I don't collect too many guns. I'm more of a sword and dagger guy. Yeah. So at the time I had a nice variety. So I just equipped myself and the actors with real fucking swords. It was fun as shit. But anyways, this was this movie we were doing, dude. We worked on this for like a fucking year. I mean, we did a lot of filming, but like everything else, we ran out of money. And we were up to like the $6,000 mark.
Whoa.
And it's just like, how the fuck do you do this? This is before crowdfunding. See, if I would do this now, probably be able to finish it, because there would be someone saying, what the fuck is this? Because again, there was going to be some nudity in it. The one girl was an exotic dancer, right? I was able to hire a exotic dancer, and she was going to do the nude scenes, and it was going to be fucking cool, dude. But you run out of money, and so what do? You gotta fucking stop. So I was just you were talking about your filming and shit, and I was saying that's my background, dude. I come from that whole film shit, and this was the one film we actually were working on for over a year, getting it ready. So anyways.
So in terms of your background, you've got cross-pollination between acting, filmmaking, directing, comics,
photography,
all storytelling, hiring actors, actresses, and having a vision of what you want to achieve through filmic language, comic book language. They're very close brothers. Yeah.
Multimedia, man. Like I said, I'm not just a writer or just an artist or just whatever.
Multidiscipline.
It's all that shit. It's writing, art, set design for the films, which applies to comics as well. You have to, what's the layout of this setting, the scene? So I draw a fucking map, bird's eye map. Costume design, hello. When you see in fact, I don't have many, I have like 3 people who reviewed my book from last year. I need more. But the most recent guy, he's on Twitter. I follow him and he gave this long, detailed review in a DM on Twitter, right? Dude, we went back and forth for I don't know, 2 hours. It was amazing. He just with a fucking microscope reviewed this book, and I was like, what's that?
Forensic.
Yeah. And afterwards I was like, dude, what, he said, I'm an author. I don't do comics. I write novels. And I'm like,
so he's an auteur writer, and he'll have that slide and ruled eye for detail. Got you.
You see what I'm saying? He was all about the story, the characters. He was like, yeah, the artwork's cool, but blah, 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 blah. He wanted the story arc, the story, the characters, all that, the names. He was into the guts of the book, right? But the one thing he said, it sounds like, what's that?
The guts and bolts.
Yeah.
Like nuts and bolts, guts and bolts.
Guts and bolts. He said, this isn't really an insult He's like, it's like a tongue-in-cheek kind of jab, but he said, and I wish I had the quote with me. I would read it off to you on Twitter, but he's like, he's like, I have never seen so many buckles, straps, gems, lights, detailed this. He rattled off about 30 fucking words to describe my character's costumes, He said, it's almost too much. He said, it's almost too much detail. He's like, the costumes in your book of all the characters, there's so much fucking shit everywhere. It's like, it's almost too overwhelming. He says, but I know you love it because it shows. If you really didn't love this, you would not do that painstakingly insane detail on a fucking character outfit. You know what I mean? And I'm like, yeah, because I love detail and I love detail. Nothing I hate more. And this is one reason why I got issues with superhero comics. It's like, I just hate plain costumes. Even if it's colored, it's like, man, where's the little cool detail shit here and there? A fucking belt with some lights on it. I don't fucking know. Fucking something on your shoulder.
Something.
And that whole shirt, pants, boots, cape, I'm just like, fuck, dude, I wouldn't wear that if you paid me. And this is the hero. So that's why I am not into superhero. I'm not into Marvel and DC. I never was. The only superhero I was into was the Incredible Hulk. You know why? Because there's a fucking TV show about him, And so I have Hulk comics. I got them in a box somewhere, God knows where. But I was into the Incredible Hulk, and that was like it. And I never got
into... Like when I was young, I liked the Hulk. I liked the TV series and the comic. It was great stuff for me.
Yeah, and all my comics I got were based on movies. Like I have all the Star Wars comics, like years of Star Wars issues, right? Because of the fucking movie. So basically,
Al Williams on Star Wars. What a great inker he was, Al Williamson. His inks were razor sharp, but so much grace and detail, like you're saying.
Yeah, some of those old artists were a trip, man. If you look, you're so used to now. It was the '90s. I saw it in the '90s. The '90s was like, correct me if I'm wrong, but didn't the '90s wasn't that like the rejuvenation? What's the word? Rejuvenation of comics, like.
Kind of, yeah. I mean, what happened was that artists like Todd McFarlane,
right,
and Rob Lee,
Spawn
guy, again, buckles and spikes, yeah, and superhero, but a bit more detail, yeah.
Right.
He was doing Marvel's top book. He got his own book, and he was thinking he was getting.
Danny says Renaissance. Kind of Renaissance, like a Renaissance.
Yeah. He was a Renaissance Spider-Man artist. He was saying to Todd, Tom DeFalco, who was the editor-in-chief of Marvel Comics, he said, Todd, does it matter how much detail I put in the webbing? I'm putting more detail in. I'm doing it my way. He says, does it matter if I'm doing Spider-Man hunched over like a real spider? It doesn't matter. I'm doing it my way. And it's selling you a ton load of books and you're making loads of money, so why are you taking issue with it? And he's saying, look, I do the Spider-Man eyes extra big to make him more bug-like. Does it matter? It's popular, it's cool to make Spider-Man more spidery in his webs, in his costume, and his anthropomorphic style body poses, yeah?
Right.
And Tom DeFalco probably represented that Marvel from the Bronze Era that had gone to sleep and were doing comfortable sleepwalk Spider-Man, yeah? And you get conservative with a small C after a while. And Marvel in the 60s were a rebel company. But now, in the 70s, they'd, I suppose, overtaken DC Comics, who were the former establishment conservative small C company. And so Todd McFarlane took Rob Liefeld and 7 artists in total, including himself, over to form their own company, where it would be art first, story second. And they do as much detail into the comic stories as they wanted. Sure, the stories suffered a bit. It was less auteur writing. It was more like storytelling, visual storytelling.
Yeah. Right.
And obviously, Image Comics were about the detail, about the art. If you want to do 10 buckles, you were getting 10 buckles. If they wanted to do all the spokes on a hot motorcycle or an axe with I don't know, with 100 serrated edges, then they could draw all that extra detail into it. Exactly what you're saying. And so they were like Renaissance artists, in quote marks, because they were leaving a company that wanted to keep things as they were. Was Tom Follen was thinking, I'm giving these guys my best, and I'm only getting a fraction of the rewards. And when he went to his own Image Comics company with Rob Liefeld and Jim Lee, who's now currently, I think, is he publisher at DC Comics, ironically, moving swiftly on. But Image Comics represented the chance to profit from your own creations, like you're talking about the last time I was on. Creative freedom. Ain't nobody going to tell Aecentric how many buckles are going on that costume, whether he's an author, writer, or an editor at whatever comics. I'm going to, if this is Aecentric's telephone directory, he's going to fill it up with the names and numbers he wants. You're saying, I'm Aecentric. I can draw and shoot the telephone directory if I want. And that's what Steven Spielberg said to people who were doing the Hollywood creation by committee thing. Like, hang on, who are you guys? I'm at the stage of my career where I can shoot the telephone directory if I want.
Right. Yeah. So
freedom.
It is. It's all about creative freedom. And so, anyways, ending my little background story here, it brings me up to the date of I did some editing and some I redrew certain panels. The first book, there's book one in my head. There's book one, book two, and technically this is book three. But in the public, it's only volume one and volume two, because volume one is book one and two, which makes volume one. So this next one's volume two. And this is what I'll stick to.
So volume one is actually two books, actually, that one and two in terms of your comic format, but actually they are volume one as a story. That actually has one.
And the prototype was the extended edition. So all I did is I took this, because this was wasn't quite perfected. I'm like, this is exactly what I want, but just not quite there. So then I took the extended edition and I redid certain panels. I actually rewrote some of the dialogue inside. And
sorry to interrupt, was it some of what you did editorially in part to the response you got from that editor? Did you think, I can see his point, but I'm going to do it my way, and I'll learn from my mistakes because I know what I need to fix, because I'm the editor of my own book. I can look myself in the mirror and be honest with myself. If that's not quite right, I'll fix it in the next one.
Exactly right. I am my own worst enemy, my own worst critic. And, it sucks hearing criticism from people. If it's constructive, I love it. But, some fucking dumbass on Twitter who is a bot or God knows, you know what I'm saying? I'm like, shut the fuck up. Let me see what you do. I don't want to hear it. You know what I mean? But if it's a legit, fuck yeah, tell me, how do I improve? Because if I can't see it, well, maybe you can and fucking show me. I don't have that. So when you have to edit your own work, you can't edit your own work. I do. And it shows, because that was the first thing that reviewer I told you about, that his name's Tyler. And I don't think he's not watching. I don't think he's into these videos. But if he does, Tyler, thanks for your review. The first thing he said, being an author of novels, right, typing his fucking 300-page novel, he said, the first thing you had one typo, one. That's it. He's like, that's rare. He's like, most comics I review, there's 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. He said, I caught one typo, and it was literally one word that was misspelled, as in it was missing a letter. It was like a double L, and there was only one L. You know what I mean? He's like, I was impressed that there was no typos. I'm like, cool. That's me editing my own shit, right? When I finish a page, because I told you my process. I don't do all pencils the whole book and then ink the whole book. Every panel I do separately. I don't do pages. I do panels and put them together like a puzzle on a fucking page.
Like a jigsaw puzzle. Very good.
Yeah, I will. I'll show you. I don't know if I showed you last time, but you can fucking see here.
Aecentric. You know what? I'm still lingering on 10 minutes ago when you were talking about that you make your own rules and you break them. You rule breaker, you rebel, you. I have to say, I was quietly smiling inside, thinking, this is a guy I can do business with. I was just listening to it and enjoying it, because I thought some of the things you're talking about, like, do you really need lettering on there to explain what an explosion is? When if you
Right.
see an explosion, you can hear it in your head.
Yeah. And coming from film, I have also done sound editing. Do you know when I was a kid, this was back with the old tape, remember tape recorders, the old days? Cassette recorders, right? When I was a real little kid, I was constantly recording sound effects. One of the favorite things to do is if there's a thunderstorm, I would sit in the fucking open doorway with water, ricocheting onto me and record the thunder and lightning. And then if I got the thunder, you know what I mean? I had this little collection, and this is like fucking cassette tapes, and I'm like 6 years old. You know what I mean? I love music. I love sound. And in fact, Vichy, the professor composer, I told him, I said, dude, I hope in the next life I'm a musician. I said, because I love fucking music and sound effects and even the spoken language, which coincidentally, if Danny's
what kind of music are you into? So I've got to ask, because you've just said, because now that you've said that, that's laying down the gauntlet.
I'm extreme. I like complete opposite ends, dude. I'm a fucking metalhead, but old school shit. But there's a lot of new shit. But the first concert I ever saw was Iron Maiden.
Bring your daughter to the slaughter.
And then Dio, Black Sabbath.
Tony Iommi, dark metal guitarist.
My favorite. Yeah, Dio and Iron Maiden are my two favorite because they're theatrical. And do you know how much fucking heaven and hell shit they sing about and war and all that stuff? Like the whole glam rock thing, I wasn't into because it's sex, drugs, rock and roll, hot chicks. Fuck that. I want biblical shit, war, fucking hell, Satan. That's Iron Maiden and Dio. And like Dio especially, I saw the Sacred Heart tour. I don't know if you know about, but the Sacred Heart tour on stage was a fucking dragon like 30 feet high. This giant dragon. And Dio runs out with a fucking sword that had like reflector shit on it. And he's twirling it. And back then, it's like, holy shit, this is crazy. Now everything was digital and lasers and stuff. But back then, before all that shit, dude, that was fucking state-of-the-art badassery. You know what I'm saying?
It's called selling it, isn't it? It's called selling it.
Yeah. So Dio and Maiden were my favorite when it came to metal. And all everything in between. Rainbow and Black Sabbath. And I don't fucking know. But the other half of my collection is movie soundtracks, is just music, orchestra, no words. Yeah. That's all. In fact, I probably have more of that now because when I'm working on this shit, I have, YouTube playlists, right? I have my metal playlist, and then I have my playlist called Between Demons and Angels, right? And that playlist probably has about 150 songs, and they're all songs from movies or TV shows. It's just the music, the orchestra, So basically, when I start working on my shit, I usually play the metal playlist first because that kicks me up. Oh, it gets me, that gets me fucking pacing around, and fucking thinking. And then once the metal playlist is only about 8, 9, 10 songs. Then I switched to the Between Demons and Angels soundtrack type music, which is hours. That's what I actually work to. Then I can work for 3, 4, 5, 6 hours listening to that. So my music is very
yourself to a higher consciousness plane there. The music can take you away to a special place, and then you're completely right brain with the art then forgotten about hours worth of time. It's like, where did the last 7 weeks of my life go?
Yeah. To me, music is essential to creativity. That's why I think either in a past life I was a musician or maybe in the next life I'll be a musician, because it's so fucking important to me, which goes into the whole trailer thing and hiring Vichy or whoever to do music for the trailers. To me, that shit is so fucking fun. Like, if I would be okay with only making trailers, hiring someone to draw everything, and I would just deal with the music and the sound effects and the pictures and putting together trailers and the voiceovers, the voice acting. I would be happy as fuck, because again, that's my film background. That is more me than drawing day and night. You know what I mean? I love drawing, but to me, again, it was always a hobby. It was just I started drawing when I was fucking 4 years old. Dinosaurs eating cavemen and shit. You know what I mean? It just was always there. The film was something I learned about. Oh, what is this? You know, and I went to college and all that stuff. So the film is actually the true passion, but I can't get into that business. I don't want to get that business. You're talking about fucked up people.
It's expensive to get into, and there's a lot of moving parts, and it's very expensive.
It's a mess.
The comic has a very low gate of production.
Yes.
As in, you can be the one that controls it all, that can create it all. Yeah. Exactly.
You can afford on your own to tell stories with comics than you can with film or television or video games, or whatever the fuck it is. Anything moving visually, that ups the cost, you know. But when it's pictures and words, you know, and when I was like in my 20s, right, I was going the route of novels, dude. I came this close to doing the novel thing instead of the graphic novel thing. But again, it was I did research. Basically, they said you need $10,000 to publish your novel. And I'm like, I got 10 grand on me. You know what I mean? So I'm like, fuck. So I started to read, and I'm like, well, wait a minute.
That's basically a gatekeeping barrier to entry, isn't it? Basically, you're in creative jail because you can't escape. There's no way you can create. You've got a cell for your creativity and some hay and some water and a strip of bread. And you've got matchstick and muddy water, and you think, how do I create in this environment? How do I get to 10,000 books? And it's the same it was the same in comics. Basically, you used to have to create some like 2,000 up front or 1,000 up front to keep the lives of Marvel Comics, Diamond Distributors happy back in the 90s. And basically, you'd have to print them all up front. And then if it didn't sell, you basically just handed out thousands of pounds, and then you'll be selling one here, one there. And that is economically forbidding, isn't it? It's prohibitive.
Right.
Yeah. So that's how hard that was. These days, you can go to a digital printer and think, right, I'm going to a convention. I need between 15 and 10 and 25, and we'll see how many I sell. And then I can, for the next convention I go to, where I press the flesh and meet my real life customers, I can actually think about, well, do I need to print less, or I'll just sell what's left from this convention?
Yeah. And I don't know if you've seen it, but like I said, there's a few people on Twitter that I follow and mutually follow me back, who are novelists, the writers, books. And like this guy named Tyler, who reviewed my book, is a novelist, he calls himself, and that's cool. And you want to talk about tough sell, dude. Those fuckers, that's a pain in the ass. You want to talk about like crowdfunding a novel? I mean, where's your samples? The cover. There's your artwork. Yeah. You know what I mean? You got a fucking cover, and that's it, because you're not going to post a page of fine print writing and people are going to fucking read. It's just like, oh man, I feel bad for the novelists, the writers who are crowdfunding and trying to sell their books, because with at least graphic novels, dude, we endless amounts to show. It covers, interior panels, full page spread, centerfolds, fucking you name it. You can show people shit like crazy. But when you have just a novel and all you have is the cover art and everything is just the text inside, that is fucking tough to sell. So I am grateful I didn't go the novel route and I went the graphic novel route. Because again,
I hear you. Right, I think you made a good choice. We are glad of it that you chose graphic novels, comic books. form of expression because it allows you to combine your writing self that
Yeah.
you clearly have, your
Right.
filmmaking self, so
Right.
you've got the narrative and the visual storytelling aspect, which you managed to
Right.
fuse into a hybrid creator, which gives you what you've got now, which you seem very passionate about.
Yeah.
You're fully in control of the creative freedom aspect of it. So you're free
Right.
to express yourself. And it doesn't matter what any author, writer, or nice though the feedback is, or any editor says, you actually, with an independent comic, you truly are independent. You can make or break your rules, and
Yeah.
you will find your audience. You know, you don't need 1 million
No.
tribe eccentric. You only need up to 1,000. You get
Yeah.
1,000 people in your tribe, and
Yeah.
you're on your way. And you will, in time, find as many readers and fans as you can muster by virtue of what you're creating. They will follow. You create it, they will follow.
I hope it's a slow climb, as you know, but again,
I predict more.
I do too. It's just it's a test, dude. It really is. And I've seen other creators say this. Like, dude, I don't say shit on Twitter emotional. Like, I never speak my thoughts in on Twitter, dude. Someone's gonna fucking use that against you a year from now. You know what I mean? It's like, shut the fuck up. Just post some cool shit. Maybe a neutral opinion or a very distant opinion on something, because I have opinions on certain political issues or whatever the fuck is going on. Like, in fact, I've been thinking about you. You're in the UK. What the fuck is going on over there, dude, with the riots? Are you seeing any of this shit?
It is Azrael's policy not to talk about sex, politics, or religion.
But you're okay. Like, obviously you're safe, right? And it's not, your neighborhood isn't burning down, right? Perfect. That's all I need to know. I just honestly was concerned that. What's that?
Now.
Okay, so nod yes or no. Is it a realistic potential threat to you?
Right. What I would say is, between demons and angels, what I'm seeing is a dark and light. It comes across as almost a holy war, yeah? Although it's not specifically religious, it has those tones to it.
Right.
And you look at something like the darkness, and what you've got there is an inspiration for your work, but not the only one. In your work, I see cinematics. Obviously, I haven't got it yet
Right.
to look at it in detail and have a deeper understanding. Yeah.
Right.
And I would say, to me, it's iconic in terms of the artwork. In terms of the writing, I'm getting a vibe that you've worked it out and it's cosmological. Yeah. You've got these experiences. He says, just scrolling over to your image here, I can see the silhouetted work. And what I'm liking about what you're doing, it's very progressive. You can decide whether you want those lettering effects, explosions. Just to show I was listening when you're speaking, actually, I listened very intently. And you can decide whether you want a lot of captions or just enough captions to explain a scene change. But that you don't necessarily have to be verbose with your writing. For example, the way I'd actually create, which is, again, everybody's different in the indie comics, and everybody can be. We're not on a Marvel DC book in the quote unquote mainstream. I don't even think Marvel DC are so mainstream anymore.
Right.
I like the balkanized landscape of the comics, but on that image that you just showed there with the background we talked about last time, I like the fact that you can use photographs in your backgrounds. Why not?
Right.
If that's efficient and you've got a beautiful landscape outside your house, why wouldn't you use it?
Right.
Cam Kennedy, who was the artist on was it the Light and Darkness War? And was it Cam Kennedy, Jim Bakey? I think it's Cam Kennedy, the Light and Darkness War. And I think, did he work with, I can't remember that, John Turtleman to do the writing on it? And he lives in the Orkneys in Scotland, yeah? And the landscapes that are so dramatic with azure backdrops and skies. You just why would you not take advantage of that, either to take your own photographs and illustrate from as reference, or
Yeah.
just use photographs and modify them in a digital manipulation program of your choice? So
Yeah.
basically, you can define what comics are by, if you think, well, hang on a minute, those explosion effects were around in the 1930s. I don't want them anymore. Some
Right.
might say a little bit corny or redundant. Some might say
Right.
it's what comics is, if that's what you're
Right.
going for.
Right.
And you might think, hang on a minute, I can use my photographs. Why can't it be multimedia? Why can't it? We're in the 21st century.
Right.
You're still drawing, aren't you?
Right.
And you're still inking.
Yeah.
And yes, I'm going to nod very slowly. Azrael is safe.
Okay. I just honestly, sincerely, like I said, yeah, I know I don't want to deal with politics shit here, but I see on my feed so much shit going on over there, and it's like not just like one town, it's like here and here, and I don't even know Leeds and this and fucking this, and I'm just like, I'm not seeing Sherwood Forest, Robin Hood country, so you're probably safe. I just honestly been kind of concerned, like and then I'm like, okay, well, this is the media, and you got to be careful because they're known to exaggerate, and I'm like, but you are there, and so I'm like, if you're cool, then it can't be as bad as the media is portraying, correct? More or less, maybe. That's cool. I respect your not wanting to do it.
Yeah, I think, to me, I tend to avoid subjects like that because I don't want to add to the echo chamber. That's what social media is. It's an echo chamber.
Yeah, true.
So, for example, when I do my Indie Comics promo for art, comics, movies, games, and toys, I'm trying to bring out the 3 guiding light principles that I look towards in terms of positivity: of grace, gentleness, and generosity. How can I give value to Eccentric or somebody else's podcast or show or the comic? If I can find one good thing, I'd rather emphasize that rather than the forces of darkness. And indeed, broadly speaking, I think, given the last few years, I think many people could say that a shadow of darkness surrounds us all, to use a bit of Star Wars language.
Yeah.
And the way we combat that, and I use the word combat in quote marks, just in case my bank is listening and does a background check for me for my next bank load and says, did you use the word combat online? So we can't give you a mortgage on your new house. Do you know what a subject access request is? A SAR is?
Right.
Basically, a bank, all institutions now are, I guess, they will use social media to look at what you say to affect politics and religion, and it will be held against you at a later date, I suspect. So that's why I have.
Where you are right now, you're doing this shit?
In Britain, all financial institutions, banks, you can actually request it, a subject access report on you. And
wow.
So if I go against the prevailing orthodoxy in terms of politics, sex, or religion, then somebody will there say, "Sorry, we can't employ you for that job, sir." Or, "Hang on a minute, you want to rent with us? We won't be giving you a house." Or if you get a digital currency, they might say, "Do you know what you said 10 years ago on X?"
Wow. Fuck, dude.
So if I sound somewhat diplomatic, it's for a very good reason, not just for myself. I don't want to get other people in trouble as well. You know what I mean?
No, this makes sense because I thought you were just being stubborn, which is cool. I get it.
No,
it makes more sense. You are literally covering your ass. Dude, I didn't know it was that.
I wouldn't say just that. I would say it's to me, my prevailing orthodoxy in terms of being online is, if I can't be, because obviously you can see all the drama farming and stuff like that online.
Right.
I'm thinking, I don't see what value I have to offer to pile on. I think that's from the 3 R's of politics, sex, and religion. I don't feel what I can contribute. It's just going to make a negative situation worse. To me, some of it's tempting. You think, "Oh, I'd like to have an opinion on that," and privately, you and me might chat about a great many things.
Right.
However, publicly, Azrael is trying to wield his sword for light and not for darkness. And
Gotcha.
whatever the prevailing shadowy ambience is in the world, by forces that appear very great indeed, we must strive to bring out the best in our humanity. And I think creativity is one of those areas. And in yourself, I see somebody who is somebody who's prepared to. We can keep the drama inside the comics. And what I liked about what you said earlier was, I'm trying to create a sense of balance, and that's sometimes what we don't have on social media: sense of balance and perspective.
True.
From the big institutions to the small guy. Sometimes we've got to be careful how we wield this power, because it is a giant echo chamber, and to actually get a positive message echoing is, for me, a lot better than creating a negative message echoing. So when you say you have balance between the angels and the demons, and the poor humans stuck in between, such as us lowly bottom feeders at the bottom of a totem, the totem pole, and what we say or do, it's like a giant honey trap. I mean, if you're not careful about what you say and do online, then it's like a CV. If you write down that you're I don't know, a ninth dan, I don't know, devil worshipper on your CV, you might not get that job. I don't know, but I'm just being a bit glib there and a bit humorous. But to me, we are safe for now.
Okay. Again, I just
Sherwood Forest yet lives. It's not been burnt down to the ground though. What I'm aware of.
I was just, the last couple days and nights of watching all this stuff, I was started to get concerned, because all of these locations seem to be around your area. And I was like, I hope that fucker's okay. You know? And I'm like, well, I'll find out if he doesn't show up Sunday. I'll have to shoot him a DM and say, hey, you still with us, man? But again,
if you get concerned, just shoot me a DM in the future, and I'll say I'm all right, mate.
Okay, because I am being sincere. Because like Donnie, for example, who's still here. Thanks for hanging out the whole time, Don. You know, we talk on in DMs on Twitter all the time, and if there's something like going on over there in Germany that I think, you know, I'll say, hey, is this shit real? Is this affecting you? You know, and like vice versa. So that's just how I am, because to me, I don't trust the fucking media. Even, you know, you can trust us. We're okay. Well, maybe 99%, but even you will maybe twist shit a little bit. So I try to get from the source.
You like your music, yeah? There's a good song for you, and I think it's a very interesting song.
What's that?
It's by a guy who used to sing with a progressive rock band called Marillion, and his name is Fish. And I'll have to link it. I'll link it to you in your DM, and it's called, the song's called "A State of Mind." I'll link it to you. I think you'll like it. It's very theatrical.
Okay. Cool. So anyways, back to the fun shit. So this is okay. So this is a good example, Kyle. This is a panel in what I'm doing now. This is this. I told you I'm storyboarding. I'm sorry. What's that?
I like that.
Okay, I'm storyboarding the last 13 pages of the book, and it's this battle, right? Yeah. And this is one. I kind of jumped in. I'm like, oh, I gotta do this. I know I should probably wait, but I have to draw it. So this was one I fucking drew. So this is one of the typical. Okay, obviously you can see a big fucking explosion blowing the shit. You know. Okay. Now in a normal comic, it'd be kaboom. You see what I'm saying? You don't need it here, man. First of all, it would fuck this up. It's like, what we're gonna like here, like this big kaboom word here, covering all this brightness and green and stuff. Do you see my reasoning for not having the speech bubbles in the? I don't know the term for the sound effect words. I'm sure there's a term. I just don't know it. But you know what I'm saying, right?
Well,
this is probably
it's a kind of kaboom one, isn't it? But I like what you're doing here in terms of, I can hear it without hearing any words whatsoever. any? I'm not hearing
Yeah.
any sound effects. I'm hearing sound effects in my head, but I'm not seeing necessarily letters. You know, I'm
Right.
feeling.
Right.
I'm feeling it. What
Right.
you're giving us is something visually visceral. Does that
Right.
make sense?
Yeah. Because again, this battle that I'm working on now, you know, and I've said it in tweets today, yesterday, whatever. You know, there's a lot of fire and blood and explosions and all this cool shit, and but not just you know, regular explosions like normal whatever fire-based explosions, but obviously you notice the green, right? A lot of green sparks, right?
Yeah.
So
Any block explodes in a ball of green flame. Green flame. I mean, so all the hell is breaking news here?
Green flame, man.
dude, I want to try to play little movie clips, right? Here and there, like
Multimedia.
timing, like
Make the stream interesting. Make it interactive with the viewer. Give them a sense of what you're trying to convey.
because here's another one, because as Kyle, as we all know, we all love explosions, right?
Who doesn't? Yes, but we know
I
what the
just
sound.
love these
But
little
we know
things.
what an explosion sounds like, and you know when you go to a movie and you get that, it's satisfying. I'm not. I know there's guys like that sort of thing. I'm not sure whether women like that sort of thing. You'd have to ask Danny herself
Right.
whether she like the kaboom in movies.
Actually, okay, Donnie, if you're still here, do you think explosions are cool? Donnie, do you think explosions are cool? Let's see if she answers. Explosions are cool, Donnie. She could be off. Well, once, going twice? No. Okay. She's a busy lady. She's got a lot going on behind the scenes. Oh, there she is. Let me think. We just want to know if you like explosions. We're waiting.
I do like the armor on your characters. It's almost got that medieval quality of armors. Any sort of medieval armor an inspiration for your angels and demons? Is there a bit of that in it?
I'm sorry, what was that again?
Do you have a sense of inspiration from medieval armor? There's almost something almost like traditional medieval armor in the angels and demons that are battling here. I do like the style of the armor that you're coming out with, and you're putting some detail into those outfits too, with like the lacing and the buckles and the rivets and the spikes, and the patterns, the grooves in the helmets and stuff like that, and like the braiding on the hair and that. There's some detail going in there. You really are going into the pixel level with your art, aren't you? Like you mentioned last time, I think you said you really zoom in. 2 weeks ago, I think you said you really zoom in to the detail. Yeah.
When I work, I'm at this scale. I color these individually. I mean, like this is okay, here, back up. This braid of hair, right? All right. So you have white, yellow fading into orange and tan. That's all. That's hand colored, man. You don't just click. That's fucking, you select that and you fucking color it and fade it. And you select that and you color it and fade it. You got to do that and that's just the fucking braid. Try doing it for the fucking hair, right? I do it with the hair. You look. See, there's white, but the helmet, yeah. This is a paint. Black is a bitch because black fades into black. See how there's black, but there's black here, and there's all this shit. See all this?
Yeah.
The grays. Black is tricky. You can fuck up black real easy if you don't if you're just not patient with it, if you're not cool. But this is really close. Like this symbol here on the center of his helmet, you know what I mean? For that, I'm like drawing it like this. this close. So, but see how the closer you get, you can see the fucking how it's a mess. It's a fucking mess. But back here, you can't see shit, dude. You know what I mean? So this is actually a clear one here. This is clear. But yeah, the armor, medieval, but modern with a twist, different style. I basically, because like here's Victoria. She's cool as shit. She's cool. She's got the whole Catwoman look going. You know what I mean? I mean, clearly she was inspired by Catwoman and Batman, Michelle Pfeiffer, and you know her fucking black outfit. It's all stitched together. Dude, that's so fucking sexy. So I modeled this after that style. It's just cleaner. Like there's not as many.
Yeah.
But this, I love black leather outfits, black leather armor. So I don't have a whole lot of like traditional English, armor in the book because this is fantasy. This is history. So I look at it like, okay, this, past whatever age, create life, era, whatever it is. They had armor, the same way, iron and steel, bronze, all this shit. But their style was slightly different than ours in this time, right? Like, medieval England and Germany and France and King George and Henry VIII and all that, this style that is in our reality, it's like that, but different. So in this, world or
inspiration, derivation, transformation.
Yeah, it's just you can clearly see, yes, this is based on medieval armor and stuff in certain periods, but there's just something different about it, something a little different, a little more black leather, a little more smoothness to it, or something. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But the cool fucking thing about armor is it's the costume design, because not everyone wears armor, and some wear a lot of fucking armor. And then, do you think demons are going to have the same armor as the angels? No fucking way. Not even close. The complete opposites, right? And the humans aren't going to have armor that's as good as the angels or the demons. It's got to be in the middle, right? So you see what I'm saying? There's an infinite amount of costume design when you're doing a fucking story like this, right? And I love that shit. And that's why I love the little the buckles, like we talk about, like the stitching on the leg. I love that shit, that cross stitching, right?
Yeah.
Little pack on her boot, the boot buckle. I have boots with boot. They're called boot harnesses.
Yes.
This shit.
Yeah.
I love little shit like that. The packs on her, here's a tiny little pack and here's a little bigger pack. What's in them? Well, you'll find out. That's the kind of shit I think about. Is I know what is in this and I know what is in this, but I'm not going to waste the time explaining to it right now to the fucking audience. You know what I mean? But everything, I'm like, ooh,
everything has a purpose in terms of a prop.
It really does. I rarely do I put something in the book that is just, let's just throw it in there. Like everything has a fucking purpose. Everything, right? And like I was telling someone about the whole Easter egg thing, how I sneak in Easter eggs and they're all over the place. In fact, my brother wants me to do a separate video one night of just showing the Easter eggs, like, going through the first book and saying, oh, here's one and here's one, because I love hiding all that little shit in there. And once you get the first book, which hopefully I'll be able to mail to you in like the next 1 to 2 weeks. I think maybe next week.
You're going back to reprint it, yes?
Yeah, I'm waiting on it. And so, but like I said, all of the shipping shit done, dude, is taken care of. Don't worry about that. And so all you do is I explain it to you how you go to the site.
Yeah. We are looking forward to the first issue with great interest.
Well, again, I want you to see it so you know what this is actually about, because I think pretty much what it's about. But you never know. You know what I mean? I'm like, I am not you, and so I don't know if you actually realize what this is about and how like extreme it is. Because I call this a bipolar book. Basically, it's like I literally one of the fucking first little catchphrases I thought of is I said this is a bipolar. I said I'm basically a bipolar artist who's created a bipolar story during bipolar times in a bipolar world. Is there a lie to any of that? You know what I'm saying? It's all
How
fucking cool, dude.
intriguing. How intriguing.
Think about it, because I'm not a clinical bipolar, but I'm extreme. I have high highs and low lows. Okay.
I think
But I
most
think
most creators can have extremes
Yeah.
of sadness and joy, and
Right.
all the different shades of grey and
Yeah.
vibrant colours in between.
Right. So I like to joke.
Almost like a pendulum.
It is, yeah. So I joke a lot about being crazy or bipolar or whatever. But this story is definitely bipolar because you're dealing with the ultimate good and the ultimate evil. I mean, you know, and that's the whole argument is, okay, what is more good than God? Let me know. There it is, right? Because that's the 10 on the scale of 10 to negative 10, right? There's nothing you don't think better or greater than God. Okay, so there's that. Now, who's worse than Satan, the devil himself? Is there any person or myth who is worse than the devil himself? I haven't heard of any, right? That's fucking extreme, dude.
Well, the world can be an extreme place, and therefore all the more reason to harness that energy.
Right. And so again, the story
in a
is
creative way, and harness it in terms of telling a story of extremes, and
right.
that make putting the world as it is, or a perception of it, into a book is the best way of. It's almost like a form of catharsis, you know?
Yeah.
Release, and it's a form of therapy for the creator. And when you're going into this level of detail and you're holding up a mirror to the world and creating your own cosmology, which you clearly are doing from their own individual outfits, which
Right.
are taken on historical inspiration, yeah, but
Right.
in your way, then you know you get a sense of your creator that's trying to put his own unique mythology out there.
Right. Right. And again, in bipolar times, now that skirts the whole political bullshit, which we don't have to talk about. But again, I know you know what I'm talking about, and your smile says, because we know how not only I can speak for the USA being divided, and it is fucking clearly divided, but it seems to me it's that way in a few other places in the world. So that's just okay. And that's the times we're in, because it wasn't always this way. You know, it's always been this way. I see some fucking people, you know, on social media. It's always been this way. No, it hasn't. Fucking 20, 30 years ago, shit was not this fucking divided. This is fucking going on now. Okay, so the times are fucking bipolar. It's bipolar times. And the world, of course, because we inhabit the world, and since times are fucking, you know, divided, so is the fucking world. Okay, so it all fucking ties in together. If you ask me, it's like I fit into the story that I'm working on, to the times we're in, to the fucking world we're in. So it all makes sense to me. I'm not sure if anyone else thinks it makes sense, but whatever. I don't give a shit.
Well, I think Stan Lee was a creator who once said it best, that our stories on our heroes should have feet of clay. And regardless of how we feel privately, and private it is, that we should let the reader not preach to our readers, but
right.
that can be a thing,
right?
In current, when I say mainstream, I say not so mainstream.
Right.
I would say let your reader decide. They're clever enough to get it. If you give them the clay and the material to work with, let them give them you provide a canvas for this lovely A4 American letter magazine format that you've got. You give them, you present them with some narrative choices, enough questions, visual questions,
Right.
and let them make the sound effect in their own mind. Yeah.
Right.
Let
Yeah.
them decide, because you've got balance and neutrality in terms of an author that's putting this extremes across, you know, a reflection of the world, as you put it.
Yeah.
And that's all an author or creator or visual storyteller can do, is interpret the world and harness that and harness the talent, marshal the resources, and allow the reader, the consumer, to actually absorb it and make their own decision.
Yeah.
Rather than telling them what to think, we can allow them to, if there is a shadow of darkness that surrounds us all in the world, then we can be the sort of lights that put our creativity into a book and let the reader make their own decisions on how to interpret it, almost like mystic runes.
Yeah.
Make them think, allow them to think.
Yeah. Are you cool for a few more minutes, or do you need to go?
Yeah. I'm somewhat elastic in my time and space.
Okay.
I
Because I know it's late there, and I don't want to keep you over too much.
I'm good.
Okay.
I exist in the great nexus, and occasionally I can get beyond its vortex and gravimetric and gravitational pull.
Perfect.
For short bursts of time, I can occupy the space outside my time continuum.
I hear you. So, okay, which leads me to what is going on with your stuff, man? Because you said you're working on. I know you're working on your YouTube channel, and you love talking about the 5 pillars. Is it the 5 pillars of
5 pillars of storytelling, yes. Art,
Okay.
comics, movies, games, and toys.
right?
And to me, these are all forms of storytelling. That thread. I mean, it's ironic that you say that you were a writer, then you were recording sound effects. So we've got narration, we've got sound effects. That's film, and a lot of those filmic qualities are going into games. Yeah,
Yeah.
and what the movies sell to make more money on merchandise, toys, and what does art go into? Comics. So you see, there's a thread that weaves through the tapestry of these storytelling mediums. And in terms of what I want to do, I would say we've all been on this popular cultural storytelling journey for decades now, you know,
Right.
and the mainstream or not so mainstream media has developed how it has. And I think we can choose what eras we like and creators and put it out there. So I would say maybe my comic, when I get it out there, I've done the prototype. It exists. It's classified, so I can't talk about it. It's
That's cool.
I'm like a kind of vault, but I will say it's. I think I hear you. I hear Eccentric's cultural journey. Likewise, my comic will be my cultural journey.
Cool.
There might be some overlap, he says cryptically.
Really?
Because we're human beings. And
like
so you never know what
Cool.
might appear in a comic by Azrael.
Awesome. That's cool, man.
And visually, to me, I'm a traditional creator. I'm a hybrid creator because obviously I've used Photoshop. Well, I did before the licensing terms, when the reach exceeded the grasp.
Okay. Right. You mentioned that before, and I still have no fucking clue what you're talking about. But
I'll link
I just
you.
keep using it until I can't use it
I'll link
anymore.
I'll link you in DMs and see how how that works for you. But I won't talk about it publicly.
Okay. Gotcha.
But yeah, I've used Affinity Photograph. It's funny, you know, you talk about coloring and how labor intensive that can be.
Yeah.
Actually, there's one actual program I've got 1.5 of it. It's called Clip Studio.
I've heard of it.
called Manga Studio. And what it does is actually you can actually draw in vector art, so it's completely scalable. So you don't have to worry about pixelations on your artwork.
Cool.
So it's infinitely scalable. But
Mhm.
one cool tool they've got, for flat colors,
Mhm.
they've got an AI tool that will actually create lighting source to your flat colors. Now, what a time saver that would be. And
Yeah.
that's actually in version 2.0, which I bought about 3 months ago. And I'm so naughty. I've yet to download it. But I've been so busy with all sorts of other stuff. I need to download the software and actually start. I think I said on the previous stream, actually. Oh, by the way, I must be courteous and say thank you to you for letting me on your show 2 weeks ago. A big thank you, Aecentric, because it led to the opportunity of going on another show with Devilfly Momentum. And he's doing his own book. He's got a YouTube channel with, I think he's got 1,500 followers on X.
Nice.
And YouTube channel, he's got several hundred. So he's doing great guns, and he's been doing Devilfly Momentum. A shout out to the boys there, Devilfly Momentum and Shadowhawk, who really looked after me. Very civilized, lovely gentlemen, good company, and they expressed the rich sense of popular storytelling culture, that the journeys they've been through, like you've been through your journey.
Okay.
And great to be in the company of somebody like yourself, people who are experienced in that, and they were very gentle and really looked after me. But I got that experience thanks to you. And to use their words, they said they'd like to ease me into another show, so they did ease me into it, and they're very nice to me. And likewise, I've come back here, so things build, don't they? In the multimedia. I mean, what did they say? I think we agreed that being able to do this, you and me, separated by thousands of miles.
Yeah.
Like, it's broadcast. It's like Star Wars technology.
It is.
It's very democratizing, even though some people might argue about how democratized the world is in terms of the creative space.
Right.
As long as we behave ourselves in relative terms and don't shoot our mouth off too much about naughty people, then actually, I mean, your book, I'm looking forward to it because I'm thinking, what's in the box? He's talking about these dark extremes. I gotta have a little look at that,
Yeah.
And yeah, he said Devilfly Momentum, he's been on this journey for 3 years, and he showed some of the original art boards and some of the stuff he collected, like the comics that he liked and stuff like that. And just very interesting listening to different people, what I mean? And, so that's why I spend a lot of time listening to you, Aecentric, because I'm thinking, I want to know about people. I want to give value through listening to people.
So, okay, Devil Flyer, is that the name of his project, his book, or is that his?
Devil Flyer is, I think Devilfly Momentum is the name of his comic, and it's on the same place as you. Go fund my comic.
Have you it sounds like you had to have posted something on your Twitter feed.
Yeah, I retweeted it. I retweeted it to say, because it's been a week, I just want to say thank you by promoting his comic.
Okay, and I'll go through. I'll find it and check it out. You know what I mean? And I'll like it, retweet it.
I was in the bath listening to it because I had a chance to listen. I'd listened to parts of it, but I was in the bath. I listened. We were actually last week. We're on the show for quite a while, and I thought, right, on his show, I think we broke yours and my record of 3 hours. It was nearly 3 hours, wasn't it? We did almost 3.5 hours, and we really got into it. So it was superb. I'm thinking, you've got some interesting people. Me, in my case, I don't get out often, obviously trapped here in the Nexus, but being able to actually, I think even you'd be ashamed of me, Aecentric. I actually got excited and got enthusiastic for a little while. My stiff upper lip and being British is supposed to be calm and reserved, and obviously, being British, I never tie my own shoes. I've got a butler to do that.
Of course.
Of course.
And every day you have tea and crumpets, right?
Yes. But anyway, I was in the bath. I was listening to the show from last week, and it's very interesting just listening to it back and thinking, all right, I did that, okay, and maybe I need to improve a bit more at that, or I need to listen more when somebody says this, or interject a bit more. Oh, I forgot to say that. I should have said that.
Exactly. Reviewing, Yeah, the first time I reviewed this shit was I guess Vichy, because that was the first. Yeah. Well, I mean, technically, there's this 3-minute intro I did myself, and I fucking hated it because I hate watching just me. You know what I mean? But when Vichy came on, I'm like, oh, I gotta watch this, and and see what I fuck up a little bit. And I was actually surprised because at first I'm just like, you can't help but you're looking at yourself. You're almost ignoring the other person. You're just like, oh my God, I could have done my hair different or whatever. I'm too close to the camera, too far from the camera, or like one thing that I do. I'm not doing it right now, but at first I say I have no clue until I started seeing myself, and I'm like, oh, man, I say that way too much. I gotta stop that. So now I'm conscious about trying to not say it. You have to review yourself in the video you do, and you gotta say, okay, yep, up, down. You know what I'm saying?
Be your own editor.
It's like you have to edit yourself. You're editing yourself because, again, this is like broadcasting. And even though I don't have shit for fucking followers or people watching, if there's a 2, 3, 4, 5 people watching or something like that, it matters. It's like, do they watch the whole thing or do they tune out after 10 minutes because I'm saying too much or whatever? It's little shit like that.
You can look at your own analytics, can't you, inside the YouTube creator thing? And I thought that was interesting. And you can see where it goes down or flatlines or goes up or spikes up or down, Very interesting.
Yeah. But again, I almost don't give a shit. I'm not, if I get too technical and obsessive with, like I said, subscribers and views and this and algorithm, I'm like, now it's not fucking fun anymore and I'm going to fucking hate this. Right now, I feel
free.
I'm not 100% comfortable yet because I don't know exactly what I'm doing because I simply haven't done it enough. It's literally like riding a bike. Right now, I'm at the stage where, hey, I'm riding. Ooh, look at me. But it's like, oh, shit, here comes, and so I'm nervous. That's literally where I am right now. It's the beginning. It's fun. I'm getting the hang of it, but I'm not comfortable 100% with it. That's where I am now. As soon as I start worrying about that technical shit, I'm going to fucking hate it, So I'm like, I'm just going to fucking do this. Try to have fun, make it cool, make it entertaining. People either like it or they don't. I don't give a shit. Then don't fucking watch it. That's just how I am with everything, man. You don't like my book? Don't fucking get it. Don't read it. Don't look at it. It's not my fucking problem. This is what I fucking do. If you don't like it, there's tons of other shit out there that's better than mine. Believe me, I know, I get it. But if you're into this, well, it's here, and I'll be here for a while. It's like the show. And so, but it is interesting to see other people's shows. So I want to check out this Devil Flyer. So that's the name of the show. His book.
Devil Flyer Momentum is the name of his YouTube channel. I'll link it to you.
His channel's Devil Flyer Momentum.
Devil Flyer Momentum, and
link me, man. Yeah,
I will link. I'll link you up in DMs, and it's also on my main page as well because I think that was the last thing I promoted before I came on here. I'll have a little look. Actually, let me just have a little check on my X. So look, and no, it was Baylor. Let's have a look. I've done a few things. Yeah, it was Baylor was the last one. The LCS before that, and then I did a double promo for Devil Fly Momentum. I was on the 4 o'clock Shadow show, so cool. I will actually just start.
I'll check. Yeah, link it to me because I'd love to. I'll watch it tonight, man.
It's going in now. It's there, and the book on at Fund My Comic is Red. Let me just check actually. Red by Momentum. I'll just link that to you as well. You've got 2 DMs now on.
Awesome.
Oh, wait a minute, not him. That's the guy who created it. Right, you've got 2 DMs in X. There you go.
Oh, okay, cool. I remember seeing this picture today.
How about that?
Gotcha. All right, there's the show.
But isn't it amazing? We can send one another DMs live and be talking. We're almost like TV studios. There you go.
See, I have Twitter on my phone, not here.
Oh, right.
My desktop is YouTube, Photoshop, and all the shit in between. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
All social media crap right fucking here. But again, I just think that people take it for granted. I mean, like right now, dude, I've never been out of the country. Like I've never been to Mexico, Canada, nothing. But yet here you are in current time, in color and sound, in fucking England. To me, that's crazy because I'm like, I've never been to England. I've never heard of it. I've seen pictures in movies, but to me, you're a foreigner. You're foreign to me. I'm like, oh, you have an accent.
But I think we were talking.
It's amazing to me. But yeah, we were fucking talking, and things. It's not costing us $5 a minute, man. Oh, $10 a minute. Well, Kyle, we can only afford to talk 5 minutes, man. We fucking talk all night. I don't think people realize how fucking cool that is, dude. Because everyone does it. Oh yeah, well you're streaming. Well, yeah, but do you understand? Like,
Yeah,
I guess the physics, the logistics of it. This is nuts, dude.
I think it's our generation, and I think I was talking about this on Double Fly Momentum last week. We were so appreciative. I think our generation has a sense of gratitude,
right?
Because when we grew up, we knew that actually, if you're on the phone, basically you're putting in loads of money to actually speak to somebody from another country.
You remember long distance charges, right?
Long distance charges, right? Yeah. I mean, that's only been conquered in the last decade or so.
Yes.
And
dude, 20 years ago, talking to someone, a girlfriend of fucking Canada, $150 if I talked to her one night. I'm thinking about that. That's nuts, dude. What we're doing here. We're not just talking on the fucking phone, dude. We're seeing each other. I'm like, hey, check this out. Look, you know what I mean? And it's not costing us shit. That's the fucking amazing ass time we're living in. And again, I think when you're born into this, you have no clue. You just take, take it for granted. My internet's slow. It's like, motherfucker, you should be grateful you fucking have internet. You know what I mean?
Wow.
But that's the generational difference, man. Our generation, we some people say, and I completely agree. A lot of people have agreed that Gen X is probably the best generation. I'm not just saying that because we're Gen X, because obviously you are. I am. Dude, we had the best of both worlds. When we were kids, we were little kids, there wasn't the internet. It was life before the internet. It was VCRs, tapes, video cassette tapes, cassette tapes, all that shit, right? Smoking fucking everywhere, smoking on the airplane, fuck it, A kid drinking beer, who gives a shit, That's how we grew up as a kid. And then in our, teens, 20s, 30s, whenever, the internet and all this, and we were young enough to learn it, adapt it, and love it. So now we're in our 40s, right? And we've had both worlds, man. And we appreciate, because this world now, the second world, the second age, we can compare it to the first age, because the first 10, 20 fucking years, that's where we were. We lived it. We remember it very clearly, Yes. People born in this age, they have no clue how it was back then. And people born further back then, they can't adapt to this shit we're doing right now. They don't understand it. In fact, I just, God bless him. God love him. The other night, my older brother, and he's older. I put him on speakerphone. One of our phones, speakerphone. And he's like, oh, I can hear him. Like, oh, speaker. Oh, okay. How do I do that? I'm like, can you get on speaker? Yeah, okay. I'm like, okay, look at this picture. I'm texting you. How do I do that? I'm like, fucking grandpa. Jesus, how old are you, dude? 75? It's like, you move your speaker. How do I do it without hanging up on you? I'm like, you just drop the fucking, and when you're talking on the phone, I can't show him. So I'm like, dude, just drop the phone bar and bring up your text and look at it. And I was laughing, going, see, he's older, and it's not as easy for him to get this weird technical shit as it is, like, for us. And even like our parents, even worse, like they couldn't get this shit all. You know what I mean? And so again, I think our Gen X, timing was right, because this change came about in our 20s,
We're at that kind of that nexus, but that inflection point, I would say, rather, of knowing what it was like without and now having it, so we can appreciate the best of not having it and the best of having it. Yeah.
Yes.
I think that's a nice balancing fulcrum point to be at.
Right.
Me, I have a sense of appreciation of what it can do, of its potential, to talk to somebody 1,000 miles away. We were talking
Right.
about that on the show with Devil Fly Momentum last week, and we were just so excited about we're actually doing this. Like you were just saying now, we're actually talking to somebody who's, I'm talking to Kyle in England, and I'm talking to Aecentric in America,
Right.
you know, with a 5-hour time difference. We're actually bridging the time and space barrier to speak.
We are
in crystal.
because right now for you it's Monday, right?
It's Monday over here, yeah.
I mean, for me, it's still Sunday. So even though it's like, you know, we obviously we know how it works and it's really no big deal. But then again, from another perspective, literally you are in my future and I am in your past. So it could be seen as
Time
wow,
travel.
you are breaching space and time. You know what I mean?
Time travel.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know. But anyway, so okay, so back to you did Devil Flyer stream, that's cool. Your channel, have you added any new stuff or?
I'm now actually surprisingly due to that show, I got a few more subscribers, and
Cool.
one thing I did was actually link. I made a slideshow of the around about 50 books I've backed. Most of them
I saw that. That was cool.
And somebody, it's quite funny actually. The creator of Baylor, actually Peter, got quite a charming lad actually. He an Irish fella, and he said. He actually sent me a reply with the timestamp, and that made me laugh my head off because I think he's the only person who's put the timestamp on there. I thought
That's
I had
cool.
to give him a reply and say that's top drawer. I like that. It did make me laugh. And
Well,
so,
dude, it's cool when you're a creator and
I
you
got a few
see your stuff on
doing
someone's what it's like, oh, that's mine. You know what I mean?
That's mine. I'm
It's
not
cool.
just promoting on X. I'm promoting on YouTube as well. All of a sudden, we're starting
Yeah.
to see the links of this is what we're doing on X. Now we're promoting on YouTube. A Kyle of a month ago wasn't doing that, and
Right.
now can give value to people, not with just
Yeah.
a single promotion, but a double promotion.
Yeah. Yeah. And so, okay, so there's your YouTube and all that. And then you said in your tight-lipped about your book, your comic book.
I'm going to get back to drawing that. I think what I need to do is get on with that. As
Okay.
the way that I like about you quietly beaver away.
Yeah.
And
Okay.
I'd almost say in an immutable way. I can sense this. 2 weeks ago, I was on your show and I thought, that guy, you know, a wrecking ball could come through his place and he'd still be at his drawing board at that time, suffering for his art. You know, I just got the impression that it was almost like an unholy war that you were creativity. It was, you know, it's almost like you were living it.
Yeah.
At your creative board.
Yeah. I mean, I just, with the help of Atmosphere, notice I got these fucking Christmas lights everywhere. I'm not a stoner. I don't do drugs. I don't even fucking drink. I'm a coffee addict and a bottled water addict. And I smoke cigs, but I'm constantly trying to cut down. I don't drink or do drugs. I used to, no, it was like I'm not like, oh, I was an alcoholic when I was saying, no, I knew how to control my shit, you know, my consumption of toxins, right? And I fucking had fun. I loved it. But I was at a different place in Las Vegas, different place, different job. So now, like my saying is, don't drink and draw. You know, you can't drink and draw. If you're fucking drunk, you can't you fucking drunk. So I'm doing this shit all the time. So I have to stay sober and focused, right?
Super focused, yeah.
Yeah. But the atmosphere, my home is my temple. It sounds weird, but it's true.
Creative temple.
My fucking place where I live and work has to be comfortable, cozy. The lighting can't be too bright, too dark. I mean, all this weird. That's a smoke gun. I got fucking scented candles. Yeah, I have to have scented candles. You know what I mean? And the real ones, like actual flame, not electrical artificial. There's all these weird fucking things that I have in my environment, right? Add the music.
A creative ritual to create a supportive, nurturing, creative environment.
Yeah, I surround myself. So there's the atmosphere, you know. The music is the sound, and to me, that's very again. I don't think people realize how important music is. Musicians do. Like Vichy totally understands because that's what he does. To me, music is so fucking important. It's just I don't do it. I'm not into that. So it may seem like it's not that important to me. It's hugely important to me. Music I have to have when I create. You know what I mean? And so there's the music and all this stuff, and then you're in it. You know, you're just in it, and time can fucking fly, dude. I mean, like, 2-3 hours, and you're like, fuck, my back hurts. You know what I mean? And you got to get up and stretch. Sometimes it's every 20 minutes I'm getting up and I'm trying to smoke or getting more coffee. I'm like nervous, like pacing, back and forth. Like I get up 5 times during an hour. Other times it's 3 hours straight and I don't even know. And I'm like, holy shit, it's fucking 3 a.m. You know what I mean? So I don't know. That's just how I do it. If you can do it the same way, that's not what I suggest. I would say your environment, music, and just, I guess, believe it's real. Whatever the hell you're drawing, whatever you're creating, your world, the people in it, you have to smell it. I could talk forever about my shit, so I'm going to try not to because I don't want to. But I have the sense, the smells of every single angel. They're all different. This one smells like sandalwood. This one smells like jasmine. This one smells like this. This one smells like... I literally went through all the pleasant scents that exist on the fucking planet when I was creating the angels, because there's 13 of them. There's only 4 in the book, and so I have to introduce more. But I had to make sure that I knew what the angels smelled like, right? Because
now, how many times, Eccentric, how many times in a comic do you hear anybody talk about what a character smells like?
It has to be, because it's real.
Scented candles. I like that. That's innovation. That's somebody who's in deep. You're in deep, brother.
Well, think about it, because I remember in the Bible, like, and again, forgive me for not knowing the Bible and having it memorized, but there's something about like a saint, like when a saint dies, their body gives off odors of flowers. Like, when we die, it's rotting, nasty shit. But like when some saint or something dies, their body smells like roses or flowers. Again, it's somewhere in the Bible. I don't know exactly what, but it's that whole, they're blessed. They're special. They don't smell like decaying body. They smell like pleasant flowers. That's fucking cool. And that's like, in the Bible. So I'm just like, okay, well, if you are in the company of an angel on earth, it's here, tap, tap, ting, ting, living and breathing, shake its hand, then they're going to smell. So obviously they have to smell pleasant. So what is pleasant? Did they smell like bacon? No. Some, oh, that's great. But so I just found out, okay, what are like the top, 20 pleasant odors that exist in the world? And it's what you expect, jasmine and whatever, sandalwood, whatever. But I'm like, okay, this angel right here, who is the messenger angel, I don't know, they just seem like they'd smell like pine, like that pine scent, like pines, like a pine forest, you know what I mean? And this girl obviously has to be jasmine, and this female, angel has to be whatever, I went through and put assigned scents to each angel, and they're all different. And there actually is a scene I've written where it's brought up when an angel character finally interacts with one or more of the human characters. You're getting, how is this human, what do you call it? Taking in this information. How are they reacting to this person? Like, do they believe it's an angel, or do they simply think it's just a foreign, powerful warrior from some continent I didn't know exists? But you can see they don't look like us and stuff like that. But are they really heavenly? I don't know about that. You know what I mean? And so mention they smell like whatever. I was standing 10 feet away, but I had this scent of this beautiful jasmine coming from her, which was strange because we smell like sweat and blood. You know what I mean? You see what I'm saying? Everything matters. So why not know what the fuck a character smells like, because that's one step closer to real, man, real. If you know, you see them and you can hear them and you can smell them, you know, you see what I'm saying?
Touch, taste, the 5 senses to convey through the story, through the art.
And to me, that's important. That's what makes it believable. So if you think that's cool, then I suggest do the same fucking thing.
It is convincingness. It's called convincingness for the reader. They'll know that you've tried to authenticate your reality to convey it to them.
Yeah.
So the creative process, Eccentric. If I say some magic words, if I'm going to go through the traditional method that has been done since time memoriam in 1938 and the entry of Superman onto the scene through Action Comic. If I say to you, I'm going to go through the process. I'm going to say to you, writing. How do you go about it?
How do I go about writing?
You've already hinted at it, but you know, if you were to give me the gestalt of how you go about writing, your process.
Wow. Man, you're gonna have to be more specific. Honestly, that's way too broad for me. Writing is like,
I mean, are you an auteur writer? Do you use a word processor? Do you you handwrite your notes?
Both, all the above.
Do you follow like a kind of conventional comic script, or is it more of a natural, instinctive workflow for you when you come to actually writing your ideas down for the actual script or the story for your comic?
Okay. So now I can explain. I get blank paper, and I get a pencil, a black pen, and then a red pen, a blue, purple, multi.
So you almost color code it.
See these Sharpies?
I get it. Go on.
These Sharpies, I mean, I don't color. All my artwork is digitally colored now. 10 years ago, I was still coloring with marker. And when you get the first book, you will literally see the change. Like it was book 2, which is the second part of volume 1. I literally changed during the book where I stopped using markers and went 100% digital color. And you can see, because the first half of the book, when you look at the drawings, you can see the marker strokes and just see the coloring is a little dirtier. It's not as clean. You know what I mean? I literally changed my art, whatever, technique in the middle of my fucking book. You know what I mean? Who cares? You know, you can see how I progressed, how I improved, right? So all my markers now I use for highlighting notes and shit. So I write with pencil mostly, and it's like scribble loose, just fucking shit, and colors highlight shit and little lines and crap. It's like a map almost. I write like a map. And then I have to clean it up, so that's where the computer comes in. I go into, Word or whatever, and I just start typing out, everything neat and stuff like that. And then I have to print it. I have to have hard copies of everything. Like I said, I'm a hard copy guy. Part of it's paranoia. I'm afraid if the computer dies, everything's gone, right? Yeah. So I got
backups.
I got 5 flash drives right here.
Good man. So you got backups and emergencies. We like that. Backups of the backup.
Yeah. And then the writing. Let's see. So, like I said, I type it out. Oh, here we go. I type it out, and then I get it printed. And what I'm doing for this particular story, as you can see, note the different colors.
The color coding.
Okay, the boxes. Okay, so what this is.
So what color does blue mean?
Blue, everything's color coded. You'll see in the first book. I keep telling you.
I'm loving
Blue,
that.
red, and purple.
Look at that A4 size. It just, that reminds me of me collecting comics when I was young, and everything
This
was.
is chapter 1 of the first book. Okay.
Got it.
It's a really bad chapter. I open it up with a bang, so to speak. This is the next chapter.
We like the opening up with a bang. Oh, yes.
Shit. Damn it.
I like your use of sentences. I like your
Did you see that? Did you see that?
I didn't see it.
Thank God. Well, the other side of the book was the bad scene. I'm like, oh shit, I can't believe it showed that. Wow, I gotta be careful.
We don't want the YouTube censors smacking our bottoms.
Right.
Or
Here's
posteriors.
the next one.
Radiant light. Bathed
Three
in
colors.
light. Bathed in light.
Blue is angels. Red is demons. Purple is humans. Why? Blue and red make. When you mix blue and red, it makes what? Purple.
Yes.
Right. So when angels and demons come together, it basically is what we are. Right? We're not perfect. We're imperfect. We were sinners. We're good and we're bad. You see what I'm saying? So everything's fucking color coded in this book.
I like
Right?
that.
In the books, all of them. So that's the first thing you'll maybe know. Maybe some people don't. They don't know. But every chapter is colored according to the subject. So this chapter is about demons, so therefore it's red. This is about angels, it's blue. This one's about humans, so it's purple. Okay. So as for this writing thing here, these little boxes that says prologue, right? So that's great. And then the next one is angels. This is a chapter about angels. This is a chapter about humans. Humans A. There's humans A and humans B. Why? Because two separate storylines of humans. There's this guy or girl, and that's there in their story, and then there's these guys and girls over here. So the human category has two different stories in it. See what I'm saying? There's all these fucking rivers of stories going through this book, which is why it's a pain, because you have to keep track of it. And I have to make sure the reader doesn't get confused and lost. So the way you do that is slowly. You got to wind them in slowly, man. You can't go nuts, because I know a lot of people at first will be like, fucking battle crazy and all this shit and rah, 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 rah. Yeah, that's really fucking cool. But the readers can be like, I don't know what the fuck is going on, who these people are, what is this about?
Slowly catch a monkey.
Yeah, so my book starts off really simple and slow. And it slowly builds and builds and builds. Because I do that because as you go along the story, it gets more and more fucked up and more characters and more confusing. So it's kind of like, don't worry, it's going to get to that crazy shit, right, that people want to see. I'm just not throwing you in it because you'd be lost and confused. It wouldn't make sense. It's a slow leading up to all this crazy shit. Okay. So when I write, I break it down into, chapters and stuff, and it's all color coded. And I basically give basic just summaries of what's going on in every chapter. And every book's that way. So here's, so this is just the next book is one page. I have summaries of one page. So there'll be 1, 2, 3, 6 chapters in the next book. And then the book after that, there's 5 chapters. The book after that is et cetera, et cetera, et cetera.
That's almost like a written book structure. There's your narrative, your narration boxes, and your speech go on that, or on a slightly different thing? Or is that
no? This is like a summary. A clean copy of a summary of everything. Okay, it's sorting it out. It's like, it's like I have all this shit. I have to break it down per book. Like, what is going to be covered in this next book, and then the
structural breakdown of the book.
Right. Then when I'm working on the current book, okay, here we go. Hold on, is this? I get confused because I got so much shit everywhere. Yeah, here we go. Okay. Now now it's more like structuring. This is kind of like a structured checklist of every page in. Oh, there we go. Of every page in volume 2, what I'm working on right now. Okay. Pencil. You see red lines crossed off.
Yeah.
All those pages are done. So
Checklist.
this is just saying the page 1 is a map, page 2 is a map, page 3 is an intro, page 4, you know. So every page I have described visually, like what is it? So I know, oh fuck, this is what I draw here. See what I'm saying? Then when it comes to
Camera direction.
yeah, like you said, the narration and dialogue, I have an idea because right now I'm down 2 pages, right? Oh, I know what's going on this page, and then the storyboards come up. Okay, so that is when I have an idea of the narration and the dialogue. That's not written. So I look at this page and say, okay, these characters need to be talking about this. So now I gotta fucking write it, and so I figure it out, right? And then also what I do is I've texted myself on my phone all the time. I'll be driving or taking a shower or taking a walk or whatever, and I'll be like, oh, fuck. I think of a great line of dialogue, maybe one sentence.
Got to get it down.
Yeah. So I'm written notes. I'm like in a corner of oh, fuck, this is what they'll say. This is perfect. You know what I mean? So I got to get all these notes and shit together and then say, okay, here's this sentence. Here's this sentence. Here's this description. So my writing's actually a mess. It's all over the place. It's I call it organized chaos. I know what I'm doing. I understand it. But if I like die and someone would dare attempt to take over, good luck. There's no fucking way to figure it out. You know what I'm saying? It literally it dies with me. You know, that's how I write. I don't write all like a novel because this ain't a novel, dude. I'm drawing separate panels and putting them on a page, and then this for this page. You know what I'm saying? It's all fucking crazy.
So the narration and the script actually falls from inspiration onto your structure.
Yeah, it's not like I'm
not a formal script per se, not like a formal comic script where they
and I think that's how
here's narration and here's the script and then here's the speech bubble. Not quite like that. There's a process. It's more. It has structure, and then the living aspects of it in terms of the narration and the speech kind of fall from inspiration, and you kind of add that to your structure.
It's like the pros and the industries, you know, everything is so technical, so professional. It's like they're like, okay, we have an idea for a book, okay, and here's the title, and here's the characters, and we have a drawing of every direction of the character. You've seen those are cool as shit. I don't fucking do it. Why? Because it's me. I don't have to show it to anybody. Hey, this is the character you have to draw, so I need every angle, top, bottom, right, left. No, I fucking am drawing it, so I'm like, I know what the fuck their back looks like. I don't need to draw it. You know what I mean? When the time comes, I'll fucking draw it. But right now, I don't need to draw it because it's a waste of time. So, and
that's
then
your writing process, yeah?
Yeah, you know, same with the writing. It's like they type, okay, well, page 1, introduction, and page 2, conflict, and page 3, and to the very end, and they have all the dialogue figured out and all the narration panels, and the final narration panel is the summary of, and then you know, they live on.
I would say you're more like me then. You're a storyteller rather than an author writer. You know, to me, that's where we have something very deeply in common. I like your approach. Now,
it's messy, but it works.
Hey, if it's method in your madness, I think the greatest compliment is you can say it will die with you. So that way nobody else can do it but you. That's the way to do it. Now, that's the writing aspect taken care of. What about the art side of things? I mean, for example, the traditional way of doing things is, like you've said with writing, can be very structured and auteur-like, and you've got your own structure. Then it kind of like you get the narration and the speech in a more like ethereal way. If you're in the shower and you think, oh, I better get that down, you can add those notes to your structure. So it's structured and then it's loose. In that way, you don't drain it of life that way. You keep it more organic. So when that inspiration happens in the shower, you can hop out the shower and think, all right, got to get it down. Art, in terms of comics, it's usually thumbnails, layouts, which progress the rough thumbnails into something more structured. And then from the structured drawings, which are slightly bigger than the thumbnails, the layout drawings, which are half the size of or quarter of the size of a bit of Bristol board. Then you go into all that detail stuff. Yeah. So you've got a scribble gesture, Then you've got tonal black and white structural drawing, which works out the perspective and the anatomy from the developmental drawings, and then which are composited on the layout. And then you blow up the layout and then put your detail on your Bristol board after light boxing the layouts, the expanded layouts behind your original Bristol board art, and then you can kind of like trace it off on your Bristol board using your light box, and then you start putting all the detail on. Now that's a traditional comic art process. How's your art process? Because I know you do these visual storyboards because you showed me them 2 weeks ago.
Nothing like that. Again, I'm a wild card.
So I want to know about the unique you, because we know how they do it. I want to know how.
I'll show you some pencils.
Let's do it.
I just did this week. Okay. Oh, in fact, hold on. Let me whoops. Let me get the right fucking thing. Here we go. Okay. I got visual aids for this. Sorry. I'm talking so much, my throat is fucking dry. Let me see if I can show you. Okay, back to this one fucking page that I keep bringing up. Okay, this page here, right? Which you've seen a lot lately. Okay.
The innovative photography, I like that, and the silhouettes are powerful.
Okay. Oh, okay. There's going to be a panel here, square one. Okay. There's going to be a more of a rectangular panel here. And then down here is just kind of a wider rectangular square panel. So there's going to be 1, 2, 3 more to draw, right? I have not drawn this. I skipped this panel. I have penciled out this one right here. You want to see it?
Yes, please.
No Bristol board. There it is. That's it.
All right.
Now he is not drawn out, but this is about as much detail and pencil as I get. Okay. This is it. This is my pencil.
I see.
Not a Bristol board. I don't have a 11x17 scanner. My scanner is fucking 12x9. So I can't scan 11x17. I could buy it. I have one in my wish list on Amazon, right? But I'm so fucking thrifty. I'll just say politely, I'm thrifty. I can't see throwing away my current fucking scanner, buying a new scanner and replacing it. If this fucking breaks, and okay, oh shit, I'll get to 11x17 and then I'll change everything. I'll do 11x17 drawings. Right now, no, I'm drawing everything on 8.5x11 laser printer paper. Right, that's what I fucking draw.
Paper. All right, yeah, okay. Yeah.
Laser printed paper. It's tight bond. It's smooth. It's nice bright white. Pens and pencils are very smooth on it. This fits on the fucking thing, one panel at a time. So this is one panel, not one page.
So you work one panel at a time. Go on.
Literally, this is the penciling of this right here, right? Which is these two characters right here. This guy climbing up and this chick standing here are these two. Okay. I will pencil it and then I ink it, black ink, with my 0.05 Statler, or however the fuck you pronounce that.
Yeah, yeah. I can see it. Yeah,
Okay.
Staedtler. Oh, yes, we like Staedtlers.
0.05 fucking needle, right?
This is my Staedtler, my Staedtler pencil. Proof that I actually do have a pencil, and
There you go.
I will actually eventually stream me drawing. It will happen one day. This pencil is harder to lift than 150 kilograms in the gym. I can assure you that. You'll think I'm crazy saying that, but so anyway, you've got this pencil. You
want to see my high-tech pencil?
Yeah, let's do it. Hey, like it.
Here's my high-tech pencil. I love these fucking things, dude. Old school pencils, I love them. However, I did buy a nice one.
Buy my pencil for my dead hands.
Here's my, I don't even know what the fuck this is. A Carry black and silver shiny fucking awesome pencil which looks really fucking cool, but guess what? I don't use it. It's there. I can use it, but I am so used to using these fucking old school pencils.
Old school, keeping it real.
That's what I do. So, but at least my pen is nice and needle-like. So I ink it with the pen, erase the pencil with the fat fucking eraser, as you can see, right? And then scan it. Then from now on is Photoshop. I'm done with the drawing. And that literally is this table over here. I have 2 tables to make an L. This table right here over here next to me is a table going that way. That's my drawing table. This is my computer table. So the L shape, drawing, computer, okay?
Yeah.
So once I ink it and scan it, I don't even touch that table anymore. The drawing part's done. Now it's all computer. So now I have the black ink on the white, and then I first clean up the black, which means I zoom in to the black lines where a black line from a 0.05 looks like a piece of fucking rope, and I start smoothing it out because I'm fucking OCD insane. Now, that's very time consuming and it's not necessary. Some pictures it is, because if you look at a picture and the black lines aren't clean, it means you need to clean it up. Sometimes it doesn't matter. If the panel is far away enough, like this her jumping here, that drawing is really big. But on the page, it's going to be like this fucking big. It's a little corner. So I didn't have to go nuts cleaning up the black. Plus, she's wearing fucking black. I mean, I'm saying it's like, you know what I mean? It's like, hold on, where the fuck is this? Where's my goddamn? Okay. There you go. Okay, can you see?
Yeah.
Okay. She's in black, so you don't got to go nuts with the fucking black. But as you can see, you know, I do clean up lines.
Yeah.
See? So, but you don't have to go nuts because it's a small panel, you know? And so covers is a different story. Like the cover I did, yes, I was zoomed into every fucking line and cleaning them all up. I call it what do they call that? What's the fucking metal, like, it's like welding, where like when you have metal and there's the little like filings that stick out.
Oh, yes.
You know what I'm talking about? They have to kind of,
rivets, spot welding.
Yeah, it's a natural shredded metal that sticks out of like a cast, and so you shave it down. That's what I look at black lines like, because even though you think a black line looks, oh shit, that's straight and smooth on paper, when you zoom in, no, it looks like a rope. It's kind of fucked up. So
yeah, it's a product of transformation from an analog environment to a digital environment.
Right.
And then basically with it being a bitmap process from scanned art, when you zoom in, things aren't perfect, because obviously you've got to translate from something that has infinite resolution to something that has limited resolution, going from the real world environment to a computer which has a limited set of square pixels to represent what the real world is.
Yeah. So again, I clean up the black, and then I start coloring. And like, for example, this is my Victoria here. I'll just kind of focus on this. This is my most recent panel. I finished this, whatever, a few days ago, a week ago or something. With her, I did all the background first. I don't know why. It was bugging me. There was so much fucking light. I'm like, you know what? I'm going to start with the background. Okay, so again, this sky is that photo. It's just a side. So I had the sky done. It was a photograph, right? So I started drawing the fucking, coloring the chimney and the fucking roof and all this crap. I was doing all the background, and she's just black ink on white, right? And so I had all the background finished. Then I colored and colored her. And then this panel was not there, right? The original here. Where's her? Here you go. See? Yeah. This is the actual drawing I did of the panel, right? So now I'm like, okay, I have to have this panel in there. Where the fuck do I put it? Literally, and I'm originally thought in the top. I'm like, no, I can't fit it in there. And I'm like, hello, right in the fucking corner. You know, all this shit down here is wood and stained crap. I'm like, well, that's boring. I can get rid of that. So I drew the panel on like literally over here in black.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I'm like, okay, how big is this panel? And that font's 12. Okay, cool. So I just fucking took the black over. I drew this over here, copy paste, insert it here. I had to slightly reduce the size. I had to scale it a little, just a little wide to fit it because I didn't want to cover the boots, you know, and I wanted to have a little inset here. So just slight little fucking reduce. And I'm like, good. Click, save, done. See what I'm saying?
Yeah.
That's all I fucking do it. A pro would laugh his ass off and say, you suck, dude. You know, and an industry professional, they'd say, are you retarded? Who taught you how to do this? I'm fucking self-taught. Sorry, man. I do nothing like the pros at all, dude. They would fucking hate the way I do it. They wouldn't be able to, because again, they're so, you know, religious in how they do their work. 11x17 Bristol board and pencil first, and then pencil has to be detailed, and then the ink, you know, and then the coloring, and then this, and then finals. And I'm like, I do it all, so I'm not giving it to anybody, so I can fucking do whatever the fuck I want, because I'm the fucking penciler and the inker and the colorist and the letterer and the digital artist and the fucking editor and fucking everything. So guess what? I get to do it however the fuck I think I want to do it, and this is how I do it.
Eccentric.
But
Do you
I
enjoy
couldn't work for anybody. They wouldn't. No one would hire me. They'd be like, I
Do
can't
you
hire
enjoy
you. You know what?
Do you enjoy it?
Hmm.
Like the way you do it, you enjoy it, yeah? Well, there
Yeah,
you
I
go.
mean,
That's the only justification you need. Just a question about your process. That looks to me like you've got all the layers flattened onto the final image there.
Yeah.
Do you, for example, when you're working, obviously, when you're deciding whether you want to work on the background first, as inspiration takes you, there's nobody says you have to work back to front or front to back. You can start with the middle, as you indicated there, then
right.
photograph in the background and the figure. Are they all on separate layers and then the text well on the separate layers, or do you just work as a fixed image?
When I flatten it every few seconds. I draw lines and this, and when it needs to be flattened, I flatten it and I save it. And then I draw and I flatten it and then I save it. I save every fucking minute.
Yeah.
If a drawing takes 12 hours, which some do, yeah, I save every 2-3 minutes, every hour of that drawing. I am constantly saving. You know why? Because all it takes is fucking once for drawing for hours and then something, whatever, you click it off or the fucking power goes out or some goddamn thing happens and boom, shit. And then, oh God, did I save it? When did I save it? And you see it's just black and white. Oh, the coloring and fucking glows are gone. There's nothing there. I'm like, oh dear God, that happened.
How was the work gone?
Once like 15 fucking years ago. I'll never do it again. It's a nightmare. You literally say, fuck it, I'm done. And you like don't draw for a day because you're like, not only is it the hours you spent, but you're like this, dude. You're like, for hours. Your back's I smoke some more coffee. It's just it's this painstaking fucking process, and your eyes are fucking. Oh fuck! I gotta rest my eyes. Yeah,
you gotta rest.
You have all that gone like that because you're fucking stupid and you didn't save it. I did it once, and I will never. So I save every fucking minute or two. I flatten every fucking minute or two. No, there's none of this. I don't understand. The thing is, I don't understand how they do it. Like these guys, oh my layers and all this layer, and I know how you have this multiple layers. It would drive me fucking nuts. I'm like, flatten it. It's done. It's like it's done. Move on. That's how I see it. The background's done. I'm not going to change the sky. I'm not adding a bird to it or something or a fucking shooting star. If I wanted that, I would have fucking drawn it in there. Flatten it. It's done. Move on. Next. The building, the window, it's done. Flatten it. Move on. You know, now we're on her. You see what I'm saying? The outfit, like I did the outfit. The very last thing I did on this panel, you know what it was? Fucking face, because faces suck, especially fucking women. female faces suck. It's my biggest weakness. I hate drawing them. I'm getting better, but you'll see when you get the first book, there's some female faces I gotta be drawn back. What are you gonna do? It's done.
Art is a journey.
I will be the first to admit that I am working on improving my female faces. Okay, they are a bitch. Ladies, your face is a bitch to draw. It's that simple. Because guys, we don't have to be perfect. We have some, we can be jagged jaws. There's all this shit, you know what I mean? Women, it's like, oh, it has to be smooth, but not too smooth. Because if it's too smooth, it'll look round like a pie face, and that's not attractive. It'll look like a little kid. So it has to be angled, but not too angled. I mean, there's all these fucking catches, just like a typical woman. Big surprise. And it's just like, this is a nightmare. So these fucking artists, like, who is it? Like, is it like Campbell, J. Scott Campbell, and who else? These guys who are known for drawing hot chicks. You know what I mean? Fuck, I salute these fuckers. I know they had to practice and get figured because it is not natural. You cannot just naturally draw an attractive female face. You know what I mean? The lips are too big. Lips are too small. The nose is too small. The nose is too big. I mean, there's so much that goes into a woman's face, and the littlest thing can just fuck it up. You know what I mean? Where a guy's face, if his nose is too big, who gives a shit? He's a guy. If his chin's too big, who gives a shit? If his ears aren't level, who gives a shit? The women, it all has to be fucking perfect in order for it to be attractive. If you're drawing a woman and she ain't attractive, we'll fucking draw her however. You know what I mean? But since the trend in comics is all the chicks are hot, you have to learn how to draw a female face that looks attractive. And it's a fucking pain in the ass, let me tell you. And when I first started doing this, I was failing bad. And you will see, I've had to redraw shit in the book you're going to get. And I still have to redraw more shit in the book, but I'm not going to because it's done. But that's why now, for this book, I make sure I try to make the best faces possible. And they're still not that great. Other artists are better drawing female faces. But it's improving. And you can see it. I'm improving. You know what I mean? So the very last thing on this fucking panel was her face. It literally was just like this white blank thing with dot, dot, dot line. It was like, it looked creepy. It was kind of creepy. It was like horrific. It looked like some twisted face paint because it's all colored except her white face. And there's just these two black spots. There are guide marks like, okay, eye, nose, mouth. And this is where I'll draw them in. Her face, I drew digitally. I didn't draw her face with pen because I didn't want to fuck it up. I'm like, I will just draw it digitally. So her face is all digital. Everything else is actually pen, and I tightened it up. But when it comes to that pain in the ass detail, I said, I'm not even going to fucking bother with the pen. I'm going to zoom in at 300-400% and draw it just digitally. And so that's what I did. So I have a fucked up process, Kyle.
Right. So that's the writing and the art covered. Tell me, that includes ink. So we've got the storyboards, we've got the pencils. We've got the inks and we've got Photoshop being used, yes, for the final image.
Oh, yeah.
What about your lettering? How do you go about the lettering?
Photoshop, type it. Except this book is different, okay? This book, in fact, I'll show you in a second. Where's the panel? Okay, this is all fucked up, Kyle. Again, I'm trying not to confuse people. But what I figured out is if I'm not going to have speech bubbles in the dialogue is going to be under the panels, right?
Old school, because a lot of the original comics, like Hal Foster's Prince Valiant were like that.
There we go.
Back in the 1930s.
Yeah. In fact, I think I fucking have one in the box somewhere. Okay, here we go. This is a perfect example. Perfect.
Go on. This looks interesting.
Okay. It's not spoiling too much, but unfortunately, it's kind of spoiling in book 2. This is current. Okay. Okay. So, where are we? Okay. So, in this book, what I've done is assigned not only styles of font, But the color, remember the color thing? Red, blue, purple?
Yeah.
Now it's in the fonts, okay?
So you've got color in the
So-
font, and you've got certain fonts for certain characters or narrations.
I had to figure out, and I will actually, let me see if I can find it. It's just easier to fucking show you. The picture is worth 1,000 words. That's the story of my life, Kyle. I
know what you mean. I know what you mean.
It's my font page. It's a page where I figured out.
Oh, you got an actual font page for your actual lettering development. You've actually
I had to
a
create
development page whereby you've gone, right, these are all the fonts I need for certain characters and certain atmospheres and narrations. Color coding. I like that.
I had to figure out which character gets what color, which character gets what style, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, and then fucking mix it all up enough times because you're dealing with a lot of characters. Why can't I find the goddamn font page? Oh, where in the hell would that be? I have so much shit, dude. Font B F M B E J K F J E F G E F. I don't fucking know. Wow, I'm gonna have to find that fucking thing. Anyways, I have a page. Fuck, dude, this ain't cool. Jesus Christ, it's somewhere. I had to figure out the fonts, like I said. Okay, so this page I'm showing you now is an example of two of like 25 or 30 fonts I had to figure out. Okay,
35. Wow.
And I'm not saying I'm created them myself. Oh no, this is really pissing me off, but I'm not going to waste time on the stream. I'm going to find that fucking page and I'm going to put it on my desktop because basically I have a page. I have all the fonts listed. I have this character and this character, and all the way down this page. And there's like 25 or 30 characters. Okay. So basically what I'm doing in this book, this character, the nun, I call her the nun demon. This is her. Her name is actually Sister Pastora. But Sister Pastora is a demon, right? Who's a nun, right? Her font is this. It is a sick green. This is, I think it's called a Baden. I think it's called a Baden. That's her. No one else gets that. Tersa has blue Arial. That's all that is, man. It's blue Arial. That's all it is. And no one else will have those. No character will ever have blue Arial or that green, whatever the fuck it is. See what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So you have to assign fonts, styles, and colors to each individual character. So you have a limited amount of combinations, right? So it's tricky. I'm like, oh, okay. Let me see. Here's one for you. This is where it starts to get a little confusing. I'll probably ruin something for you. God damn it. That's the only problem is you gotta be careful what you show because I don't want to ruin shit for people who haven't read shit. Let's try this. Okay, this is okay. I've shown this before. All right. Now, demons, right? So the succubus speaks in red Arial, right? The opposite of Tersa, who just is simply blue Arial. See?
Yep. Now,
this demon, his name is Vizcaz. He's in the first book. You'll see he's a demon. It's hard. It's a little bit different, but this is bold Arial, but faded. See the orange and the red?
Yes.
Orange fades to red.
Yes.
That's the slight difference between this demon and that demon. See what I'm saying?
Yes.
So, and I know to an average reader, they won't catch it, but I don't think my readers are average. I'm hoping they're not. You see what I'm saying? It's like, hopefully you'll be able to tell because there's panels where she's actually.
They'll get it.
Yeah. You know what I mean? Like you'll, I'll just, okay. Oh, here's a cool one. Okay. This is all her. So see, here's her, right? And there's her, blah, 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 blah. That's red Arial, obviously. So over here, this is her speaking, red Arial. This is not. And you'll see on the next page, you see this is what he's saying. This demon over here, who's the mistress, I think hers is like orange. I don't know. Where is she? Here she is. Okay, she's orange. See? With the text being white. So you see what I'm saying? Like, here's a perfect example. Here's her speaking in orange, right? With the text in white. Here's her speaking in red. Does that make sense?
Makes sense to me.
I know someone's gonna bitch. I know someone. Dude, the pros would fucking hate this. They'd be like, "What fucking retarded shit is this guy doing?" It almost is kind of funny. I almost kind of want someone to bitch at me, but it'll make sense once you see the book. It's like
I think that can be a detail that you would absorb, but you kind of read it and think, you go back and think, oh yeah, you maybe pick that up on a second reading or third reading. Somebody might get it straight and think, oh, this color's for obviously an angel character, or this
it'll be easy once you get
or a demon character. So I think the color difference would allow somebody to pick it up quite quickly. But there's a font difference. You'd absorb that over time.
It's so easy. This book is color coded. You mentioned it early on in this fucking cast that's going on forever. Again, it's been 2.5.
So that's your lettering, and you've kind of alluding to the fact previously early on the stream that you've got a color coding scheme going on for the characters, for the script, and even for the lettering. So this theme of color is running through the entire creative process. So you know what I'm going to ask next. You know what I'm going to ask next. What's your coloring process?
I'm getting too tired to talk about that. Ask me again sometime. But
for example, the traditional Marvel DC or mainstream method is flats, right? Or in French comics, Herge would be who did Tintin. His coloring would be flats, and he'd use contrasting colors to make them very effective. So you don't have to have what I call it modeled rather colors.
Right.
But the fashion these days is towards modeled colors, which make things more 3D and more elaborate and more time consuming, of course. So how does your coloring process differ from the quote unquote mainstream?
No, nothing like mainstream. I'll do flats until they bug me, and then I'll fucking shade them in. Like everything's separate. Again, I'll just use this as an example. Okay, like for her, I completely finished her arm, and the rest was just flat.
It's almost like a rim lighting effect you've got for your coloring approach in general. You've almost got like an interior sense of silhouette, and then you can absorb the light from the outside for rim lighting.
Yeah, I don't do like flat. Like I said, for this, I dropped the sky in because that was done. That's a photo. Right? That photo I took from it's the same sky I used for the panel of the sunset with the silhouettes. I just took the fucking angle where she would be, right? So that was easy. Okay, sky's done, photo. And I colored all the background. She was white and black, that's it. She didn't have a fucking face, I colored all the chimney fucking shit, did everything from start to finish. Like I click. Okay, there's the basic colors. And then I take shading and lights and darks and lights and fucking darks and lights and fucking darks. And then a little bit of the purple. This entire everything here has like a small percentage of this purple, like right here. A coating of a diluted purple over everything. You almost can't tell, But if I didn't do it, you'd be able to tell.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
this building has a slight coating of the purple in the sky over it because the fucking sky is illuminating the building. There's no direct sun. The sun has set. It's underneath the horizon. But the sky is glowing, which casts a different type of light. It's like a, I don't know. What's the word?
Like an ambience.
Yeah. The shadows aren't that as stark, right? They're a little blurrier, like here. See what I'm saying?
Like Twilight.
Direct sunlight, it's like sharp. It's like contrast. But now it's that late. You know, we've all fucking been on walks on sunset, and now everything, it's still lit, but it's just not that sharp. You know what I'm talking about.
Yeah, like
So
Twilight.
everything's, yeah, like got the purple shine to it. And so, of course, I underlit her with the purple because I'm like, okay, well, it's coming from this way. So she's underlit with the purple, and then she's overlit with basically this gray. Right. And then the third light is the reflective light, which the best example is for fucking torso here. This torso area with leather. Okay. So here's your purple light from the ambient sky. Here's your gray, just another light source. And then that's your curve, your shine. That's another light, a direct light that's not too bright, like an invisible light. Where's that light coming from? I don't fucking know. The viewer's cell phone camera taking a picture. You know, it's like this third light, which is giving this reflection here on her boob. You can see the legs there. The fucking crossbow. You see them? This there, boob. Perfect example. Purple, gray. Okay. So basically, you got three fucking light sources here. And I do that as often as I can. I can't say I do it all the time because sometimes you can't, and sometimes it maybe is too messy. But I try to give, like one side, one color light, the other side, another color light, and then the middle reflective light, which I call neutral. You know what I mean? But as for, again, I do not do it the professional way, and so the pros would fucking hate me because I just do, I guess I do it, or organized chaos. I guess is how you call it. I do it. I know what the fuck I'm doing.
You've got to do it your way.
Yeah, man. And so the color process is just whatever. It's like the end justifies the means. Whatever technique I use to get it done until I'm like, okay, this is cool. I don't know what else I could improve here. So let's move on. And then you move on.
Speaking of moving on, what about the editorial process? You talk about zooming in and trying to get cleanup and, maybe doing the face last, or
right.
When you actually get a panel that's nearly done, what kind of questions are you asking yourself? Are you saying, is this balanced? How do you create that final decision of, right, got to let it go. It's done. Stop noodling on it or stop working on it. It's done. That's as good as it's going to be. I've done all the zooming in that I can do. What's your visual editing process of saying, right, that panel's done, and when you get all your panels done, that's the page done? What's your edit? What are the questions and the decisions you go through to edit it and think that's as happy as I can be with it? This
is the only advice I'll give anyone, because I don't feel like I can give advice to anyone because I'm not hugely successful at all. I can't brag about shit. I can't brag about, I fucking sold 1,000 books, or I can't brag about shit, dude. You know what I mean? So I sure as fuck, I'm not gonna give advice to anybody because everyone loves to give advice. Oh, I sold 500 books on my campaign. My campaign made 10,000. I must be a pro. No, you're not, because no one on the other side of the fucking world has heard of you. So shut the fuck up. You know what I mean? You're still learning. So I'm not going to give advice. However, the one bit of advice I can give to editing, self-editing, because there's no way I'm the only person who edits their own shit. I know there's other people out there who don't have an editor. They can't afford to hire one. Okay. You have to self-edit.
There's two of us, Aecentric. Two.
Well, and here we are together. Imagine that, right?
Imagine
we
that.
Just need to find the others. We need to find the others. We're putting out the signal to find the others and bring them together.
That's what indie comics are about, putting out the signal.
Right. So my only advice I could give that's helpful to anybody when it comes to editing, and this goes across the board, dude, this is writing, fucking drawing, inking, pencils, colors, panels, fucking tech, the whole fucking creative process, editing. You know what you do? You put it the fuck away for a day or a week or even a month, and then you open it up again, look at it, and you're like, oh shit, I forgot to color that fucking heel of the boots. You know what I mean? Because when you're working on it for 12, 15 hours, dude, you don't see shit anymore. You know, you miss so much because you're like so drugged out.
Close to it.
When it comes to, especially the writing, right?
Put that distance. Mm-hmm.
You put it the fuck away and don't look at it for like a week. Something like for me, well, I don't want to say I'm fortunate. It's actually I'm unfortunate because this process takes so fucking long. It's been years, literally, I've been doing this, but whatever. The point is, there's shit that I've written. Okay, like for this book two, this volume 2 I'm working on now. All right, like I was writing it 3 years ago. So there was dialogue I wrote 3 years ago for a scene, you know, okay. Now that I'm looking at it, I'm like, that's cheesy. That's stupid. What the fuck was I thinking? You know what I mean? I rewrote that fucking thing. That's to do with everything. Do that with your drawings, do that with your writing, do it with everything. Close it, put it away for a week. I would say that the shortest time would be a week. Not just a day, but because it's still there, man. This fucking panel, it's done for 3 days. It's on my mind still. Man, it's good. It's cool. I love those colors. She's hot. I mean, it's still there. A week, it's something else has replaced mine. You know, okay, the other picture, writing. Right? Now I go, oh man, okay, well yeah, now I can see the face. I could do the face better. Fuck, you know what I mean? But you say, well, tough shit, move on because I got more fucking shit to do. You know what I mean? I have, Jesus fucking Christ, I'm on page 30. I got 18 pages left to do of fucking panels like this, where 5 panels per page like this times 18. You have any fucking clue how long it's gonna take? You know what I mean? And so it's like, yeah, this is why it's your life. So you better fucking love it because you're gonna do this all the time. And this goes back to what I talked about earlier, the environment, the music. It's real. It has to be because you are living it. I'm not out clubbing tonight, dude. I'm not out picking up chicks at a fucking bar drinking. Am I? You know, it's like I'm not on vacation. I didn't even take a vacation for 2 weeks to fucking the beach somewhere. Fuck no, man. This is it. So it's got to be real to me. And the more real it is, the more, I think, the better product, you make a better product. Because to you, you're simply like saying, well, this is real. I'm just simply grabbing it and showing people, look at what's going on that you people can't see. I can, but you can't see it. And there you go. So I would say editing, put it away, look back, and you'll see, oh, fuck, I need to change this word, or I need to change this angle, or this has too many panels or whatever. But that's your best bet when it comes to self-editing, is put it away and revisit, put it away, revisit on every aspect of what you're doing. Got it?
Okay, the next bit, we've got to get it to a printer. How does that work, Eccentric, in your universe?
Thank God. Thank God. And Rick is probably laughing his ass off right now.
Because if
that's one job I don't fucking have to worry about, dude. Thank God.
If we get it reprinted, we can get it to a certain person.
My brother, who's in the chat right now, Rick. Say hi to Rick.
Hello to Rick. Is that your brother?
My older brother. I told you about my older brother.
Hello, Rick, older brother.
There's 2 things he handles: printing and shipping.
Really?
That's it. I don't fucking deal with that shit. I know how I have in the past, like when he's not available to, I will fucking find a printer, revisit a printer, whatever. I know there's a shipping place. Okay, see, like right now, I have to, I have a nearby printer to ship books out because I have actually 2 campaigns going on right now. You're going to get the book from the other campaign. The 80-page book that you are going to get That's the second chance campaign on Fund My Comic. That is the buy it tonight and tomorrow I'll fucking ship it out. And I try to live up to my word. So that means I have to have the fucking book and say, oh shit, package it up, box it up, go to the fucking printer tomorrow if they're open, you know, if it's Sunday, they're closed, sorry, you know, gotta go Monday, and ship it out, and you'll get it within 5 days. So I have to have a printer because someone could back it tonight, I'll ship tomorrow, you know what I mean? When it comes to volume 2, what I'm working on now, I'm gonna be working on for another 6 months. I'm not worried about a printer right now because it's fucking 6 months from now. You know what I mean? So I would worry about a printer maybe in December, you know? But it's my brother, fortunately, who handles the majority of the printing and the shipping. Now, obviously, when it comes to printing, I don't just say, yeah, print however many, I trust you. Obviously, I have to see them, you know, like print one fucking book and let me look at it, you know? And so I'll look at the book and, okay, good. You know, okay, this is cool. Maybe do another one light, whatever. Fucking, fortunately, most of the time it's cool. And I'm like, oh, thank God, we don't have to change anything. But basically, he handles the printing. And then I check, okay, whatever the fuck they did, tell them to do it this way, except times 50 or whatever, you know what I mean? So he handles the fucking printing. And then the shipping, same thing. But when it comes to some books, like for yours, yeah, it's like, well, you're different because you're unique. I'm sending out one book to Britain, right? You know, not 20, just one. So, okay, we're going to do that. So there's the printing and shipping. Fortunately, yeah, I don't have to really deal with the majority of the printing and shipping, thank God, because I have all this other shit that I have to do.
Okay. Now the next bit related to shipping, I guess, is distribution. You've chosen Fund My Comic, which is very interesting because Luke Stone, a straight up diamond geezer, and he's had his health issues, but he's got the energy to set up Fund My Comics, a specialist comic book crowdfunder, to its credit. So it's ideally targeted towards the indie comic book creator. Yeah. Right. And you can actually get Luke in terms of a personal phone call. So his in the community, he's legend for being able to pick up a phone call and actually speak to a creator and say, no problem, we'll sort that out for you. You can talk to him about your concerns. Yeah. So you've got that avenue. You've actually had a go on Etsy. So tell me about why you went to Etsy and Fund My Comic. And did you like getting a sale on Etsy once a week? Was that an avenue for maybe another revenue stream, or you thought maybe this isn't quite enough? I want something a bit more of a push or explosive or specialist push for this rather than being on a general craft store. It does Fund My Comic work in a more targeted way for Between Demons and Angels. What's your thought process regarding comic distribution?
Yeah, I mean, for at the time, for what I knew, which was fucking nothing, it was fine. It was great because it worked. I'm like, strangers see my shit and they buy it. Wow, I don't know this person they're paying, and I'm going to mail it to them. It worked. That's not enough, you know. One book a week, you know, one every other week. You know what I mean? So it was actually a good stepping stone. It was like, okay, I don't know who the fuck this person is. You know, I have an address somewhere in California. Okay. I will let them know it's on the way. You know, it kind of gave you a taste of proper customer service, at least my way, because I like to hold their hand. Hey, I'm getting ready to ship it. Here's a picture. Hey, I shipped it. Here's your tracking number. Hey, it's on your doorstep. Check your door when you get home. You know, I want to fucking keep them informed, not just like, yeah, you'll get it in the next month sometime. Let me know when you get it. I want to fucking help them. Okay. Etsy kind of taught me that. That was cool. So Etsy was a learning experience. Again, I didn't make much money. I made some money, but not much. But it was a learning experience. It was a stepping stone, you know, and that was four-ish years ago. I was going to do Indiegogo for my first campaign last fall for volume 1. But I was nervous. I was so nervous. I wasn't confident. I'm like, I don't think it's going to do it, man, because the minimum is like 500 or something. It's like minimum 530 days to raise it. And if you don't, you are scarred for life. They'll paint a red X across you and you will never be able to fucking, I'm like, Jesus Christ, what is this? You know what I mean? So I'm like, I don't trust this enough to sell enough $20 books, to get 530 days, because I don't know what the fuck I'm doing. I don't fucking know anybody. No one's helping me promote shit. I do it all myself. That's and if you fuck up, you're done. I mean, if you fail, you're done. Because now everyone sees, you didn't fun, you suck. You know what I mean? So it was just timing when Fund My Comic came around. And I'm like, checking them out. And I'm like, well, I knew I was on their side. And I know you don't like politics, and I'm going to try to, but as you clearly know, comics are divided into several factions.
They are. There's different tribes in
different tribes
community. And you got DC, you got Marvel, you got Image, you got all the corporations, and then you've got the independent comics community, which is a balkanized landscape of tribes. Yes,
but basically they weren't woke, and I have no problem in discussing woke bullshit, because that's my main enemy, is the woke, next to PEDOs in anyone that hurts animals. Those three are all fucking same, if you ask me. So Fund My Comic wasn't woke. They're against the woke bullshit. And I'm like, they're smaller, they're new. So I almost felt like I had a soft spot, like, and they're new. And there's not a whole lot of people using them. And because they're skeptical, obviously. In fact, I heard one successful independent comic creator who is he's very successful. He's part of a well-known group, and he's one of the top guys. I'd say one of the top 10 in that group. He flat out said on Twitter one time, as soon as the campaign hits 6 figures on Fund My Comic, I'll think about going over there. And I'm just like, at least you're honest. It's like, wow, dude. So how about you go over and be the first one to do 6 figures? I don't want to risk it because money's too important. I'm a professional. I have a house, a boat, and a fucking wife, and 10 kids, and all this bullshit. It's like, good for you, but 80,000 isn't enough. 90, you have to have 6 fucking figures. That's where you are, man. Okay, So that really was like eye-opening to me. I mean, I get it, because I'm like, yeah, he's big dog. He's one of the top guys. He's worked in comics 30 fucking years, whatever the fuck. I don't even know him that much. I've never backed him. Shit. He's cool. He's a cool guy. I like his stuff, but I was just really surprised. Like, wow, you don't want to even try like a small campaign on Fund My Comic until a campaign shows that it can make 6 figures there. So I'm like, yeah, I am a bot, dude. I'm off the fucking radar. I'm not even a bottom feeder. I'm like, I'm subterranean. I'm like fucking invisible. That's how low my shit is. You know what I mean? Because if I made a couple thousand, I'd be cool. These guys are talking, I won't touch it unless it's 6 figures. And I'm like, gotcha. So I actually kind of felt bad for Fund My Comic. I was like, man, so I'm like, fuck it. Because especially when they were like, you set your limit. So I'm like, what? So I'm like, oh shit, I could do 300, right? I can make 300. And they're like, we don't have a limit. You set your own limit. And I'm like, well, fuck, Indiegogo's 30 days. That's it. And if you make your goal by 30 days, then you're done. And I'm like, I got it. I mean, for me, starting nervous, not, I'll clearly admit I was not confident. I didn't know. I wasn't beaming full of fucking confidence because I didn't fucking know anybody. It's shit that no one's into. It's not superheroes. It's not this. It's fucking completely off the foot. I'm not making connections and contacts. I'm alone. Literally, there's no one tweeting about this project but me, right? So yeah, I don't fucking think I'm going to make 530 days. You know what I mean? And if you fuck up, and it stays with you, right?
Yeah.
So I said, fuck it, try Fund My Comic. It went cool because it made over like 1,000, and it was what was it, 3 month? It wasn't that long. It was like 2 or 3 month campaign. I was just relieved because I set the goal like 300. I was relieved it hit 300, and I was relieved it kept, oh, hey, wow, a little bit more. So it went to like 13 or 14, something like that. And it was cool, nothing to fucking throw a party over, but it exceeded the goal. It wasn't bad. I didn't fail. And oh, Jesus Christ. Anyone who watches this, you failed your first campaign, dude, I feel bad, my condolences, everything. I've talked to people on Twitter who are like, well, you're better off than me. My first campaign failed. Dude, I talked to one guy. He's like, my first 2 failed. I'm like, whoa, shit. I'm like, so your first one failed. You said, I'll try it again. And that one fucking failed. I'm like, and you didn't quit then? I'm like, damn, dude, that's fucking cool, because I would have said, well, this isn't for me. I'm out. You know what I mean? So I was grateful it succeeded, because there are more than one people out there, Kyle, whose like first campaigns fail.
Yeah.
Dude, that fucking suck, So I'm grateful, at least
and that's the thing, isn't it? It's about setting, you're starting out, you're setting realistic targets according to the market awareness that your potential audience has. You've gone to, I tell you what, Fund My Comic came along at just the right time. Thank you to Luke Stone, Diamond Geezer. Shout him out again. And what I like about it is that you seem to indicate that it's personable. It's a personal site. It's flexible, and it's specialist for indie comic creators, and it's flexible that you can set your own targets and make your own success. So you're not trying to set a bar up here at $1 million and thinking I'll never hit that, or fail the first campaign and I'm done. You can actually say, right, my bar's here. This is where my market awareness is. I've got something that's unusual, and I can grow my tribe with me over time organically, instead of using an impossible target as another gatekeeping stick to beat myself with. And we want to get away from that gatekeeping. We want to actually try be in control of our own destinies and push out in our Viking longship and sail across those calm waters.
Yeah. I mean, but I would say Fund My Comic is great for first time, small, very small, like small projects like me. Okay. I am like a perfect situation for Fund My Comic, because, like I said, there are most people, it's at least from what I've seen, except I guess you, most creators who do this, Kyle, I'm making a comic, dude. It's like 3, 4, 5, 6 people. Have you noticed that? Well, I have a creator. So, it's my campaign. I created it. Okay. Did you write it? No. Did you draw? No, I can't draw. I hired an artist. I hired a writer. I hired a colorist. Okay. I had a letter, who's also an editor. 2 for 1 deal. Cool. Okay, and who else? Okay, right. So you got 6 people for 1 comic. So that means you got 6 people to promote 1 comic. Right? I am 1 guy, and I do 8 fucking jobs. But I am 1 guy to promote 1 book. You see how I suck? That's my fault, downfall, bad luck, whatever the fuck you want to call it. It's like, if I had 5, 6 guys and girls all working on volume 1 between Demons and Angels and shit, I've got 5, 6 guys and girls to tweet and YouTube and fucking Instagram and Facebook and all this bullshit and fucking hundreds of, that's how it works. That's how it's supposed to work. I am congratulating them, those campaigns that do that, saying, you are an example of how it is supposed to be, how it works. Me being me and my fucking luck, and this is the story of my life, dude. Well, this is how it is, and if I don't do it, it ain't getting done. So I gotta fucking do it. And if no one's gonna fucking help me, well, I'm gonna fucking do it, that I'm not gonna reap a fraction of the rewards that they do, because I know they make $5 grand, $8 grand, $10 grand on their campaigns and shit in their first time book. Fucking cool, man. I am alone, and dude, I'm not on shows. I'm not with bigger guys. You know, I don't have friends who, whatever, big campaigns or done this for 20, 30 years. Dude, I'm a fucking ghost. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. And to make it worse on myself, because I guess I like to make things difficult for myself. You know, this is not a, this story is not mainstream, man. It's not the, you know, monster human animal hybrid. I don't have to give names, but there's more than one campaign out there where there's a monster human hybrid character. You know, that's your main character, and they're doing fucking great, 6 figures, whatever. It's not a future like Guardians of the Galaxy, you know, ragtag crew in a spaceship in the future and all this crazy, you know, Dark Empire. Ain't that, you know what I mean? It's not manga. It's not on and on and on and on and on. All the fucking popular shit. My shit ain't. So my challenge this, and fucking you fucking check this out. In fact, you tell me, okay? Because I've asked many people this, and no one does it. No one gives me any right answer. Either my subject is so fucking lame, right? Either it's so unpopular, I shouldn't have even thought of, wait, what if angels and demons are fighting each other? Maybe that's so lame that I shouldn't have even thought of that because no one's thought of it. Or there is nothing out there like it. Nothing about that. Oh, you're full of yourself. You think you're a genius. What are you saying? I'm simply asking a question. You know why? Because I've looked and hunted and dug and internet and fucking everything. And I've looked at newspapers, comics, movies, television shows, novels, everywhere. I can't find another story that is this simple, okay? A group, not one angel, a group of angels, and a group of demons, not one demon, not Satan, a group of angels, a group of demons coming together on Earth to fight. In, you know, one more little caveat, fantasy setting, not modern day, not future, fantasy, group of angels, group of demons, Earth fighting. That's it. There's your fucking subjects. Find me a movie, Kyle. Find me a comic book. Find me a novel. Find me fucking anything. You know why? I'm not challenging you saying, I have an original idea and I'll bet you can't. No, I'm saying I need fucking help. I need something to look off of. How the fuck did they do this? How did they do this? Like all these characters, how do they do this? Right? I've looked for guide 11 years ago. I searched, and so there has to be someone who's done this before. I can't find shit. Okay. And then people are like, oh yeah, there's stuff like, oh, okay, what is it? Well, there's this manga about this boy in high school, and he's one manga, two modern day, three high school boy. That's fucking nothing to do with my shit, dude. Oh, well, there's the movie they made about it. Oh yeah, what's it about? Well, this angel winds up in a desert town in Nevada, so it's modern day. And he has a shotgun and a long coat. I have that fucking movie. It's called Legion. I love it. It ain't like mine. It's modern day. The angel's got a shotgun and he's in Vegas and pregnant women and all sorts of weird shit. You know, there's no group of angels in armor and medieval weapons because how are angels portrayed, Kyle? When you look at pictures, do they wear body armor and have AR-15s? If they do, show me the picture, because I've never seen a picture of an angel with a pistol or a rifle or body armor or whatever. I see angels with swords and fucking shields and medieval armor. Maybe because, gee, that's where they're from. That's their world is very medieval, right? So many depictions. Netflix, Lucifer, all this bullshit. It's modern day shit. Why? Because it's easy to film. It's affordable. You don't have to build sets of medieval shit, okay? Angels are medieval. That's the Dark Ages. That's where they come from. I simply take that and make it fantasy-like, which is all it is throwing magic and monsters. Literally, that's it. It's medieval. Oh, let's throw in some fucking magic and monsters. Now it's fantasy, okay? That's it. Because angels have shields and swords and fucking armor and shit. That's what they do, okay? So why would you take them out of that setting and put them in downtown New York and give them a shotgun, you know? And it's like, okay, that's cool for you, but do that. You know what I mean? So again, find me a book, a novel. Dude, it could be fucking poetry from fucking Zimbabwe. I don't give a shit. Find something that has a group of angels, a group of demons battling on Earth, and I will be like, wow, someone else fucking tried this. I can't find it. If you can, please let me know, because I would love to like read it or see it or whatever, because I would like guidance. I don't think there's anything out there. So that means it's so fucking unpopular. No one wants to really check it out, except, you know, people like you and Donnie and 10 others. You know?
Your question is your answer.
I guess. It's just, again, it sucks because to me, it's such a cool fucking idea. It's an original idea. I think it's cool as shit. But it's like everything else is like in high school. I know I'm not a popular guy. I'm not the football quarterback, cheerleader, girlfriend. But I'm the guy who kind of gets along with all of them, you know?
And you don't have to be.
And I don't have to be. I could be an asshole rebel. Fuck football. Fuck cheerleaders. Not. I mean, fine with me. They don't fuck with me. I don't fuck with them. And it's just that I honestly, I can't find something else that tells me this story is original. It just tells me it's original. That's all. It's original. It's not genius. It's an original story. Why? Because I can't fucking see anyone else who's tried this anymore.
When you've got something original and unusual and unique, I mean, it doesn't go along with the herd. And basically, you have to carve out an audience out of granite rock.
Yeah.
And once you've carved out that boulder out of granite rock, like Master Sisyphus, you have to push that boulder up the hill and put your shoulder to that boulder. And then when you go to the top of that hill and the boulder rolls down the hill and you chase after it, then you've got to push it up another hill, maybe one that's a little bit higher. Yeah. And that's your destiny.
I don't know, man, but you're right. It's I also think it's almost as simple. It's real basic. It's a human emotion. Think about unfamiliarity, right?
And if people find things,
people don't like unfamiliar things. You hear it all the time. You want your comfort. So you don't want to. People don't want to go to unknown areas, an unknown place, unfamiliar, because why? It makes them uncomfortable. And so I'm like, okay, I'm not saying my story makes people comfortable. I'm just saying they don't recognize it. It's almost alien to them. It's like, the fuck, angels? What is this? Demon? What? You know, it's so different from what everyone else. Oh, it's not a giant mutated bear who knows karate who's kicking a bunch of ninjas' asses. Oh, okay. No, it's not. It's a lot different than that, to be honest. And that's fine if you're into giant bears who know karate and whatever. I'm not. I'm into shit. I'm into this shit, you know?
All these things, Eccentric, once were not very popular. Once upon a time,
I guess
it was just an idea in somebody's head. Once upon a time, it was just one person that bought it. So that's why I often refer to things as the power of one. And if you get one, when I do my comic, I think I mentioned this 2 weeks ago. How many do I want to sell? One. And then,
well, you got it done because I'll buy it. So I'm your first. Move on, because that's already done, brother. That's a done deal. So now you're two.
So then, two. And what's two? It's 100% improvement. Yeah.
Right.
And these numbers, like I told you 2 weeks ago.
Yeah.
1, 2, 5.
Yeah.
7. Yeah. 10. The next one after 10 is 25. Then 50.
Yeah.
Then 75. Then 100. And then that repeats up to 1,000. You got like 250, 500, 750, then 1,000. Yeah. You get to 1,000 backers. You've got a tribe that'll buy not only that, but the merch as well. You've got a standard of living, and you can basically take as long as you like to create it. But you will,
and honestly,
you will speed up.
That's to me is not. I honestly, I mean, I don't want to jinx myself, but I'd be appreciative with 100. If there were 100 people loyal, like who were like Not just like, oh yeah, that was cool, man. Let me know when the next one comes. No, people are like asking questions like, holy shit, wait a minute. What the fuck is up with this? And what was this about? Like people who really are into it. If I had 100, 100, like, I don't want to say fanatical fans, but who are just fans who really think this is cool, that would be enough for me. Honestly, I don't want 1,000 or 10,000 or what the big guys are. I sold 50,000 books. Good for you, but I want to know who buys my books. I want to know who, right? I feel too personal. Like to me, the whole idea of like having 10,000 people with my book is almost weird to me because it's like, know you. I don't. Who are these people? And I want to know them. So what are you going to do? Email 10,000 people. Hi, this is the creator. Do you have a minute to talk about the book? I mean, that's insane. You can't do that. But I almost feel like that.
If we run some numbers, then that's $15. $15, yeah. Times 100. What's that? $1,500. Yeah. So if you can move to eventually, you're looking at potentially now a speed of 2 a year. If you can find efficiency gains from what you're learning in terms of the creative process we've talked about, yeah, and you don't need to hear it from me. You're in charge of your creative process. You know where the efficiencies are to be made. Like the innovative use of photographs for backgrounds. To me, I smile at that. I know why I'm smiling at it, but I won't go into detail because I'm a vault. But I'm here to listen to you. To me, I want to give value by listening to you and drawing out your creative process as per the theme of the show. And 1,500. Imagine that now. Every 3 months, quarterly schedule.
And the thing is, if
would be doable, wouldn't it? All of a sudden, you see
it would be more
end of a tunnel to make a living.
But that's even those numbers are too low because if you have 100 people, okay, so you're okay, so a $15 book, right? Out of those 100 people, how many are only going to get the bare minimum? There's going to be few who are going to be like, whoa, I want to get this tier, which is whatever, $30 because it has these prints and this fucking keychain or whatever. There's other tiers available more than just the bare minimum. So if you have 100 people doing the bare minimum, you're right. Yeah, that's cool. But the way campaigns are, the good thing about campaigns is you got people who just want the bare minimum. Awesome. That's all I need. But then if you have the other tiers where you get more stuff, more bang for your buck, you have people who want that too. So now you're not getting just 15 times 100. You're getting whatever, 60 times 15, 10 times 25, 10 times 50. You see what I'm saying? So it actually is a higher number when it comes to crowdfunding, as long as you have a variety of tiers.
Revenue streams of product. Right. You've got different products, revenue streams, yeah?
But when it comes to the backers, like that's what I'm talking about. It'd be fine if it was 100 loyal really into this, where they're like almost bugging me with questions. Where I'm almost like, dude, I'm tired. I gotta go to bed. I'll talk to you tomorrow. You know what I mean? Like, who are really into it, as opposed to 1,000 people who are just like, it's cool. Yeah, man, good job. Let me know next year when the next one's out. I'm back in. I'm like, that's cool. Yeah, sure. I'll take your money. But it's like, I personally like the people who get into it. Like these guys who reviewed it, these people who are just like 2 hours, dude. I mean, you should fucking see the text.
What's the writer's name again?
What's that?
What's the writer's name again? Tyler.
His name's, he's one of my, I follow him. He follows me. He's an author. His name's Tyler. And he's a different kind of guy. I think he's maybe a little harsh. I don't, he's not laid back, friendly. I think he's, how do you say that? Like he's very rigid in his beliefs, and I was because of that, I was like, he's going to rip this book apart. It's going to suck. To my relief and pleasant surprise, his long, dude, it was like I'd say 2 full pages of typing on Twitter DMs of this review was like 99% good. I mean, there was like I said he caught the one misspelling error, and there was he mentioned how it was about characters' faces, and he said he thinks there could be more expression in some of their faces. He said a lot of your faces have a stoic look, and he's like, I think some could have more expressions. And it's like, yeah, you're right.
I like stoic.
But there's also a reason. I'm like, the angels aren't going to be all, demons sure as fuck aren't going to be all happy. Angels, I see as stoic. I see like a beautiful, gentle stoic, but I don't see angels walking around smiling. That would be weird to me. I'd be like, is this a Hallmark commercial? You know what I mean? It's like, what the fuck? Angels don't walk around smiling and happy. They're fucking warriors. This is a warrior of light, right? They wear armor and they have weapons and powers and they can burn people alive. And they are here to not spread sermons in church. They're here to fucking kill demons and those lost souls, humans who are with them, right? They're here to kill. They're killers, They're close to angels of death, so to speak. In a sense, they're not, but think about why they're here. They're not here to just negotiate with the holy people of this kingdom. No, they're here to hunt, track down demons, and anyone who works with the demons and kills for them too, and sacrifices children, drinks blood, and all that shit. They're killing them too. They're going to get them too. So they are basically here to hunt and kill, right? So I don't see them, happy. And I'm not saying this if Tyler's watched this, I'm like, this has nothing to do with you. The whole expression thing, I get it. Yeah, I could have more expressions, like especially in the human characters, but there's a lot of stoic expressions because you're dealing with angels and demon characters, and they're very stoic, just how they are. So this book, the second one, Kyle, you'll see every aspect is improved, from the drawing style to the layouts to every single thing. I told you about the whole font bullshit, the speech, the fucking narration, it's like every aspect, like everything in the first book that bothered me, which was like everything. I said, I got to correct it, figure it out. And that's what I'm doing for this second one. So to me, this one I'm working on right now, this is basically as good as I can make it right now. I can't improve anything. After this book, this is as good as it gets.
That's all any man can do.
Maybe a year from now, I'll look at it and say, oh shit, I could improve this. But that's a year from now. Like right now, this volume 2 is as good as I can fucking make it. And so that's why with this one, I have 100% confidence in. The first one, I was not 100% confident at all. This one, I am overly confident because I don't see anything out there like it. The best I can do. I'm doing shit differently than everyone else. And it so far, knock on wherever the fuck wood is, knock on wood, my head. I haven't had anyone like tear it apart. Thank God no one's been like, dude, give it up. You're wasting your time. Or you think you can draw, you suck, or whatever. You're writing, so whatever these fucking people are. No one forcefully has done that. And so I'm like, okay, that's cool. The people who have bought it and read it don't hate it. And that's a good thing. It's a start.
That's a start. That's a platform for growth, isn't it? That's your base.
Yeah.
You've put your rocket on a launch pad and it's gradually taking off. And that's where the inertia eccentric is greatest, yeah? As we've said before, in that 1 to 1,000 promotional area, it's about getting people familiar with something unique, and people are naturally frightened of things they're not familiar with. That's just the human reptile brain. That's just the human psyche. We fear what we don't understand, what we don't know. So
that's what I think.
You've gone through the editorial process, the printing process, which shows that while you are largely a solopreneur and a one-man band, you're not on your own because you've got your brother helping you with printing and shipping. So that is a valuable ally, family on your side. Yeah.
Oh,
so your brother sounds like a good lad. I like that.
Oh, very.
He's a supportive family member. And, some people might be crabs in a bucket, don't want you to get ahead. Your brother's supporting you on this, and he gets you. And to have somebody who gets you in your family, very important. That's like a rock behind you, a foundation.
Yeah.
It's blood, it's family, it's very important. And you've got the idea, so you've got your printing sorted, you've got a distribution point, you've tried Etsy and learned how to do customer service, valuable point of sale service to an actual customer, learning from their feedback, and you've gone to a personal, flexible and supportive environment in terms of Fund My Comic, who, funnily enough, has a stoic individual there, Luke Stone. Like your comic is stoically based, with stoic, like Marcus Aurelius was a stoic individual. He's a philosopher. I love Marcus Aurelius because his values are very much stoic, philosophical thoughts and sayings. So I appreciate stoicness. It's something that I like. Yeah, to me, storytelling is a serious business, and there's no harm in your comic reflecting that and having a serious tone to it. And you'll be known for your style, iconic that it is, and you'll also be known for something that is singularly unique. What is it? I can tell you what it is. It's a dark fantasy, a dark stoic fantasy. Yeah. It's a dark fantasy, and yes, that's serious, and serious things going to happen to it. And yes, it's probably for a mature audience, but you carve your target audience, your tribe, out of granite. That's going to take time. You know, like those emperor soldier armor is in China that were discovered.
Right, those are cool. Yeah.
Those, not only are those cool, that's what you're doing. You're basically excavating your tribe of stone or jade warriors out of the ground. And that's going to take time.
Again, I would say it's like if it's like the type of person who's going to be into this isn't going to be what we call a fly by night. You know what I mean? Like either they're going to, it's almost all not extreme, not quite this dramatic and extreme, but it's almost bipolar. Like I mentioned before, either you're going to love this or you're going to hate it. There's not going to be a lot of in between. I don't know the title, but it's like people aren't going to be like, people are going to stay. The ones who are like, it was cool. I've read better. I've read worse. They're not going to be here sticking around for the next one. It's the people who are like, this is fucked up. Tell me about where the fuck, I mean, the ones who are really into it, they're the ones who will stick around forever, or, and the ones who are just like, what are you doing, dude? No one's into this shit. Give it up. Obviously, they won't even get the first one. So
the next,
I guess I'm looking for the ones who are here for the long ride. The ones who are just like fly by night. I mean, I'm not going to, I accept all people. We all are love here, right? But
you're looking for the loyal, long game players, yeah?
The ones who get you. And dude, I think every creator's that way. Every creator, like you, everybody is probably like the backers, fans, whatever the fuck you want to call them. The ones who are really into you, who are there, obviously you're going to favor them versus the ones who kind of, I'll next time. I'll check it out next. You know what I mean? So yeah, but I just see that as
question to you, Aecentric, as part of the creative process. I was going to ask this, and here's the question for you. Are you ready for it?
Sure.
You've got distribution.
Yeah.
Next is promotion.
Yeah.
What are your thoughts on that?
Well, you see how that's going. I mean, it's like I promote it, you help Star Million in Tampa, and that is it. You know what I mean? Like, unfortunately, like my brother, he knows about business, shipping, printing. He ain't got no clue about promoting. Like, he don't even fucking do social media. You know what I mean? And it's weird how most of my in real life family and friends and shit like that, none of them are on Twitter. None of them do YouTube shit. You know, I got 2 nieces who watch YouTube all the fucking time, but they're little girls. You know what I mean? So I don't personally know people who do what I do. And it's weird because I do it day and night, every day, 7 days fucking week. Twitter, YouTube. I don't know anyone like me who does that. So to me, it's kind of weird. It's like, am I that weird? Because when I go to Twitter, everyone's doing this.
You've got a supportive environment on one level, but in another sense, it can be quite. I don't use the word isolating because you're not isolated, because you've got a very supportive brother and family that appreciate what you're doing and trying to do, but they're not quite into the social media thing.
Yeah,
and you're doing it. So, what social media platforms are you on then? You're on X. And
only this and that. That's it, dude. I tried Instagram. It just, they want hot chicks in bikinis. You know what I mean? It's like, and you see, it's like Instagram is like all visual, which is cool because, you know, I'm a visual artist. But dude, there's like no interaction. It's like all just like, you just like, you know, scroll, picture, hot chick, cool statue, cool armor, cool. Now it's all fucking AI shit. AI. Oh, cool. All these AI pictures. There's no interaction. There's no, like, you know what I mean? Facebook, I have it. I never use it. It's lame. It's like for fucking old ladies, I swear to God. I ain't Facebook. Dude, it's, how old is it? 20 fucking years old? It's old. It's like, something needs to take its place. You know, Facebook needs to go away and something needs to take its place.
Would you say Facebook was at the start of the kind of social media boom when everybody was, families and that, were getting to use it and that? So
remember, Facebook is what took over MySpace. Dude, MySpace was fucking awesome. I loved MySpace. I
remember MySpace. It looked really good.
Facebook killed that. Facebook knocked MySpace off. And they say it was cleaner, it was more conservative, it was whatever. And the point is, it was great back then, 20 fucking however long ago. Now it's lame, dude. It's like what your aunt uses. You know, your Aunt Claudia lives fucking wherever. It's how she stays in touch with her kids and shit. That's fucking Facebook, right? And so it's Twitter and YouTube. There you go. I know a lot of people do use Instagram. I actually had it for a while, like a year or so. I tried it. I just got I didn't connect with anyone, like no one, no connection. It was just, it felt like it was all fake. Just everything was fake. So I said, fuck this, you know, and I'll focus on Twitter and give everything in Twitter and YouTube. And so again, I still, you know, Twitter, but
they do say to actually use one social media and get good at it. And you've done that with X.
I'm there with X.
And what you've done, once you've got good at X, and it's something I've noticed, I've got better at X. I'm still learning.
Yeah.
But then you've moved over to YouTube. And
I'm learning more. Now I'm getting better at YouTube. And I mean, like, this is helping.
You've got this StreamYard and the fact that you can speak to people across continents and thousands of miles away, like Kyle in the UK.
Right.
And who's still alive.
Star Million. He's cool. Stars in Scotland.
And Star Million, who's
and he's in Germany.
Scotland, where else? And you know, you've got Danny in Europe, in Germany.
Berlin, Germany.
Berlin, very cosmopolitan. So you know some very cosmopolitan people from all across the globe. So what you've got there is there's 8 billion people on the planet, and a lot of them have the internet. And you think about it, all the people who are unusual, like you, you've just got to connect with them.
Right.
Yeah. So you've got good at X, you're starting to get better at YouTube. I'm just learning at YouTube. Yeah.
Right.
And what I would suggest is, I think the message here is you can gradually use the people loyal to each platform and coalesce them together. You might even feel having not necessarily a big presence on Facebook and Instagram, but they could be almost like you're very active on X, you're quite active on YouTube, but you could almost have a passive approach to Facebook because there is a very strong comic book community over there.
Yeah.
For example, when you're streaming, you could perhaps stream it to, just an idea, I don't know, you could experiment and try it. You could stream to YouTube, X, Facebook, and what's the other? Well, just take those three, and that's already you're reaching potentially.
That's a thought. I mean,
Not
I'm
on
not
the-
ready for that yet, but it's a
Not
potential
yet.
future.
Not
Potential
yet.
future.
What I'm saying
Yeah.
is, you've got one you're really good at, one you're
Yeah.
learning at, and then
Yeah.
one could eventually, because I do know actually my business mentor Sarah. Actually, shout out to Sarah. You know who you are, Sarah.
You mentioned her last time, man.
She got me going. So
That's cool.
people get me going, and people help me, like Eccentric. I like to give value back. Yeah. And she got me going on X, and I'm so grateful to that. And she said, get good at one, Kyle. So we practice ourselves. She'd message me, I'll message her, practicing the DMs, and said, right, Kyle, set up your profile, blah blah blah, and we got going. Yeah. And a year later, I'm not an expert on X, but I know I didn't know what the feed was about. I didn't know how the profile was different to the feed where everything gets thrown into it, and then you get followers, and then that tempest or that cyclone is actually made up of all the followers that you follow. So all their stuff comes into that, and then
Right.
your profile is where you have control over what goes into it. And it took me a while to pick that up. It's like you're saying. I grew up with clay in a farmer's field. I pick out the clay, go home and model some figures. Those, the era I'm talking about. And the era before me, they were the fishing rod generation who hate Star Wars and don't like action figures. You know what I mean? Maybe they had an action man, I don't know. But so you've got good at X. You're starting to speak in the language of video, which is massive because YouTube is the biggest platform on the planet for video, isn't it? Yeah. And biggest search engine now, probably even bigger than Google itself as a search engine.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So you've got a static environment with X, and you've got a video environment, but X is moving into video, so you could stream to X and YouTube, and perhaps pool those audiences together and create something more.
True.
But then Facebook is such a strong. I know this from my business mentor Sarah, to bring her back into the conversation. She said, Kyle, there's a massive comic book community on Facebook, and she was saying, what are you doing to engage with the community leaders, the people who are important for comics on that platform? And obviously nothing, but I do have a profile on Facebook and Instagram, which I haven't really done much with yet. But I wanted to get good at one, then move on to YouTube, and then Facebook. It's a little bit different. You've got to be careful how you speak to people on Facebook.
Yeah,
because if you do too much, then they might just shut you up for a while.
Yeah,
I mean, my tweets.
Facebook that's one of the main reasons why I never really got into it, because they're so touchy, right? With
I don't want to say the word touchy, but I thought they were sensitive over there to. If
there's a lot of pictures about the demon stuff that I wouldn't feel comfortable putting on Facebook. And I mean, there's not even nudity, and it's just that's how touchy Facebook is. It's just like the angel's cool, even some of the human characters, the drawing's cool, but like the demonic shit, it just seems like someone may fucking flag it as satanic or some fucking thing, and okay, I have no channeling. You know what I mean? It's just like that's how touchy Facebook is, which is why I'm like, I'm not going to get everywhere, dude. My graphic novel's for adults. There's some hardcore shit. You know what I mean? And I don't want to be like hiding.
I know. I think eventually you could find a laser-targeted community on Facebook. That isn't just without being disrespectful to moms and pops, because I stopped counting at 29 myself, so I'm not a spring chicken anymore. I can't quite pass for a teenager any longer, unfortunately. I wish I could. But seriously, that could be a potential extra. You find a laser targeted comic community leader on YouTube that likes your stuff. Then all of a sudden you've kind of gone from the big boy X to the even bigger boy YouTube, and then more of a passive approach, but maybe just post an update on Facebook. You don't maybe show them
nothing to lose.
Nothing to lose and everything to gain. And I would say an Instagram to you as a fourth spoke to your wheel, because you might be three spokes in your wheel. You might want four spokes in your wheel.
Yeah,
but it is true, because your work is so iconic. You just choose which images you post on Instagram, and all of a sudden, and potentially another one to stream to. Actually, is actually TikTok. Now I know it.
I have TikTok. I've made videos on TikTok, dude. If you have TikTok, fucking, I will send you whatever.
Send me a TikTok
link, whatever.
link.
DM me on Twitter your TikTok name, because I have.
There's five. There's 5, and like I say, you're going to be stronger in X. YouTube's coming, and it will eventually be stronger. I prophesize. Yeah. And then your TikTok could maybe feed into your YouTube. Yeah.
Yeah.
With that, people who are like, right, he's got a 30-second kind of short video. What do they call those? Shorts. Yeah.
Shorts. Yeah.
Yeah. And then basically, bam, 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 between between demons and angels.
That's what I have on TikTok. And they love it, dude. Like 800 views, 1,000 views. It's TikTok is crazy when it comes to views, but you got to have those short videos. Like, you know what I mean? It's got to be 30 seconds.
So that trailer.
It's a totally different platform, but I'm good with TikTok. I just don't go there too much because here's the one problem with TikTok.
Go on.
You can't add links. I cannot post the link to my campaign. I tried, it won't let you, and I even looked it up, and it says, like, of course, if you pay for some business fucking level TikTok, which is $500 a month or some insane fucking thing, it allows you to post, you can post links, but generally the app, it will not let you post a link to anything, to your YouTube channel. I was like, well, I'll just, I'll post my YouTube channel to my TikTok, and maybe they'll cross over. No, won't let you attach a link.
That's
so TikTok's tricky.
Yeah, TikTok does have a shop.
It'd be so fucking cool if you could.
TikTok does have a shop. Have you heard about the shop on TikTok? There's actually a shop. You can create your own shop on TikTok, allegedly.
I don't know. I'm not on enough to know. It was a few months ago. Actually, it's probably last year when I started to look into TikTok and basically I was testing it out. I was like, well, does this 30-second video post? Because you can't go too long, it won't let you. You know what I mean? Because there was some shit I was trying to post, and it was only allowing me to post a fraction of the trailer. And I'm like, I have to have the whole trailer, but a 3-minute trailer, 2-minute trailer, it'll only let you post 1 minute. I'm like, well, it's 2 minutes, so I can't post you see what I'm saying? There's all these limits to TikTok. And then when I found out that you can't link, like I can't link fund my comic campaign or my YouTube channel or nothing, I'm just like, well, what am I getting out of this? You know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah.
Isn't that weird? I don't know. You check it out. Maybe there's a catch, but from what I saw, I can't add the link to my YouTube or fund my comic campaign or nothing. So I think that's how TikTok is. They're just their own thing. They don't want users to cross-platform. I think they want to keep it just this way. I don't fucking know. Let me know, because I have many videos on TikTok.
Yeah. So I'm interested to see actually your analytics in terms of where all your traffic's coming from. Have you actually looked at where all your traffic's coming from?
No, because I like I said, I hate analytics, Kyle. I really do. I fucking hate it. I don't give a shit. I'm like, if I get a lot of people, cool. If they like it, cool. It's like I don't do that. Tracking people, where are you coming from? How do you watch the whole video? It's just like, no. If you watch it, that's cool. Thank you. It's like, that's someone. That's someone that like you would hire. Like I would hire. Like if I had extra money, I would hire an analyst, because I don't want to fucking do that. I have no desire at all. I don't fucking care about the analytics, but it is important. I'm not so stupid to say, oh, it doesn't matter. Yes, it's very important. I just don't want to deal with it. You know what I mean? It's like right now, I just want to keep creating shit, trying to get more people interested, trying to get it out there. And so, but again, I'm just right now, I'm just very limited to you, Star Million, and Tampa. But I'm grateful for you three. I'm grateful for you three, because the three of you are every day, every week, or whatever. Not every, but between the three of you, I can post shit every single day because someone is doing that. You know what I mean? You just need more. But okay, like, dude, there like one I just saw. I was gonna post like just 2 days ago. You know, like, oh, but you know the other thing that sucks, which like you, Tampa, and Star Million are cool with, because I call you guys neutral, open platforms. There's a lot of people that do the same thing, except there's a catch. There is what do they call that? There's a catch. It's a condition, right? And I saw this one, but it's a woman. I follow her. She follows me, and she seems cool. I've never interacted with her, but like once a week, I think on Fridays, she has a whatever you do, you fucking post a thread, whatever they call it. Except it's called, it has something to do with Friday, like Almost Funded Friday or something like that. It's only for campaigns who aren't funded yet. And I'm like, well, shit. I'm in a fucked up situation because I'm funded. But my funding goal was so low, I need a lot more. And so I'm trying to get more. But technically, I can't because I'm funded. You should be fine. I'm like, no. It's only
that's K-pop. That's for people who are nearly.
Yeah, I won't say names, but you know what I'm talking about. And then another person.
Yeah, she's quite nice and nurturing and supportive, actually. There's a few creators, you know what it's like when you've got a book that isn't quite funded and you just need a bit more push and a bit more awareness. She actually those people need that lastminute.com, last 24 hours, maybe last 48 hours, just need a gentle push. They talk about the project. She gets people on, and it just it's quite nice to actually have a female point of view in terms of comics, because you get
totally. And again, it's
that kind of nurturing kind of aspect to the community.
It sucks for me. It's like what she's doing is cool. I think she's cool. It sucks that I don't fit in the category because it's like I'm funded and it's going another 6 months. So technically I don't need that kind of help. And I'm saying, yeah, I do, like more than most of these other people because my campaign's not moving. Dude, it's not budget. You know what I mean? It's like I need fucking help. But they can't. And then another campaign I saw I was like, oh shit, here's a new one. Wow. And I checked it. I was gonna follow them and all this stuff, but I'm looking and it was for Kickstarter only. I'm like,
Aecentric. A question.
I'm like, why do they do that? I'm like, so only Kickstarter? Really? So if you have an Indiegogo campaign or Fund My Comic, I can't post on your thing because I'm a different platform. You're only accepting Kickstarter? What the fuck is that, man? I mean, so I'm just like, fuck you, and I didn't follow. And so that's what I'm dealing with, a lot of that shit.
Have you actually had a word with Luke Stone of Fund My Comic?
No, I'm not gonna blog him. The fuck what's he gonna do?
Well,
dude, he's got his own campaigns. He's got like 2 of his own campaigns on Fund My Comic where he's trying to get backers for his.
He's quite a generous sort of guy.
He's cool as shit, dude. But
I would be tempted if you
what
want.
Am I gonna do, Luke? Help me out and promote my work, though. That's my problem. That's not his.
There's no harm in actually reaching out to him, and maybe
I wouldn't bother. I wouldn't bug him. I would see that as weak. And I know that's what I'm gonna do. I told you. I know guys. I follow them, and they follow. I know people in the comic community who go around saying, "Hey, I've got a new book. Can I come on your show?" And then they're not being dicks. They're just being. I've got a new book I'd like to promote. Can I come on your show? And they usually make it on the show. I would never do that ever, because they gotta invite me, right? I'm not going to be like, I'm not going to put someone in the spot. And all, because I know it happens sometimes, because I've seen people fucking describe it, say, well, you kind of have to have them on, because when you're going to say, no, fuck you, you don't want to be the bad guy, right? Because then word gets around. So it's that whole, you know what it reminds me of? It's like some friend of yours who's like a friend, but not really good friend. And they're like, hey, I'm going to come over to your house and let's hang out Friday night. And you're like, you really don't want them to, but you're like, well, you don't want to be a dick, and you're like, well, I guess there's no harm, So yeah, sure, come on over, And then either it sucks or it's cool or it's just whatever. I don't do that. I'm like, hey man, I'm free Friday night, so I'm gonna come over to your place. Let's hang out and get drunk. I'll fucking, But if you're like, dude, I'm free. Are you free? Yeah. Why don't you come over to my place? You bring the beer. I'll have the fucking chips and dip or whatever the fuck you do over there in London. I'm like, okay, cool, because you invited me. So someone with a channel or show or whatever, I'm not going to bug that. Hey, I know you don't know who the fuck I am. You've never seen or heard of me before, but I have this new book and I'd like to promote it on your show. I will never, ever do that. You see what I'm saying? And me bugging Luke Stone, that to me is kind of what that is. That's me saying, hey, I don't know what I'm doing, or my luck sucks, or my project sucks. Can you help me the fuck out?
Why would he?
How does it help him?
Have you heard of jollygreencomics.com on the X?
No.
I recommend you check them out. I'll send you a link. He's
Okay.
a very good promoter. And I quote, comic book writer, editor, and marketer working on 2 top secret comic projects. Sign up to my email list. He's got an email list. I've actually had a little look at it.
Okay.
Have you thought about setting up a newsletter?
A newsletter? Me?
Yes, you.
Where do I set that up?
Well, a newsletter is probably a good idea because it's something
I post it
I
on.
haven't done it yet myself. I haven't done it yet myself, but it's something I'm thinking about doing, as in will be doing. And
hey, Kyle, give me.
Yeah.
Let's take a 1-minute break. I'm gonna turn my camera off for 1 minute. I'm gonna get water, take a piss, because we are at 4 hours now, brother.
Right, you go get your water.
You were the one that said 1 hour. I can come on and let's do 1 hour, and you're still going, and it's
you
4
asked
fucking
5 minutes.
hours. Now
I made it longer.
So I'll talk all fucking night, dude. I will talk to the fucking sunrise if I give a shit. It's you. You're the one who's way ahead. But we're on a roll, and I just want to say, okay, that's it for the night. Goodbye. But I got to take a piss. I got to get some water, a quick hit, and I'm good to go. So give me like 2 minutes. So if you want to sit here for 2 minutes, you can, or turn your camera off and do whatever and come back. But stay like 2 minutes, okay?
No bother.
We will reconvene in 2 minutes, okay?
2 minutes.
Perfect.
you an angel?
I heard your prayers, Sarah.
I think the church's prayers have gone unanswered.
God stopped listening to us a long time ago.
Do not be afraid.
Whoops. There we go. You there? There we are. Hey, I'm screwing up. There we go. Welcome back.
Promoting comics isn't easy. It's a Rubicon every creator has to cross. The more options, the better, whether it's multimedia or promoters on comics. I'll send you a few links. In fact, there was a guy that just got to me in my DMs just while I was away from the keyboard. And he's something I haven't heard of before, but he's reached out because of the comic promotion work I do. And I'm very shy. I don't find any of this easy. So in my own personal universe, I have to get over myself in terms of pushing myself out there. It's not an easy thing to do. Very shy.
You don't come across as shy. I mean, to me,
I am very shy, painfully shy,
really.
and I'm very nervous about going onto YouTube.
Okay.
So the first big hurdle was setting up my own site, and I had to get some videos on there before I spoke to you. I thought, I'm determined to set this up before I speak to Aecentric. I'm determined to get some content out there.
You don't know me, man, dude. You could have fucking nothing, and I would have talked to you just as long. So you relax here. Consider this like your home away. You're home across the sea.
Thank you very much, Aecentric. I appreciate that. So
I'm being serious. This is like you're home across the sea. Notice I turned on my porch light, right? That's what I call my porch light.
Yeah.
I want a very comfortable atmosphere here. So you were like, you were the second guest. Vichy was the first, but you were the first record-breaking guest. We talked for 3 hours. Yeah. Now we're at over 4. Yeah. So clearly we could talk all fucking night. So yeah, man, be comfortable.
It's this pushing the boulder analogy up the hill, like Master Sisyphus. It's a Greek legend, isn't it? And that's the whole process of life, whether it's comics or trying to get better at drawing or trying to make a movie. It's not easy, and sometimes you don't have to do, but sometimes you need other people to help you with things. We can't be experts with everything. That's why you brought in a composer to help you with the sound. We can't be brilliant at everything, otherwise we need 10 lifetimes or 1,000 lifetimes to do all the skills that we need to do. And if you're knee deep in producing a comic book, it's very hard then to think, right, I've got to wear my promotional hat and get this message out to the entire world. There are I think for creators like you, myself, and other people in the comics community, where that inertia is at its greatest, between 1 and 1,000, I think there is an audience there to take you up to 1,000 true fans. You only need 1,000 true fans. In fact, if you had 100 really ultra fans, you could probably make do with 100. Yeah,
I'd be fine with that. Believe me.
As long as you had the merchandise and the revenue streams to sell to them. So for example, you mentioned one thing that I picked up on, and I've been thinking about it, is you're going to have let's say 1,000 true fans, right? And it might be let's say 100 of them will buy absolutely everything that you make.
Okay.
And then like I say, I'd say to you, well, okay, you did mention that you actually had a few people that bought your comic outside of X and the traditional social media or audience,
So just last week, I told you the book. I had one book here thought for you, but it was a guy just paid cash for it that I met outside. I'm like, well, I'm not going to turn it down. So
that tells me. It tells me there is an audience outside of comics for.
Oh yeah,
comics. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, Kyle, do you realize half? And I'm like, these are legit numbers, and maybe you'll just have to believe me. I can prove it, but not this minute. Half of my backers / customers are women. I never I thought like 1 out of 20 would be a woman. I just about 2 weeks ago on Twitter, young lady who just moved to Mexico. She now lives in Mexico. She used to live in Texas, recently moved to Mexico across the border, right? So it would be international shipping, but she's into comics and all this shit. She thought mine's cool. So her brother lives in Texas. So he backed the first book, the one that you're going to get. The first one gave me his address. So I sent the box of goodies to his address in Texas. And then when she visits him in Mexico from Mexico in a couple months, she will pick it up. And it's some girl, and I'm like, I never expected like women to be interested in my shit, because Demons and Angels, clearly it's adult. I mean, it's for adults. If you look at any of the artwork, it's not for kids. and I do not post. I'm like, I guess I could see, X, Twitter. I keep calling Twitter X, whatever the fuck you want to call it. There's porn all over the fucking place there, dude. There's I don't know what it's called, the manga porn shit. What is that? Hentai? Is that hentai? I don't fucking know. But there's a lot of manga where it's a lot of big boobs and asses and bunny, all this fucking weird. Okay.
Well, it's
all
saucy stuff, isn't it? It's saucy. It's adult.
There's an account that I follow called like BD Adults or something. It's like I think it's in Europe. And they are a promoter of adult books, as in it's nudity, sex, weird, all the twisted shit, right? Anything goes and stuff. And they're constantly posting these books with these, and I'm like, I could do it because I'm like, I many like the book you're gonna get. I think it's 8 pages total, which I consider to be extremely graphic. I don't show, right? And I'm like, would it hurt if I posted like some night, like wait till midnight when it's late, and post one of the pages that's really bad. I choke. I'm like, no, it's gonna offend somebody, you know what I mean? And so it's like, I don't know what
you make people aware that it's for mature audiences, then they know what they're getting.
I guess what you warn them. Okay, it's like in their thing on Twitter, like that whole image. You can flag your image as something, and it makes it blurry, and then you click on it, and you can see it, right? You know what I'm talking about, right?
Yeah, I've had one comic book for mature readers that's been in the promo, and you click on it at your discretion to view it. It's blurred over.
Maybe I'll try that. Because I think that's the other thing is I'm thinking, okay, what if, and I could be wrong, but what if people really aren't aware that it is this hardcore graphic shit? And if they did, maybe they'd be more attracted to it. Because the example, listen to this, another girl, and man, I can't really say much without making it obvious who the fuck it is. I know you have to know. If you're in the indie comic scene, you've seen her. I guarantee it. She's not an indie comic person. She has YouTube, and there's another platform she uses. A platform for fans. Fans that are only fans, right? So she's into indie comics and in that shit, right? And last year she posted my fucking book on my campaign, and I'm like, holy shit, this chick she's interested in my book. And it was like she was interested, but she didn't like back it, right? And I was like torn, because I'm like, she's really controversial. I mean, she's stirred up a lot of shit, but I think she's cool. I think she's really cool. I get what she's doing. I get her, right? But she's a very controversial person in a very popular indie group, okay? And she wanted back my book. And one night, I was talking to her on Twitter, and I posted one of the bad pages, one of the graphic pages. 10 minutes later, she backed my book. I'm like, I see. So obviously she's into that kind of shit. I think that's what sold her, because I think she was kind of on the fence, like, it looks cool, but I'm not sure. Dude, as soon as she saw that graphic page, like, she must have went right to the site and bam, backed it. And I'm just like, wow, that was the sell right there, was that graphic page. So, but that's her. She's a unique person, right?
Yeah.
Not like most. And I don't know if posting the graphic shit would help or harm me, is what I'm saying. But I suspect it may help more than I think it would harm, because I think people don't realize the shit that's really in it, the dark shit, the bad shit. And there's a lot of people into that don't openly admit it. And I think if they saw it, they don't know they backed it. You know what I'm saying? Is it like it's that little secretive shit to Twitter? Like, you don't have to announce to the world you back my book. You can back my fucking book. And if you're into that kind of shit and no one knows. So I just
how do you feel about going on another crowdfunder like if not Indiegogo, then Kickstarter? Because
I'll do Indiegogo before Kickstarter. I won't do Kickstarter. There's a reason, and it's in the past, and I'll leave it at that. Kind of like how you don't discuss politics. I'm not going to talk about my involvement in Kickstarter. But I was going to do Indiegogo. And I told you I choked. I got scared. I'm like, oh, fuck. So I did Fund My Comic instead for the first campaign. It went pretty well. Okay. The problem is now I'm on Fund My Comic for the next campaign. And it's not moving. And there have been other people who have come to the surface, come to the arena, so to speak, in indie comics, and have flat out said, Fund My Comic doesn't promote people, right? They don't promote whoever, blah, 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 blah. They're like, and they're basically saying, I made this much on Fund My Comic. When I went to this other platform, when I went to Indiegogo, I made this much. And it was like, they made 300 on Fund My Comic, and they made 10,000 on Indiegogo. Same book, different audience, bigger platform. And I'm like, that's what I'm making. My Fund My Comic is over 300. So if I went to Indiegogo, would I make 10 grand? 5? 2? I don't know. So now I'm like, okay, I will finish this campaign, obviously, on Fund My Comic. I'm not going to quit and switch over. That's not right. Fuck that. Some people would, people who are business minded and it's all about the money, they would be like, well, clearly this isn't working, so I can quit Fund My Comic and just have the same campaign on a better platform. Okay, cool. Well, you would. I'm not going to do that. It's like I committed to Fund My Comic. They're fucking cool. And that's that. That's my decision. So I get harmed by that, right? I'm not going to pull out from Fund My Comic early, and then fucking do it on Indiegogo. However, assuming there's a campaign after this, I'm definitely using Indiegogo, and that's for sure. Because now I'm not afraid to, because it's like, okay, 500 in a month, yeah, I can get that. I can get that with people outside of Twitter. You know what I'm saying? Like I have already. That's why my crowdfunding is a little deceptive. Not much. It's not like, oh, I've made $1,000 on this campaign and only this much. No, but I probably have made about 150 or so outside of the campaign. So when you see this campaign is 350 or whatever the fuck it is, it's actually probably more like 550, because I have sold, well, not sold, but like I have gotten backers to say, yeah, man, I want this shit, like how can I get it? I don't want to deal with this fucking, Fund My Comic crap. And I'm like, okay, just give me a fucking address, and the time comes and I get the cash and good to go. You know what I'm saying? So to me, 500 in 30 days now, that I can do, especially if it was a new campaign. You know what I mean? Where the first book, I was scared. I was like, I don't think I can get that in 30 days. I think I could get 200 or 300 in 30 days, but not 500. Well, now I know, yeah, I could get 530 days. So basically, the next campaign I want to do on Indiegogo. Kickstarter, I know Kickstarter's the biggest. It's the old. I researched all of them. I researched Kickstarter, Indiegogo, fucking everything. Kickstarter is the oldest platform. It's the biggest. It actually has the most, what do you want to say, leniency towards ratings, as in PGRX. From what I've seen and heard, you can get away with shit on Kickstarter in your book that
adult books, yeah.
Right? Okay. So technically that would be the logical reason, but I can't. There's a reason why I can't. So that means Indiegogo, And so I'm like, well, assuming I can get another campaign going, I'll do Indiegogo. And the other thing is the campaign itself will be cool because why? I'll have 2 finished books at that point. So what do you do on that campaign for the next, even if it's because remember I mentioned about doing a volume 2.5, a black and white, like 10, 20 page thing. That it would be like a $10, be like whatever. 20 pages black and white, $10 tier, right? However, you can get the first book for this much, the $10 plus 20, you get the first book, you get volume 1 in this book, right? And if you want all of them, you can get volume 1, volume 2, plus this for whatever, $50. You see what I'm saying? I've got 2 finished books plus the current campaign, and then prints and fucking whatever the hell. There'd be a lot of tiers to choose from. So it wouldn't be just this, $10 tier. There'd be a lot of other tiers because it's like I've got 2 other books I can tag onto that. So you see what I'm saying? So I believe next campaign, Indiegogo for sure. I'll easily hit the 500 in 30 fucking days because there'll be such a variety of shit to buy. And it actually be great for a newcomer because they could get volume 1, 80 pages, volume 2, 48 pages, and then whatever the fuck new thing I'm doing, you get all this shit for, $50 something? I don't fucking know. So yeah, that's what I would say is I'm doing Indiegogo next. Fund my comic. It's cool, but it's just it doesn't. It's the smallest platform. They don't really promote. They kind of say that, and so it's like, it is what it is, man. And I hit my thing, so I technically I'm successful technically, but to me I'm not because it's just a little over the minimum. You know what I mean? Where there are other people who set that same minimum and they've got $5,000, $10,000, shit like that. And I'm just like, this ain't working for me. So I just think Indiegogo would be better for a next step. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it's certainly I'd include it, and to me it seems to be a bit bigger, and it's
the next. Kickstarter's the biggest, then Indiegogo, and then
probably the next step for you, and to have a couple of platforms that you can, because I think there is a bit of a thing whereby not everybody, but some people are platform loyal. So if you have some from, let's say you do your next book, your 2.5 that you talk about, you have some people that fund a modest target on For My Comic, then you go for a slightly bigger target on Indiegogo, and by then you've got your volume 1, 2, and 2.5. Then you've got another tribe that follow Indiegogo that can contribute, rather than it be do or die, one or t'other. You can actually you can actually pool the resources of these multiple platforms. How many platforms is up to you, of course. I know what I'll be doing when I eventually get mine off the ground. I'd like to be in your shoes, actually. It'd be nice to have it out there and at least facing the fire under my feet of trying to get it created, done, and promoted, and out and printed, all that sort of stuff. Yeah,
it is definitely it's amazing because it's like I swear we're sadists or masochists or whatever the fuck it is, because it's like
process.
Even though this is frustrating and sometimes depressing and just sometimes just plain out fucking sucks. Like for me, when I haven't, like the last person to back a book was a fucking week ago. And before that, it was a week before that. So in 2 weeks, I've had however much that sucks, what really sucks is having no activity, as in no campaign. And then it's like when you have no campaign and you have like a finished product and you're working on stuff or whatever, you're dying to do it. could do a campaign, because what the fuck am I doing? Like, why am I posting on Twitter if there's nothing to get? You know, I'm just showing my art. Yay, likes and retweets. Ooh, you know, it's like you have to always have a campaign, because that's the only way you're going to get your shit out, you know, unless, and a lot of people, especially the established ones, have the website. Oh, you know, buy my book from my website. But at that point, they're so successful, they don't need to crowdfund. Like they have such a fan base that they go to their website to sell their book. So now they're big. Congratulations, you won the game. You have your website, your business, and you're constantly selling all the time. So you constantly promote it all the time. You see what I'm saying? It's not a 3-month campaign, 6-month campaign, 1-year campaign. No, this is your business now. Every fucking day, you got to water that garden, right? That is successful. People who are trying to get there use crowdfunding, right? And there's exceptions. Like there's some really big, successful guys, I'm sure you know, who still use crowdfunding, who don't even have a website. They don't even bother with that shit. They're like, I am so fucking successful on, you know, Indiegogo campaigns. I'm going to have 3-4 campaigns a year. And it works for them because they're millions. They got millions, dude. I don't, you know. So cool. That works for fucking you, but you have an army fan base. I mean, a fucking army fan base. You know what I mean? I'm trying to find mine. So it's like selling from a website. No fuck. You know, you've got to crowdfund. You know, and but that's another option. And there are a lot of people who you right there in their profile. You know, they're like, oh, like on your post. It's not Indiegogo, Kickstarter, Fund My Comic. It's whatever. It's their www. bigswordsandboobs.com. It's their website where they sell their book. They're not crowdfunding. They're using you to bring attention to their website where they sell their book. That's another option. But I don't want to go there. Like I don't feel like I've accomplished what I want to accomplish with crowdfunding yet. I want to get a fucking campaign that makes enough money where I'm like, okay, that's a win. You know, this isn't okay, well, you know, better nothing, you know, oh, it's kind of cool. I can throw a fucking party now. You know what I mean? With the crowdfunding. Maybe after that, then if I had enough fan base, whatever could carry over, then think about selling from a website. It can't happen in reverse. You don't get a fucking website and say, oh, I'm going to sell my book from my website. Well, to who? No one knows it exists. Now, it's like you have to crowdfund. That's where you build your audience. Not just that, but you got to prove to them. Do you finish your book? There are campaigns where the book never finished. We want to go over that one, name names. The first book I crowdfunded didn't come out, and I am pissed. The second book I crowdfunded, guess what? They're still working on it 3 fucking years later. So I'm like, you know what? I'm getting tired of this backing bullshit. I don't think I'm a backer, right? And so the third one I got, fortunately, but it was digital. So it's like you have to prove to people that you're going to finish your fucking book. You're going to fucking send it out. They're going to get it. And it's not damaged or whatever. And that it doesn't totally. There's all these things you have to prove to one customer. I'm legit. I make a product. You get it. It's worth what you paid. And it's within a certain amount of time that was acceptable to you, right? And all these little things is proving to one person after another, after another, after another, after another, that you are a legit creator, indie creator, and you're responsible enough to finish and send it the fuck out, and they get it, and everything's cool. So what is that? What do they learn from that? All right, this guy's legit. Shit, you know? Next book, yeah, I'll back it. Because I know he'll finish it. I know he'll fucking send it to me and everything's cool. So it's like that's the crowdfunding. It's like it's like a test. It's like you have to prove to your backers that you're not full of shit. You're not scamming them and all that stuff, because a lot of campaigns have. I didn't think it was that many until a few people flat out started posting threads on Twitter saying, I have backed a total of, and I mean, dude, it's like 350, but I have backed 350 projects in the last 3 years. This is a thread on how many of those I got, how many got fulfilled. And it's like, they got like 280 out of 350. I'm like, who the fuck are the 70 campaigns who fucked you over, basically? There's a lot out there, dude. And I have experience because the very first campaign I backed like 4 fucking years ago, it's gone. It just, the fucking floor dropped out. And I won't go into detail. I'm not even going to say who the fuck it was, but I guarantee you know who it was, because it was a very big up and coming campaign. And it was like everyone was excited for it. Bullshit happened between the two guys who are running it, and there's no book. And it's been almost 5 years. And so they started issuing refunds. So, okay, I did that. And then, like I said, this next one, I was like, looks cool, man. Yeah, fuck yeah. And I did it. And that was like 2 summers ago. And I'm like, I thought it was going to be done next summer. You know, I'm like, the fuck? And it's still being worked on. I'm like, so we're going on like 3 years now, man? It's like, okay, well, cool. So when I'm dead next month, maybe it'll get in my mailbox next year to the whoever the fuck buys my house. You know, I'm just like, dude, why are these people launching campaigns that go 2, 3, 4 years long? And it's like they're successful, but it's almost, dude, that's too long. I mean, a year is cool if you ask me.
The indie comics community, I would say as a community, should aspire to a high level of professionalism in terms of what we say, in terms of what we preach, but what we aim for in terms of our products and how we fulfill them. And I still think, looking at I call them not so mainstream anymore, but you got to give it to them. They put product out every month. It used to be in newsagents. It's now in direct market shops. And it's done to a high degree of professionalism. I have to give them credit on that. And I think indie comics, there are creators out there, many of them, because I back them, that are trying to reach for that standard. A lot of books I've backed have done, for example, almost like a month or so turnaround from when I paid to when I got the book.
Wow,
that's pretty good. Quite a few, and there's some guys that got a very good track record of delivery, like Matt Garvey. He's a Diamond Geezer. I backed a few of his books, and digital, because the reason I back digital is I can back more people and support more creators that way, and not have to cope with the astronomical costs of shipping. I don't know what happened to shipping the last several years. It seems to have gone off the scale. Maybe they don't want us buying paper comics anymore. Maybe they want us buying all digital. I don't know. But there's some great creators out there who deliver when they say they will, like Matt Garvey and another guy, Roberto of the Timeless Voyager. That's pretty good. I'm looking forward to reading that one, issue 3. There's Dio, who's doing his Tomb of Reckoning. He's now on his 3rd issue, and I think he's got up to 6 or 7 planned. You know what I mean? There's Peter of Baylor, who's a nice Irish creator whose his 3rd campaign failed on, was it Kickstarter?
Really? His 3rd?
But you know, he passed his 1st and 2nd one, but I think just his trailer on the 3rd one featured him.
Did he set the bar too high? Like he raised the?
Maybe slightly, but I think as well his trailer. I did say the things I liked about his stuff. I kept it very positive, but I said perhaps focus on maybe featuring his comic, because I only came in at Baylor issue 3 and thought, what is this? And there was just him in the trailer, and I thought, well, he's talking about his book, but it'd be better perhaps if he showed me his book. And with the next
Also, he had a trailer and he didn't show the book or artwork or anything.
It's kind of mainly him talking about the book. But what I like about his current campaign is come back with a kick-ass kind of trailer. It's all about the book. It's showing the book. It's got a nice dark orchestral score to it. It's Irish mythology meets superheroes, and he's done a fantastic job of getting off the canvas. Because you know how you feel if your book fails. You probably feel like, oh yeah, I want to give up. Right? This is the end. And I just told him, you know what? You get yourself dusted down and have a slight pause, have a think about it, and then come back stronger. He's come back fighting, and I think he's at between 50 and 60% funded. It was almost 50%.
Well, I mean, especially if he had
wait a second. After the first day or so, it was about 50% funded, and then within 2 or 3 days to a week, he's at 60%. So he's on track, even though in the middle part, usually weeks 2 to 3, it can slow down, and then you get that last minute surge, don't you? Yeah. So credit to Peter. I tell you what, I backed his book because, do you know why? I just like the moxie of a guy who gets off the canvas, dusts himself down, has a bit of fight, listens to a bit of advice. Not that he needed to. I think he knew what he neid to do. He improved the trailer, and then really sold the message more. And he restarted on Kickstarter. Campaign 3's Halo 3 is doing great guns, you know.
I mean, especially if he had if his first 2 were successful, and his third was, that's kind of weird to me. That seems odd because it's like we got 1 win, 2 win, third, but that could be, and that who knows what error that could be, but that could literally be he shot too high. You know, that's all it was. But even if it failed, I wouldn't. I mean, I would tell me, but like, dude, all it was is a fuck up. You just keep doing it because your first 2, if the first one failed and the second one failed and the third one failed, no, something's wrong.
That's a different kind of message, isn't it? But I think actually he had the best part of 1,500 euros of backets. Yeah. Okay. So that told him, and told me anyway, but it told him, I think. I noticed his target, like you was indicating there, just trimmed it slightly to close to 1,500. And you know, it's probably going to pass because he had 1,500 quid's worth of euros of custom from the Baylor 3 Kickstarter that just failed. It got quite close, but it looks like it's on track now. So I backed because I just like somebody who's a fighter and doesn't give up. You know, to me, there can be different reasons why you back a book. For me, it can be the creator's got something about them. It can be the comics got a unique product. It could be that you just believe in the cause of freedom and the fact that they want to, support indie comics, and they want to make a living off it, and they've just got something they believe in, about how comics should be made, or they've got an unusual, unique, like for example, your cause is one of freedom, and you've got an unusual kind of approach to creating a comic. And you've got a unique product of angels and demons in a fantasy setting. To me, there's a market for that. In Star Wars, 40% of the women, 40% of the audience were women. So it's a strong message with a strong female lead, and a feisty, strong female lead, a strong character. She was a princess, and she was leading from the front. And then you've got a game like World of Warcraft. The only thing I could think of even remotely like yours, although not entirely like yours, it isn't a fantasy setting. But it's probably not as intense as your book in terms of polarity that you talked about between dark.
I'll be interested to hear your
and the
review.
female.
I mean, you don't have to give a formal.
I suspect there's a strong female audience in World of Warcraft because again, it seems to be that women like fantasy. And I think women like adult books as well. I mean, adult in terms of. Does every book have
maybe they love romance novels, and those aren't for children. So
there's, to me, about your book, the one thing I pick up on, maybe the women are picking up on this, is dark romance, fantasy. It's a mature subject, so maybe they can take it seriously. Whereas if you look at a lot of Disney movies, everything's aimed almost at a 15-year-old because they want the widest possible audience. But the danger of that is that you get a very mediocre product, and So if you're kind of nailing yourself to your mast, and that you want a certain kind of audience that is going for the product you're creating, which is unique, and that will just take a bit longer. But once you build up brick by brick your temple, your target, the church of your target audience, then you will get there. It's just going to take a bit longer, I suspect. But you'll I think over time you'll find more people outside of comics, I think, is a growth market for you. The female audience is a growth market for you. And perhaps just one or two more promo creators to help you with your cause. I think next step to Indiegogo will probably give you another boost, I suspect. What do you think?
I think so. I mean, from like, because, and again, I don't remember who, I don't follow them. I've never seen or heard of their book or account before. I think he's a wild card. You know what I mean? Like, he seemed like a crazy fucking out there kind of guy. You know what I mean? And his book was weird. It was different. The art was different style, and it had a lot of, big booby shit going on with it. Was just one of those kind of things. And there's a huge market for that. Huge market, And it's just the numbers were like, he's like, fund my comic, we only made 300, and he's like, they didn't promote us, and they're family and small time, blah 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 blah. And I'm just like, yeah, I can't deny that, and I hear you, brother, And he's like, the other platform, they were shadow banned, and oh, fucking, we didn't even know we were shadow banned, and all this crap. And then he's like, but this next platform, we've made 10 grand, and blah 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 blah. And I'm just like, yeah. So I thought I gotta go over there, but it's like, I'm not gonna go over there right now.
This is it. I mean, look, any platform has the potential to upset you or not have rules that you like, or to serve as gatekeepers. Right. And how is that different from the traditional diamond publisher route, whereby you publish 2,000 up front? But in fact, it used to be about 500, then up to something like 1,000. Then they need it to be something like 2,000, and all the time that's squeezing the smaller creators. Yeah. So this is where crowdfunding has been a boon. But then if they start behaving like sometimes big corporations start behaving, and saying we don't like your sort around here,
right?
You've got to go to a platform or find somewhere else that will support you, and that's the beauty of my comic and Luke Stone. They can give you a nurturing support environment, and if that next step happens to be Indiegogo, then fine. I've backed 50 comics, quite diverse projects that have all hit their target. I've run very professional campaigns, and this is the kind of thing indie comics need to be aiming for, and they have aimed for. Credit to them all. I could list a great deal of them, but I don't want to give out too many shout outs. You know what I mean?
No. So wait, you've backed 50 books?
50 books I backed. Most of them digital, and I think only one-ish was late, and that particular person has crossed the Rubicon in terms of he's got a family and a wife to support. I understand where he's coming from. You know what I mean? He's doing other books as well. But if an ending ain't right, I don't think Aecentric would put it out, and neither should he. Because if you snatch at the ending, you'll always be remembered for the ending. The reader won't be satisfied with it, and you won't sleep at night as a creator if it's not done right. So I've been very supportive and said, listen, you crossed the Rubicon, get it done, get it right. So that way you sleep at night. I have high confidence. 100% confidence this guy is a guy that normally delivers 9 times out of 10, and I'm confident this will come to me real soon. It's one of the few paper comics I've backed, and it's 4 volumes, and my postwoman is going to have a bit of a problem carrying that to my door and putting it through the letterbox. If you can put that through the letterbox, I'll be impressed. You might have to knock on the door and speak to him personally. But
dude, it has amazed me. You guys, and
I've
like
got
I said,
I've got positive messages of fulfillment in the indie comics community. There are lots of really great people trying the best. They're going through the path of fire coals, walking on barefoot over the red hot fires of creativity. Then they've got to fulfill it, and they've got to get it printed and fulfilled and distributed and sent. And it's somebody like Matt Garvey. You see him actually packing up all the boxes into those Gemini mailers and stuff like that. I mean, I look at it in wonderment, thinking some of these guys are packing up 200, 400, 500, 1,000 books. You know what I mean? You're thinking, crikey, how do they do that? And you look at even something like, I don't know if you've heard of it. Oh, what's the other one? It's very manga style. It might not be your thing. I've tried to get into manga to just understand it and the market dynamics. And you never know, somebody in Japan might want to buy your book one day. So actually understanding exotic markets, which the Japanese market is, it's the biggest comic market in the world. It can swallow up the rest of them in its big hat. And they've got such a beautiful exotic way of seeing the world. I'm fascinated by Japan. It was one of my 3 bucket places I wanted to visit, along with New York and Austria. I haven't gone to any of those 2 yet, fortunately. But yeah, what's it called? Carman America. That's what it's called, Carman America. And it
Cayman America.
That's in Cayman America.
I say Cayman. I don't know if it's
Carman America. Yeah. And
Cayman America, the blonde with the fucking big tits. Yeah.
And what it's,
I know, I see that all over the fucking place.
It's all over the place, but it's, what has it got? It's got patriotism. It's got cheesecake, saucy humor. You know, not hardcore, but
it's funny. It's a Japanese take on America.
It's almost got
it's
a
almost satire.
It's Captain America, but with a female and a kind of Japanese take on America. And what I like about it is it's taken advantage of the manga invasion into America, with a slight anime visual flavor to its coloring. And also, they also produce a Japanese version, which is a stroke of genius to the Japanese audience. And they've got it on they've got a special shortened version on Webtoons. And I was thinking it might be nice one day for Aecentric to have a very. Apparently, I was looking at a K comics, which is Korean comics. That's another offshoot, isn't it? Okay. And there's an audience there. And what
I'm getting more coffee, but I can hear you. So
no bother.
Okay, I can hear you. I turn the volume up so you can keep talking.
No bother. But to your viewers, I was looking at this. K Comics kind of YouTube. It's just launched, and they were saying how big slow scrolling comics are on YouTube, and people will actually look at these slow scrolling comics on their phone, on their iPads, on their computer. And this is, maybe they give it away for free, maybe they charge a YouTube membership fee to access these slow scrolling comics. I mean, comics don't have to be on paper. Of course, I love paper comics. I love the smell. I love the feel. That doesn't sound too naughty. And I like the way a comic sits on my lap. But I just wonder at the visual nature of it all, you know? Space and time in paper, yeah? So slow scrolling comics, you know what I thought of with K Comics doing slow scrolling comics? I thought, what a brilliant promotional vehicle that would be for Aecentric to try on his YouTube. If he did just even a snippet, like took 10 pages and chopped it up onto a slow scrolling comic, because you've done a trailer, so you can do that. You can put music.
What are you talking about?
You've got your orchestral guy. What's his name? Mr. Wizard. What's his name?
Vici.
Yes. And I thought, could you imagine doing that as a slow scrolling comic? Not all of it, if you don't want to give all of it away, but just imagine 10 pages as a slow scrolling.
Wait, when you say slow scrolling comic,
catch the wave here, Aecentric.
Wait a minute. When you say slow scrolling comic, are you talking about basically a video where your comic moves? Dude.
To music. You've already done it. You've done a trailer.
2 years ago. Dude. Yeah, I know. I want to do that. What I want to do, it wouldn't technically be animated, but it would be one step away from an animated little film. What I thought of doing is, and the problem is the first book, because of the graphic content, I couldn't put it on my YouTube channel. So someone mentioned, well, maybe Patreon. What?
Just take the bits that aren't, and the bits that are a bit naughty, put it through your Patreon.
Well, I actually have Patreon. Yep. I still have Patreon. I forgot I had a Patreon account.
That's Patreon. You got to use it.
So
that's back for the naughty stuff.
Maybe that's the next platform.
So you use the YouTube slow scroller as a feeder into your Patreon. That's what you do.
That's what I'm thinking. So if because this This is how I would do it. What I wanted to do is have volume 1 on video. Okay. Now, you can move the camera as in, digitally, right? Panning up, down, right, left, zooming in, out, diagonal. That's movement. So it's real simple. If okay, I don't know. Let's just pretend she's walking, right? Where you move the camera, whatever, this way. You know what I'm saying? So like the frame is here, and she moves towards the edge of the frame, which gives the illusion that she's moving. Especially if the character is drawn like they're walking, right? So you simply move the camera to what do you call it? Synthesize or suggest that they're actually moving across the screen. Okay,
Yeah,
you can do that like fucking crazy.
You can add music to that. You can add ambience to that.
Okay, so I'm getting there. Okay. So I do the drawings. Drawings are done. That's easy.
It's already done.
I know how to visually move the image, because whether it's the iPad or whatever the fuck it is, you can move all this shit. Zoom in, zoom out, high, fast. There's all this fucking movement. There's your movement, right? Now you get like
you've got your voice actors.
5 of them at least. You have your deep voiced male godlike narrator, your Gandalf, whatever, a fucking guy with a deep fucking voice who speaks perfectly, right? And then you get your 1 or 2 females, because now I'm like, oh shit, this mistress has speaking lines, this angel has speaking lines. So either that voice actress has to really be able to change her voice, or you got to get 2 separate. Okay, I need at least 1 or 2 extra males, because this guy talks and this guy I can fucking speak the lines of one of the characters. You see what I'm saying? Okay, so you have the pictures, the simulation of movement, right? Voices, so you don't have to read it on the screen. Everything, narration, lines, it's all
turn the page with your fingers because it's been handled for you.
You don't have to do shit. It's like a fucking movie, dude. It moves for you.
And you said a few hours ago, you said, I like movies. I like doing that trailer stuff. And I thought, well, that's where he's happiest. Oh, you're happy doing your comic, right. Of course. But that's another thing with your previous experience with movies and that. Why can't you be doing about that? And that's what
the trailers are for. The most recent trailer, I have 4 voice actors: me, Vichy, my niece, and Donnie in Berlin. 4 different people voicing characters in a 2-minute trailer, right? That's the first stepping stone to do what I want to do. All you do is you take the first book, which is 80 fucking pages, which means it's going to be 30, 40-minute long video. You have movement, you have the images, you have voice actors, music. Vichy, got a big job for you. I need 10 fucking songs, brother. 10. I need a song for every fucking scene. You know what I mean? Sound effects. This scene with battle, you throw in clangs and clings and screams and whatever the fuck, explosions, kaboom, So you've got music, sound effects, voices, right? Imagery and movement. That's basically an animated short film, right?
If you had 10 scenes, at 10 pages each, there's your 80 pages worth of volume, the first part of volume 1, yeah? That would be a free advertisement to for people that actually want the printed edition, and they will, yeah?
So
that's like 10 trailers, 10 slow scrolling comics for an upcoming phenomenon.
Basically,
people like scrolling stuff on their iPads. People like scrolling stuff on the iPhone. Think about how big the iPhone market is. It's 1 billion strong. Think about how strong the iPad market is. It's several hundred million strong. You're telling me
that's where I want to go.
People out there that want your comic. Of course, there are people out there that want your comic.
Yeah, I'd have to do that, because think about it. You would be watching the comic the comic would be basically turned into practically an animated movie. So you would literally just have to watch it. You wouldn't actually even have to read it, because any written words are spoken to you from a narrator to the actor and actress, voice actors. You know what I mean? I mean, not just that, but remember the whole thing about the kaboom drawing, right? Well, guess what? You have an actual fucking explosion, because I've got sound effects of different explosions.
You've already got the format for it, Eccentric. You've already got the format, and you've got just enough captions at the bottom to actually give direction to somebody who wants to read it. But the thing is, with the actual voice acting, that basically means they don't have to read it. If they want to, they can just experience it.
Exactly. And like I said, it is basically one step short of an animated film. And if the first book, this, volume 1 is 80 pages, and there's how many chapters? 9. And there's 9 chapters in.
So that's nine shorts of, I don't know how long each one would be.
Right. Well, it depends. Each scene's different. Some scenes would go 2 minutes. Some would go 5. Depends on dialogue, on action. But the whole point is, I know I can do it. I literally know how to do that. I know how to. I already have the images. That's done. I know how to the camera movements. That's done. Music, I've done. We've gone through that several times, because Vichy has made several songs. Okay, so check. You know what I mean? Now I've dealt with voice actors. Check. I mean, you see what I'm saying? What haven't I fucking done? The only thing I haven't done is strung it all together in a 45-minute, essentially, trailer. Basically, a 45-minute fucking trailer. That is the whole book. So here is volume 1, like in movie format. So you can have it digitally, like people like the ones you get, where you can scroll on your phone for whatever, $10. I don't even know what the fuck people charge. 5, 10, what do they charge? I don't fucking know. Volume 1 digitally is your cheapest. $10, 80 pages for $10. You can read it on your phone. Cool. PDF, whatever, The hard copy, 80-page hard copy for $20 or whatever the fuck. But that's shipping costs, et cetera, et cetera. And the third option, just watch the fucking movie. Because if you go to my Patreon for that's, I don't know how does that work? Is that a monthly fee, or is it a fee? You know what I'm saying?
It's a monthly fee. You set the parameters on that fee. It can be different tiers: 1, 5, 50, 1, 5, 10, 15.
So once that's figured out, go to my Patreon, and for whatever, $5 a month or $10 a month or whatever the fuck that membership is, you get to watch the book. You get to watch volume 1. Not only do you get to watch it, like you don't have to read it, but you get to hear what the fuck the characters sound like and how they talk, and if they have accents or not, right? And you get to hear literally a soundtrack, because there's 9 chapters and so that's 9 original. I didn't rip it off. I didn't steal from, you get a free fucking song from Apple or whatever. I got a fucking friend of mine, a guy who composed 9 original scores, and they're all linked together, because the sounds you hear in the first song, you hear that same theme again in the 4th song, and then again.
And I posit this extra option to you. If you can do that on a YouTube slow scrolling comic video, right, which each one a kind of trailer kind of movie experience, which harnesses your skills. You showed me your Kurt Russell movie phase earlier, where you tried to get that movie sorted, but it was too expensive. But you did it. Many people don't get that far, but you got that far, and you brought that experience to bear in your current comic project, where you've got a low gate in terms of you can control everything. There's not much. There's not a big gap between you and your audience with a comic. You control it all. You can get it out there. The only slight problem is which distribution method, but that's a lot easier these days. And you don't have any high hurdles to get past. There's still one or two crowdfunders that maybe they shadow banning all that sort of stuff. Then stay clear.
Yeah.
of them.
I'm not too worried about it. I mean,
you are a creator who is master of his own destiny, master of his own
Mhm.
shit. And I think your solutions from speaking to you must be tailor-made to harness the talents you've already got and marshal your resources. What are these? You can create a comic. You've already done so much of it. All you have to do is repackage the skills and the resources you've got, your skills as a movie creator.
right.
You've got a composer. You've already got 80 pages of material from volume 1. I'd have that chopped up on slow scrolling YouTube, access to Patreon for the fruity bits. And if people want the whole thing in one go, they pay a subscription of 5 to whatever the tier is. If you want early access, 2 episodes, tier 2, 5 episodes, tier 3 for 10 quid, you get all of it. You work that out. You can get back to Patreon and decide how it's going to work for you. But I was just speaking to you about the different, where your conviction lies. The whole point of me giving value in terms of listening to a creator is I want to know the personal aspect of it. I don't impose my solution on anybody else. I'll suggest ideas. They like them, they don't like them, I don't care. I know what I'm going to do for mine. It'll either work or it won't work, and I'll have to listen to somebody else who's done it. and maybe I can learn something from them. But I think you've got all the talents and the resources to chop it up and repackage it and go for a tailor-made solution in terms of promotion with a slow scrolling comic. Point that audience, if not TikTok, then point them towards Patreon, which is a very tailor-made audience. And actually, they can be very loyal on that platform. And they
I know. Oh yeah.
Very patient with people who slowly build something that is personal and custom for them.
That's, like I said, I've never actually talked to this with anyone. I've never talked about this with anyone, mostly because the people, outside of here, they don't know how this shit works. You know, it would just be like a bunch of jabber to them. You obviously know how this shit works. But yeah, you're right. It's not like I don't have to like learn anything to do that.
No,
it would literally be just setting it into motion. It's like I've had practice with every aspect of that. I just haven't set this project into motion. It would be a project because, think about it. I'm taking 80 pages and I have to now disassemble it to ironically panels, which is what I'm used to drawing at a time anyways, is panels, because I would want, it's the way I see it is a panel at a time. See what I'm saying? One panel fills the screen and it moves this way. And then this next panel fills the screen. This one goes to this panel and it zooms out. And then it goes. So literally it would be panel by panel, not page per page, where you see a page with 5 panels. No, dude, I'm talking each panel. I film this panel, right? So this is the only fucking thing you see on your screen, and then it changes to this next panel. And then you see what I'm saying? So now you're talking hundreds of separate pictures, right? Strung together, and then you throw in all the other shit. But it would dude, that would be fucking cool. Actually, yeah, think about panel per panel. That's how you make it long, because 3 to 5 panels per page, even if it's at 3 to 5 seconds per panel times 3 to 5, you see what I'm saying? How it adds up. So that could be like a fucking hour. That could be a long. That could be like an hour. I don't fucking know. That could be a longer movie than I thought.
And if each one is an hour, you could even think about cutting it up even into smaller segments, and you'd have enough content.
Halfway. Ironically, do the halfway that I did the first time, as then ended at the 40-page mark, the halfway mark, which is what book 1 was when book 1 and book 2 were separate, 40 and put together. So if I actually, you know what? When it comes to undertaking a project, that would probably be the smart thing, because turning the first 40 pages into, I mean, you're talking voice actors, music, sound effects, all that shit, movement. That's a project. That's not a week. That's going to take a lot of months, a couple months, 3 months.
Actually breaking it up and tackling it in terms of chapters, that basically get maybe 3 of those in the bag in terms of your sandbag it, get an inventory of 3 in the bag. So as you make the others, they will feed into your production schedule and into your release schedule for Slow Scrolling Comic on YouTube, which will be
talk about, dude, when it comes
to your Patreon, all right, which will
Patreon definitely, because there's 3 when you get volume 1, the 80 pages, there's 3 chapters with the bad shit. Okay. So you'll see, but think about it, when it comes to the promoting, like this whole fucking video thing I'm talking about, when it comes to promoting, like I'm just thinking on Twitter, right? If I could post a 10-second clip of the you know what I'm saying? Like if I say I did the first 40 pages done and it's a half hour long, okay? Well, I'll take a 10-second clip of some cool scene of that 30 minutes. There's my promoting on Twitter. I post that 10-second, little movie under your fucking post, and right there you see movement. Okay, so images, oh wow, you drew this? Oh, cool. Okay. Yeah. Well, there's also movement, sound effects, fucking people talking. The characters are talking now. You know what I'm saying? And fucking epic music in the background. They're like, I thought this was a comic. Well, it is. It's just I've given it life. You know what I mean? That would be a great way to promote, because they're like, wow, cool. Okay, it's kind of cool.
So you get
it's like 10 seconds. That's 10 seconds. It's 30 minutes.
Your YouTube slow scrolling comic then feeds into your Patreon. So the X goes to YouTube, which goes to Patreon. So you've got 3 platforms.
That's how I could use YouTube.
You could wait a little bit, then a free bit, and the free bit leads to a bit of monetization. Yeah.
Okay. So wait. So YouTube would be the teaser, right? Because I can't show the bad scenes on YouTube. They'll fucking kill my channel. But I could show 5 minutes. I could have like 5 minutes free
from each
on
chapter,
YouTube.
From each of the 9 chapters, you could show a substantial part of each of those 9 chapters. Nine separate freebie slow scrolling comics. You can show half
on YouTube
of chapter 1. Then the next episode would be half of chapter 2. If they want the full chapter, then they go to your Patreon. And then
for the full
episode in tier 1. Yeah. And then
and at the end of it,
you add another episode. So you keep people coming back over 9 months. The 9 months is going to take you to finish your book. Your next book, yeah, and then when the next book's done, you can repeat the same promotional cycle, while you finish 2.5, etc., etc.
But that's the puzzle. Piece I was missing, because I'm like, how the fuck can I use YouTube for this? I'm not going to make money on it, and I can't post the bad shit, so I can't do it on YouTube. Is that simple?
You give free to make money on Patreon.
YouTube is the preview. It's the trailer. It's like a trailer for this, because literally that's what it would be. If this thing would end up being, like I said, if I did the first 40, if I started with just, let's see how hard this is, how long it takes to do. So I'm going to take the first 40 pages and try to fucking do this, right? And I get whoever to do the voices, and Vichy does the music and all this other bullshit. And I do the first 40 pages, and let's just say it ends up being 30 minutes. Okay. So a 30 minute basically finished fucking little film, right? Okay. That post parts of that, on my YouTube channel right here, which is free. So people get to watch a free teaser of this. And then at the end of the YouTube, okay, and for the full length thing and adult content, whatever,
Yeah, go on.
Here's my Patreon. Go to my Patreon. That's how you do it. So YouTube, I use Patreon, and then obviously Twitter, you promote it and post it. So there you go. So hey,
Free to win.
I don't know what the fuck with
Free to
Facebook.
win.
Patreon is my other platform.
Yeah, you've already.
That way I can show the bad shit. What?
You're already on Patreon. You've done that before, but you weren't.
I have the
sure
account.
how
I
to
just didn't
make
do anything with it.
work.
Yeah. That's the missing piece is YouTube for the preview, and then Patreon's perfect for the actual whole thing because I can show all the adult content and not fucking worry about it. In fact, that's what fucking everyone does on Patreon. It's kind of for that. So that's it. And since I already have, I've had a Patreon account for like 2 years. I just don't do anything with it.
So again, it's about marshalling resources. I mean, for example, your tier
That's
one could
funny,
be,
dude.
your tier one could be, right, you get a chapter per month, yeah, over 9 months. But your tier 5 might be, you want it all, you pay for it all.
Yeah.
You know?
I mean, there's so many. Oh Christ! Now that's a whole nother. I don't even want to.
Now,
I don't want to go down there, but you know,
I think on that note, I think we've pickled your brain. I think on that note,
I got more.
I think we've left you with quite a conundrum.
Yeah, I'm gonna chain smoke. I'm itching, dude. I'm gonna like fucking burn through 3 smokes here in the next 5 minutes. Like now, I'm like,
there's your business plan. There's your business.
Yeah,
plan.
dude. No, that was cool because, like I said, I knew I couldn't do it on YouTube, but I'm like, well, I've got to fucking use YouTube. But I use YouTube as the R-rated, the teaser, the preview, and I can't show the bad shit on YouTube. But here's some of the other shit. But if you want to see the bad shit in the full length, that's what Patreon's for. I already have Patreon, exists. I just haven't used it. Now I have a fucking reason to use it. I can put the bad shit movie fucking thing.
One lady makes 5,000 a month.
Cool. You help with that. You help me figure that out. That's fucking cool.
I know I was a bit sneaky there, but I thought I'd go around the mountain and get there eventually.
No, dude,
one lady. She has a comic on YouTube, and she's making thousands a month because she's built up her loyal audience on that platform.
That's
and
cool.
You've already got it. Just use it, harness it. You know what I'd
I
be
guess
doing?
again,
You know your little phone. I'd be pecking that into your phone before you forget it as a little business plan. Just
I won't forget this because
you get to bed.
I've had this. No, I've thought of this 2 years ago, and I've been quiet about it because honestly, I'm paranoid, and I don't want the big guys, to say, "Oh, wow, great idea. I think I'll do that," because I have $1 million to spend. I can fucking do this by next month. So I'm not,
It doesn't matter what
I don't think they will. I don't think
they haven't got your idea. You've got something unique.
I think they're cool with I don't see them doing it. I honestly don't see many thinking of, wait a minute, let me hire some voice actors and a original guy to do music and this and this. I don't see many people trying to do that. So again, I'm just like, well, I don't want anyone to steal my fucking idea, first of all. But second of all, I'm like, that's just one more thing where I am different from the rest of them. You know what I mean? Because it's like, okay, not only am I doing the comic fucking crowdfunding, what everyone else is doing, right? But if I'm able to basically have, which is one step away from basically an animated film, where my comic that I was crowdfunding, which is just, it's a fucking book, now it's basically almost a fucking animated film. And I can make money off it, and I can show all the fucking bad shit. I mean, dude, that's like next level. You know what I'm talking about? That's like,
yeah. Let me share with you a little insight.
Yeah.
I know two creators. Right? Mm-hmm. One person said they didn't need a trailer. As soon as they got a trailer made for them, they got sales.
See,
another person, they didn't feature the comic in the trailer,
right?
But once they did, their next campaign, which was rebooted, has come storming out the gates. What does it tell us? We are living in the age of video. You've got video skills. You've done it. You've made nearly a movie. So you've come from that background. You just need to leverage it.
Yeah, you're right. I wanted to, because you see my trailers, dude. I have a bunch of them. I got a lot of fucking trailers.
I like them. They stand
And
out.
they're different. They're longer, and it's like story. It's like I'm kind of telling a story. You know, a lot of trailers. You see the campaigns. You probably see more campaigns than me. A lot of the trailers for campaigns are similar. Don't you agree? Like,
Well, look,
metal music,
you can
very
be
fast,
different because
flashy.
you've got 80 pages and 9 chapters. Imagine this: 9 trailers, and you give a flavor of those 9 trailers.
God, dude, you're talking about a lot of work.
On a slow-scrolling YouTube comic, yeah. And then, if they want the full quote-unquote movie for each chapter, they go to the Patreon, and they can get 1 per month. If they want the whole thing in one go, they pay for that tier.
A lot of options, dude. Oh, there's so many options. This could, God, I got it. Oh God, this is like a whole another direction.
Well, it's the same direction, but you've got let's just say you've got
it's a great idea for the future.
You've got another wind in your sail. That's what you've got.
No, it's a great idea for the
like sail in your wind. So it's an extra. I'll try that again in English. You're going to have another sail on your boat.
Yeah. No, big time. That's more like a fucking engine on the back of the boat is what that is. Now
I think so.
It's a lot of work, but God, it'd be fun. Oh, dude, to have.
So Aecentric, have we figured it out? The marketing thing. I think we have, and another revenue stream.
Yeah. Well, the Patreon's a catch, and that's funny because it's like I've had it in my back pocket. And I just haven't. It's like I don't know how to use it. You know what I mean? Now that's the ticket. It's
money in your back pocket.
The whole,
and you've had it there all along.
Yeah. The whole 80-page book will be on Patreon. Yeah, that makes fucking sense.
But chop it up over membership tiers. Chapters per month means that you can feed it to people over 9 months, giving you time to get the next book finished.
Okay. So
and you're good at X, so you give people a little tickle on the tongue.
Yeah.
X, take them over to the slow scrolling teas on YouTube, and then free on YouTube.
You're right. It's amazing, dude. They all work together.
ABC.
You're right. Twitter, then YouTube, then Patreon. I mean, it's amazing. It's perfect. It's a perfect system. Wow, that's
3 strings, 1 bow.
Wow. All right, dude. Well, congrats. We've
done it.
5 hours and 20 minutes. 5 hours and 20 minutes, dude.
I'm gonna get something to eat to go to bed.
I haven't eaten dinner. I haven't eaten shit today. I'm so hungry. I'm not even hungry now. You know what I mean? I'm past that.
You're gonna be on food. You're gonna be on hunger.
I gotta eat. Yeah, I'm beyond hunger. It's like I'm not even hungry now. So, all right. Well, no, this is awesome. So, thanks for talking so long. But motherfucker, this was your fault because you specifically told me
5 minutes.
You know, let's start early and 1 hour. And I'm like, okay, I do remember saying that. I was ready for an hour. You kept going and going, and I'm not going to stop you. Here. I can.
There was one point where I was thinking, this is a stream about the creative process, so let's go through the creative process. And I did encourage you a bit with that. I do apologize.
No. This is cool. Like I said, I
wanted to know what your creative process was and how it would differ from mine. I didn't want to hit you with my creative process. I'm interested in your creative process.
Okay. Well, I just
and
don't.
It's unique. Your comic's unique. You're unique.
I just didn't want you to somehow suffer tomorrow for staying because what is it 5 a.m. there?
It is 5:15, and so I'm going to probably end up having some peanut butter sandwiches with a glass of milk. That sounds very wholesome, doesn't it?
I hear you. All right, dude. Well, again, thanks for staying so long. And this was like a missing puzzle piece. I shit you not, dude. It was. Piece. And I can't jump on it tomorrow, but now that I can see, dude, it would work. I know it would work, and I know I can do it. It's like one of those blueprints that's in the near future that all I have to do is start on it because the blueprint's done. You know what I mean? It's like it's done. I'll have to.
You have your
I know
blueprint.
how
It's
to
already
fuck
done.
this.
It's already done. It's in
Yeah.
front of you all along.
That's cool.
I would
All
like
right,
to
dude.
say graciously, Eccentric, thank you for having me on. You're
Thank
very
you.
gracious to spend the time with me. Passionate brother from another
Yeah.
continent. And what I do like is that you were quite touching, rather. You were concerned for my safety, which I do appreciate. Thank you very much.
No, I like you know how shit is in the world. It's a crazy fucking world, dude. But like I said, feel free anytime. Obviously, the best way to get hold of me is the whole DM on Twitter thing. And I mean, that's how Danny and I talk so much is back and forth. Yeah, if things are weird or you can disappear for a week, just fucking let me know. Because I'm the kind of guy, like when I connect with somebody, because it's the same way with Danny. It's like, if like a week or so goes by and we don't talk, I automatically start to like worry, like, oh, fuck, is she okay? But I don't want to bug her because then I look like a fucking dork. You know what I mean? So it's like, always feel free to contact me in DMs on Twitter, you know? And that way I don't have to fucking worry about you. What's that?
I appreciate that. And the touch of worry was appreciate that. I will keep in touch, and you likewise. You know, to me, I'm very intrigued to know how you get on with this new blueprint.
I am too, man, but it's gonna. I can't jump right on it because again, I still got a fucking campaign to worry about. I'm trying to get back.
You got to get volume 2 done. You got to get volume 2 done. I appreciate that.
I got to get this shit over with successfully. Then I can worry about that. So, this was a very helpful, productive step that you helped me with because you basically you pieced it all together. The missing piece of the puzzle, and then you strung it all fucking along, and it's just like, holy shit, there it is. That's what I got. That's fucking cool, dude. So I totally appreciate this big time.
Well,
so,
a bit naughty of me to do it that way, but I thought we could. I think we can get them.
Cool.
I just saw the pieces, man. You have it. You had
well,
all the pieces.
Again, I'll have. I don't know when, but I want to. Like you, another episode. I want you to talk about your comic. I don't know if you ever have anything to show on it, a sketch or whatever. But it'd be cool. You said you're keeping it very quiet, and that's cool. But when you want to talk about it, or when you can talk about it, whatever the fuck your deal is, then let's talk about that. Because, like I said, obviously I'll back it. I'll be your first fucking buyer, backer, whoever.
Appreciate that. Thank you very much. God bless you, sir.
But just that could be another episode sometime. Okay, so you let me know.
I think so. I appreciate the offer. Very good of you, sir. Very generous.
You have a good night. Be safe, brother.
You too. Okay. And God bless.
You too. God bless. Take care, Kyle. Thanks, man. Care. And we are. Whoops. I think there we go. Got that. I'm out of here for the night. I'm gonna smoke and drink and eat and get some sleep. So awesome, man. Kyle, dude, 5 hours. All right, that's it. I'm out of here. See you.